they may start using maybe another antimicrobial drug, like maybe antifungal. It cannot work. If I'm supposed, you have something that's the easiest thing for you to do is just to, wash your hands or, to avoid these things. But no, they don't do that. They just go straight to the pharmacy and get drug without prescription. Misuse and overuse of drug is one of the major things that causes this antimicrobial resistance. And also poor hygiene. A lot of people, you can go, maybe you are walking from your workplace straight to the kitchen and take food to eat. You don't even care the amount of microorganisms in your hands. And you take this food in. So this is built up because antimicrobial resistance do not just start all of a sudden. You don't just become resistant to it suddenly. It takes a gradual process. It's a build-up of your daily habits. So that's how you become resistant. So for people like that, I would advise them to take their hygiene seriously. Okay. And also to stop self-medication. Self-medication is really one of the leading causes of AMR.
All right, so let's backtrack a little bit to your love for fashion.
Okay.
So how did it start for you?
Okay, I actually love to look good, and I've really had issues with tailors making my dresses, and you just give them, this is what I want, they'll just give you something else. It's really annoying and tiring. So, and I have a friend who is a fashion designer. Her name is Salma. She inspired me into this fashion. So she made dresses for herself, and I love it. Despite making free dresses for me, I still wanted to get the knowledge. So I had one of my holidays. I had like a month staying at home doing nothing. So I decided to go into this fashion. Like this top I'm wearing now, I made it myself. It makes a lot of things easier for me, and I can look good on a low budget because I make my dresses. I just love fashion. I love to look good.
If someone is looking at you and the person is going like, wow, I love what she's wearing, what would you say to this person? Because you're not just a tailor, you design. Yes. So they're like two in one, activities happening in the same. So what would you tell someone who's looking at you and I'm like, girl, how can I get this? How can I make this? Or how can I, get you to make this for me?
Well, she needs to come for a consultation. Then I'll tell her, I need to understand her own fashion sense.
Interesting.
Because you cannot just make dresses for people and not just know what they want and how good they will look in that dress. So I need to analyze that before I make the dresses for them.
So in the next 5 years, and this is my last question to you, you tell us your fashion brand, and then in the next 5 years, where do you see your fashion brand?
Okay. In the next 5 years, I need to go for an upgrade to improve my knowledge on this fashion designing. So in the next 5 years, I should be making dresses for top people in fashion that love fashion, and also I'll make dresses for models and all that. So I see my business in a high place in the next 5 years.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Aya, thank you for joining us on the show.
Thank you for having me.
So tell me, I read this book once, by Tim LaHaye. I don't know if you have read it. Remind me of the title.
Is it why you act the way you act?
Yeah, why you act the way you do.
Yeah.
About personality types.
So,
what do you make of personality types?
Okay. About personality type, I believe that every single person has a particular way they are wired. You get? So now there are some people that naturally they can be logical, they are organized and all. And there are some particular set of people that they can be spontaneous with the way you act. You just want to flow, you are flexible, you move with the vibe. And when those two people come together, we notice that they can be clash in the way they act. You get? So that was the main thing that made me discover that made me decide to research that. How come they are different people? How come we act differently? because working with people, I had lots of difficulties because I'm wired differently. And now I'm being with somebody else, you are doing things differently. And I've come from a family where we all do things the same way. And I'm now in the public, we're different. So that's the basic of personality type.
Okay, so walk us through the different personality types.
What?
Walk us through the different personality types.
I'm going to focus on the MBTI personality.
Okay.
MBTI, I don't know if you heard of it.
What's that? No. That is why you're here. So walk us through it.
Yeah, MBTI. So there are about 8 different types. We have some that are introverted. We have the ones that are extroverted. And like I mentioned, we have some that are organized. We call them the judging type. And we have some that are flexible. They are spontaneous. Then we have ones that are, they plan ahead. So they look at the big picture, and we have some that is just the present facts. So we call those ones that look at the present fact the sensing type. And the ones that look at the big type, they are the intuitive type. So those are the different personality types. So sometimes they come together, like the introverted will come with the N type, will come with the S type, and the judging type. So that's it.
Yeah. Okay, so you're a manager or a project manager, any kind of manager, and you have a blend of personalities that you're supposed to manage or supervise. What are the things that you need to take cognizance of so that you can get the best out of all the personality types in your team?
Okay, thank you. I'm actually a VA. So that was one thing I learned as a VA. I learned the soft skill. So I noticed that you can have every technical skill in this world. But then if you don't have those soft skills, like communication skills, understanding how people think, you would have problem. Like you're very intelligent, you're a leader, but then you are seeing that you're unable to work. So as a VA, I've learned many soft skills, like I've taken courses on emotional intelligence and all. So with this knowledge and the ones I'm still going to acquire, I'm able to try to understand where a person is coming from. Now, I'm working with a person, maybe I'm maybe emotionally sensitive, and this person is just being blunt, you're just talking, I want to state my truth. Now, I'm able to understand that this person is not saying it from the point of view want towards me, but this is just the way you are built. You get? So I'm able to understand you, and it helps me give you grace and all. So,
Interestingly, most people, especially people my generation, they think this is a problem with the world today. Emotional intelligence over intelligence quotient. That is emotional intelligence, EI versus IQ. And they're saying that millennials are too touchy, feely people. For example, I watched this video of a Gen Z that was requesting for a maternity leave. And they were, oh my God, you're pregnant. She said she wasn't pregnant. No, of course not, vehemently. And they said, why are you taking a maternity leave? And she said, so that the baby in her, that is her, probably an alter ego. So the child in her can have a time off. So you are the project manager of this individual, and somebody comes to you with that kind of ridiculous requests, or maybe I just don't feel like coming to work today, something ridiculous, and you have to manage. What would you do?
Honestly, I think I'll warn you. I'll try to have a conversation with you. This is a work. You can't just do this. But then if I say at the long run, you're stressing me, we'll let you go. Because I've tried my best to reason with you. And I feel as a sensible person, you should be able to reason. We should get to a point where we reach a middle ground. There are some things I will let go. Maybe I will not stress you too much and all. But then you should be able to still put in your effort and still reach that middle ground with me.
So how would you advise an introvert? Because there's nature, there's nurture, right? So you're born an introvert as nature. You work environments, go to schools, that's nurture, and you're expected to learn a few things, growing up and, going through life. So what are those values or skills, soft skills you would advise an introvert to imbibe to excel in the workplace?
Okay, personally, I'm an introvert, so
I can feel that.
It's not really my comfort zone.
Yeah.
But then learning about my personality too has made me realize my weaknesses. I know my strengths and I know my weaknesses. Now, I'm going to leverage my strengths. But at the same time, I won't now just sit here and be like, okay, these are my weaknesses. So I'm like this. God created me like this. I'm not going to change. So learning about my weaknesses has helped me realize that, okay, these are the things you need to focus on. Now, as an introvert, I'm learning to be more assertive. I'm learning to talk more. Even if I fail, we'll go back again, we'll do it. So that's helped me build myself that I will do better.
Mm.
So I think that's what I would advise an introvert, that know that you're not good with public speaking, you're not good with all those things, but put yourself out there. Put yourself out there, take courses, learn, practice. It might not be easy for a person who has been a natural extrovert, who, some people, public speaking as a natural comfort zone. But then you have to make extra efforts, and that kind of person.
There's been a growing statistic on failed marriages. Do you think personality clashes
Yes.
is actually maybe responsible? How so?
Yes. There's this book, Love Languages. I think it's by, I can't really remember the author, but it's something about personality type too. So now we have the different love languages. Now, this is the way you receive love. Your partner does not know. He wants to show you love the way he wants to show love. And now there is a clash because you are communicating differently. You are speaking different languages. So now, when you get to a point where the two of you understand yourselves, you know that, okay, this person, maybe she's a quality time, but me, I like my personal space. But you're the person I'm with. Now I should get to that middle ground with you, where I can come, I can understand you, and I can act the way you want me to act. So I feel if couples tend to understand themselves from personality, from the different love languages and all, there should be a significant improvement in their relationship.
Interesting. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
I thoroughly enjoyed our conversation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us again.
Thank you.
I remember having this conversation with you, and you told me your background, something about your past that informed the path that you're currently on. Can you walk us through it very quickly?
To what I said before?
Yes, to what it was that happened to you that made you choose your leadership and advocacy path.
Okay, sometime 2024, November 2024, I watched a video by Guinness School of Excellence. She was talking about how she came out from childhood trauma, how she healed from her childhood trauma. And within that period, I was also going through a lot of things in my life, challenges, mindset distortion and all that. And that video really spoke to me. And I told myself, NK, I think it's time to go through the process of healing in order to be the best version of yourself, because there are a lot of things that I want to do, the kind of person I want to be, and also to help other young ladies. But I know that if I don't get healed from the past trauma or from things that then I can't do these things. So I told myself it's time to do that. And I went through the process of healing. And for me to be here today, speaking or doing the things I do online is because of what I did.
Interestingly, when people talk about healing, faith, some of these words, values, we love to have it broken down. So when you say that you got healed, what was it exactly? Because it wasn't something that was passive, it was something that was active from your end. What were the things that you did to ensure that you got healed? You got to the point where you're saying, okay, now I'm healed, I can move forward.
Okay, when we talk about trauma, people only think about trauma as, a huge experience like a car accident, rape for some ladies and all that. But we don't understand that certain things that would have happened to us that traumatized us, maybe made us to think in a certain way. So I found out that I have limitations, like when it comes to building quality relationship with people. It was very difficult for me to talk to some certain people. And I asked myself, this happened January. I asked myself, okay, NK, what exactly is the problem? Because it starts with knowing what the problem is. You need to get to the root cause of it. What exactly is the problem? Why is that you find it very difficult to talk to certain kind of people? I had to do I call it a soul search. I had to do a soul search. Was thinking passively, sometimes actively, and I prayed about it, and my mind just went straight to when I was young, maybe my teenage age, when in my auntie's room, I was living with them then. My auntie's daughter, some of our friends came in, and they were talking, and I said, hey Chirma, how are you? My auntie's daughter was like, then she was young. I won't blame her for that. She was like, won't you mind yourself? Won't you mind yourself? Can't you just stay on your own and all that? That word broke me. It really made me to go back and stop. I didn't know. It was when I got to maybe let me say 20, 21, 22, and I got to understand that there's this thing that I have that I find it very difficult to believe with people. It was during that moment of soul search I knew that this is where it's coming from.
Wow, wow. I'm intrigued, but I would ask you, now you are a coach, some sort, you're also a public speaker, and someone comes to you and says, this is my issue, this is the burden, or this is a problem or the challenge I'm having. How do you get that person to open up to you? Because you did mention that you have to find the root cause before you can begin to heal. So how do you get that person to open up to you, trust you enough to open up such that you get, to the root cause of the issue?
Okay, I'll start by telling you my story. I think people relate more when you open up to them with your own story. They'll feel like, okay, this person has a similar thing over that I passed through. So I'll start by telling you my story. Then I'll help you to understand that something caused this. So you need to understand that where is this coming from. So if I share my own story with you, I believe it's going to help you understand that, okay, since you can open up to me with your own story, therefore let me open up to you with my own story to tell me what is up. Yeah. So I'll start by sharing my own story with you. Then from there, we'll start dealing with the root cause. Then from there, we'll now go into how do you come out of it? Because not just by knowing, you can know it, but how do you come out of it? How do you heal from those things?
Yeah. So for you, what's the next big thing in this purpose, in this pathway, or you just want to stay, do it low key with family and friends? What's your plan? Where do you see yourself? What's the next big thing for you?
Okay, if I'm to say the next 5 years,
okay,
I see myself as a global transformation speaker, someone that help young people to find themselves and become the best version of themselves. I see myself doing something that is not just about friends, but I know it starts from there, but we're actually going global because we have a lot of young people who have so much in them, but they don't really know how to do it. They don't even know where to start from. They don't even know, some of them might actually have some mental log that actually keeping them stuck from doing what they want to do. So I see myself helping these young people to do better in the future.
All right, so when you say we, do you have a team, a club, and a foundation? When you say we, what do you mean? Who are those people you're referring to?
Okay, currently, I and my friend. So we just team up together to help young people, mostly in school right now. We do that. We just talk to them. We do preach, but from there, we don't just talk to them about Jesus. We talk to them about themselves, becoming the best version of themselves. Yeah.
Thank you so much,
You're
darling,
welcome.
for your time. Lucy, welcome.
Thank you. Dr.
You look really
Chiggy.
pretty, by the way.
Thank you so much.
All right, beyond the fact that Lucy is a medical or allied health student, Lucy, you really look like a model. What's your pastimes? What do you do for fun?
I don't really have much that I do for fun, but I think my personality was gotten from growing up with adults. I have 5 sisters, and let me say, my immediate older sister is 5 years older than me. So they were already, when I was growing up, they were already adults, and I just have to emulate them, do the things they do. And even when I dress, when I come out to where my age mates are, they be like, oh, this dress is not what you're supposed to be wearing at this age. I feel like that's what my sister got for me. So I started acting that way growing up. That's just
Interesting. What would you say rather the biggest influence was on you, by your sisters, aside fashion, of course?
okay. I think confidence, because growing up with them, they pushed me a lot. Like, they always encouraged me to do things that I don't even think I can do. Like when I was in JSS 3, for example, there was this competition in the church that required reading and welcome address. It was 20 pages of welcome address. So I belittled myself. I was like, no, I cannot do this. I can't learn this. It was just like 2 weeks to the ceremony. I was like, no, I can't learn this. It's not possible that I can just have this offhand and just come and be presenting it in a place where even the cardinal, I think, was going to attend. My sisters were like, no, you are going to do it and you must do it. So I did that, and out of everybody that they gave the welcome address to, they chose me. And I was so surprised. We're like, yes, anything we say you can do, do it. So they are so fond of pushing me to some extent that I don't even know that I can attain. Yes.
So tell us, what are you studying currently in school?
I'm studying prosthetics and orthotics. Yes. And actually, when I wanted to apply for that, that was not my dream course. I won't lie. It wasn't my dream course. I wanted to study dental nursing. But when I wanted to apply, I came to apply for post-GME. The guy I met in school that was doing it for me, he was like, why are you studying dental nursing? I was like, I just like it. I think every young girl just wants to study anything, nursing and stuff like that. He was like, don't you think you should rethink it? Like, look at other courses and think about it. I was like, okay, can you just suggest one for me? He said he's not going to suggest for me. I should choose for myself, that he won't do anything for me. I was like, okay, what are you studying? He said he's studying prosthetics and orthotics. I was like, I haven't heard that before. And if I tell my sisters, they'll be like, what's that? Nobody knows about that. So I had to, he gave me 30 minutes that I should come back in the next 30 minutes. I had to go back. I checked, I browsed. I was like, wow, this is very nice. I didn't even know that they do something like that in Nigeria. So when I checked, I had to call my sister, our second daughter. She's like the closest to me. I told her, see, I want to change from dental nursing to this course. So what's that? Which course is that? I was like, I don't know, just check it online. I just sent it to you. Check, you will see that it's very interesting. So she checked. I was like, yes, it's very, very interesting, but it's still rare in Nigeria. Are you sure you're going to do this? Are you sure you can get a job with this? That's the most important part. I was like, let me just go. Anyway, now wait, God is going to sort it out for me. She was like, no problem, that anything I decide on, she's going to support me. So I just chose that and started studying it. That's all.
Great. So anyway, now wait.
Yes, so
all right. So do you regret your decision? What has been the most exciting thing that has happened to you since you started this course?
Not really. I'm not going to lie, I regretted it a bit last year when I did my clinical posting. Is not, let me say, the course is a male-dominated field and is kind of hard for a lady to do. So when I went for my clinical posting, the clinic was a busy one. They were always fabricating something. They are doing this, they are doing that. We go every day. We didn't even plan to go every day. We are like, it's just clinical posting. We'll go 3 times a week. But this one, we are going every day. You walk, you laminate, you enter oven, you come out. So it was very, very hard. At the point, I was like, I don't think I'm going to venture into this thing. No. I later decided, okay, maybe when I'm done, I'll just go and do my master's and start lecturing. That's the one I think my energy will do.
Okay,
Yeah.
so finally, before we let you go,
Okay.
what about your male colleagues? Because I know with male-dominated courses like engineering, architecture, the males are always there hovering around the females and trying to make sure they're okay. Have you had any sort of, arrangement like that where a guy came to your rescue because you're a girl, trying to help out? Tell us about it.
Yes, a lot, especially during that clinical posting. So most of the works, like when we are asked to come and mold, like molding is like laminating. You put the plastic in the oven, you bring it out, and then mold it on a ready modified cast. So it's very, very tough to do. You have to wear like gloves, like 4 or 5 gloves, so that the heat won't burn your hand. So the first time I did it, I was always dodging not to do that particular process. So that particular day, the head of the clinic was like, listen, come here, you're going to do this thing today. That it was just 2 weeks before we finished the posting. I was like, sir, I cannot do this thing. She was like, no, you can't stay here and go without molding. I had to wear the gloves and just go there. Then he left, he went to his office. So when I now wore the gloves, I was panicking. I was so scared because the plastic has already melted and it was very hot. Then this particular colleague of mine, he was an intern, he just came and was like, oh yeah, just wait one side and give me the glove. Let me do it for you. So that, hey, and he did it. He normally helps us a lot, especially when it comes to those hard jobs.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Okay, so what is the first thing, if you are asked, you feel young ladies going into motherhood should know before they eventually do? Just one thing, probably from your experience or something like that.
She should be selfless.
She should
Putting
produce.
other people's like, let me say, considering her children before herself. Like, okay, for instance, while growing up, in the night, my mother don't sleep. Either she's praying or she's killing mosquitoes on our bodies or she's doing one thing, she does not sleep in the night. So I think as a mother, you have to be, let's say, committed and selfless about the interests of other people, your kids and your husband.
That is really touching. It reminds me of this. If I no chop, my mother no go chop. If I no sleep, my mother no go sleep. But don't you think it gets to a point where a mother needs to rest so that she doesn't, burn out? Does that happen? Is it necessary? What would be your advice?
My advice as per what time to rest, but she can rest during the days. My mother, she works, like, so she's not currently living with us. She used to work here in ENUGU, but we're living at Anambra State. So when she comes back, when she's in ENUGU, she can be sleeping in the night. Once she comes back to Anambra, she does not sleep because she knows that she has a responsibility there in Anambra.
Okay, so most mothers, they work and they take care of the home front, right? How would you advise young mothers, who work and they have a young family? How do you advise them to balance, the work family, dynamic?
And you have to consider your family before taking up any work. Because some mothers now, they leave early in the morning and come back late at night. They don't know the well-being of their family and their husband. I don't think that is nice because before you take up any work or job, you have to consider your family first.
Quite interestingly, most families that do not have the male figure available, how would you advise the mother? Because at this point, she's the mother, she's the father, she's the one providing, she's also the one nurturing. So what would you say about that, arrangement?
If she does not have a husband, that one is understandable. Because I know of some mothers that lost their husband, even when, like, there's a woman I know, she has like 8 kids and her husband is not there. So it's her children that use her sister in her shop and doing everything. That one is understandable, at least her husband is not there. But in this scenario, I'm speaking from my own perspective, like my own mother, she barely sleep at night because she have our interest in her heart.
Okay, so there's this practice, I don't know how often it's being done, but there's this practice where parents would, give out their kids to go and stay with other people. What's your take on that practice? You think it's something that should be thrashed or something that should be encouraged?
It should be encouraged because I've experienced that also. I don't know, but I think if you are with another person that's not your biological parents, they will, let's say they will, you might see it as maltreatment, but they're actually training and molding you because I don't know if, like, if someone that's not your mother will tell you to do something and you feel like she's maltreating you, she's not. She's not, because it will actually help you if you grow up like later in life. That's it. So
Okay, so what was the experience for you when you left to live with another family?
um my dad, let's say that he pampers me a lot, or I don't know how to put it, but all this, when I was with him, I have elder siblings, so I barely do anything at home. But coming to stay with my uncle, and his kids are younger than I am, so I have the responsibility of doing some things I don't have the, let's say I don't do at home when I was at home. So it has helped me a lot because I keep imagining if I was still with my dad. Now I don't know, but when I was in jail still, I cannot even cook, cannot do anything because I don't know. He just feels like that's the responsibility of my elder siblings, stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay, you did hear, finally, this is your last question. You did hear what's going on with the actress Regina Daniel.
Yeah.
You've seen it online.
Yes.
As a mother, how would you advise her to go, going forward? Because she's not allowed to see her kids as of now. How would you advise her going forward?
Someone like her, I would just advise her, like, she just look for something that she would do, like, to help her life, like, find something to do to grow, and maybe later she might reconnect with her family. But for now, I think she just like go and look for something that she'll be doing to keep her busy and fetch her funds.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that. So you're looking dashing, by the way. Thank you. Say thank you now.
Okay, let's
Okay.
see.
All right. So, if you were asked, what is your ideal relationship? When I say relationship, I mean man and woman. What would be your ideal relationship?
Okay, my ideal relationship is, I think, as it
We
were.
need you to project. We need you to project.
All
So
right.
I'll ask that question again, and I need you to project, okay?
All right.
So what will be the answer to the question if it's posed to you, what is your ideal relationship between a man and a woman?
Okay, ideal relationship to me is, I think, is a cordial bond between a man and a woman, by having commitment to themselves and trust, and relating matters together to achieve a common goal. So that's my
Okay, so from your definition, what then should be the difference between courtship and marriage?
Okay, courtship is, I think, a relationship before marriage. Is when a man and a woman has agreed together to become a husband and a wife, and they know that it's already leading to marriage. They will now be at the stage of courting before it will now lead to marriage.
Okay. You do know that most celebrities, they make their lives so open and out there. When they're getting married, everybody knows online. When they're breaking up, everybody knows online. What would be your advice to, young lovers, those in marriage, as regards social media and privacy?
Okay. To the celebrities, I think there's no need of them advertising it, that they want to go into marriage, because people are looking up to them. And once there's a mistake, still by biting and all that, that will bring disaster to them, to their lives. So I think they have to just keep it secret until everything has been in place.
So there's a lot of pressure on a young couple when they want to get married, especially on the man. in terms of you have to do introduction, traditional wedding, this, Ibanko, and then the full white wedding. So to you, which is the most important in this whole lineup of activities? To you, which is the most important? And why is it important?
Okay. It's traditional marriage. So why? Because if you are not, if you haven't gone to the family of the person you want to settle with to meet his or her parents, it will not be assumed that you people are legally married. So that is the first stage you have to put in place before you can go into white wedding. If you haven't done your traditional marriage, it will not be assumed as if you are married. So that is the first stage you have to go into, settle the family, pay the bride price before you can be allowed to do your white wedding. So that is the most strategic decision to make first.
Okay, so talking about bride price, do you think some communities are taking it overboard? And how, in your opinion, should the bride price go? Because you get to some communities, by the time they show you the bride price and the list of things, you need to get, it can be very overwhelming. So what's your thought on that?
Okay. What I understand in life is that you don't pay everything concerning a woman because you can't buy a woman. So you pay bit by bit. So like, I think last year we went to somewhere like that to go and pay for a lady's bride price. And we paid just 50,000. So, and they were like telling us that they don't save the child. So that we can, next time we are coming, you should just bring anything that we have. And they doesn't save the child. So you just pay what you have.
Interesting. Okay, so what's your thought on gender-based violence? You think because usually it tilts towards the females. Of course, there are males that have been abused too, in their homes, definitely. But usually it tilts towards the females because the females are not as strong as the men. So what would you advise a lady who is going through gender-based violence in a relationship or in a marriage?
Sorry, ma'am.
What would be your advice to a young girl, a woman going through abuse, physical abuse in a relationship or in a marriage?
Okay. Let me start with relationship. If you're in a relationship with a guy and the guy is playing on you, I think the best thing you have to do is just to withdraw from the relationship because the guy will still beat you in marriage. So once you notice that, you know that there will be a domestic violence once you get married to the person. So you have to just withdraw. If you have watched the person over time and the person kept bullying on you, you just have to stop the relationship.
Okay. So finally, before we let you go, what's your take on infidelity in relationships?
Okay. From the scripture, the Bible said that the only way that divorce is granted is when it comes to infidelity. So as it were, we humans supposed to stay faithful to our partner, and a lady is supposed to be giving the husband a good attention to maintain not being infidel to the other. Because once you are not giving the man rightful connection and attentions and all that, it may lead the man to go astray and be doing bad things. So there must be a cordial communications and relationship between the two to
Now,
make it work out.
Okay. So does this go both ways, or just the woman is meant to be, faithful and take care of the, or does it also apply to the man? If it does, how does it apply to the man?
Okay, it's actually applied to man also because if your wife stay committed to you, you just have also to do likewise. You have to also stay committed to her and make sure that you didn't do the things that she doesn't want. Take her around, make sure that you do the things that will make the relationship or marriage to work out. Not if you are if you have made a decision to settle with her, you still go about looking for other ladies. No, it's not that way. You just have to stay committed to her because you have made a decision that is going to be her. So you have to stay faithful with her.
Thank you so much for your insights.
So much.
Thank you so much for joining us on the show. So, a woman graphics designer.
Yes.
How did that happen for you?
Okay. It started while I was in SS3. While we were about to take our WAEC, so everybody was talking about what am I gonna do after school? Because you are going to stay so long at home waiting for your admission. So we're talking about copywriting, content writing, video editing, so much. So I caught interest in graphic design because I noticed that whenever I look at billboards, posters, I don't just look the way other people look. I begin to look at the text, the color, and I remember one day I was coming back with my dad and we saw a program flyer. And I was like, Dad, I don't know who made this flyer, but it looks so bad. And I was like, what do you know? Shut up, you don't know anything. And you are not even a designer and you are trying to judge what another person. I said, I know, but this does not look good. If I am to go for a program, I will not go for this. So from that day, I noticed that I had interest in graphic designing. So that's it.
Wow, so it's safe to say that you're a natural because there are some components you are actually looking out for. There are components you see and say, oh, this is a good flyer.
Yes.
I think I'll attend. Oh, this so branding and if for lack of a better word, yeah, branding is really important. And there are certain elements you look out for. So what are those elements? You did mention color. What are other elements that you look out for in a flyer or in a logo and you're like, oh, this is a great job. Oh, this is a good job.
Okay, let me start from the color, the typography, the alignment, and the contrast and the combination of everything. So starting from the color, different colors portray different information. Okay, I was to design a LinkedIn banner for a B2B SaaS ghostwriter. So, and first of all, when my clients bring a design job for me, I tend to educate them because you're putting out this work and I'm the person that designed it. So that when you get things like, what's this? And you'll be like, oh, this is the girl that designed it. And I'll be able to defend myself because I educated you, do you get? So her brand color was orange and I began to educate her. I was like, okay, you are into this. And most of your clients, once they come, they go to your page, they look at your banner. There are some colors that reflect, that are playful, some colors are mature, many colors portrays different information. So the first flyer I did, she was using an orange color. It was okay, it was looking professional, but I told her, the people you are actually your target audience, I don't think this color is okay. And she insisted. I made the flyer and I advised her to maybe take this flyer to somebody and ask the person to give you reasons why you should change your color, your brand, not actually changing your brand color, but the color for the banner. And then the person gave her so much reason and she came back and was like, wow, what you said at first was actually true. So I now redesigned the flyer and she went back and she was very, very happy. So, and that was it. Another thing is your text. There are different texts you use, different fonts. Okay, I say the fonts. This font, Montserrat font, is very, very okay and is always professional in flyers. So it depends on the type of flyer I'm making. You're making a flyer for children, you use playful fonts. So another thing is your alignment. You don't want everything to be scattered all over the place because once your text is aligned on a flyer, people just look straight and wow. So the theme, like for program flyers, let me take for example, the flyer that was made for this event. When I saw it while we were coming, the first thing my eye went to was the theme for the program. So as long as I've seen the theme, I will not be moved to read other important informations on the flyer. So imagine where the theme is looking very small and then the venue is very big. And so everything will look so scattered. I'll be like, what's going on here? So I don't know if any other person feels the same way. And then another thing, I've talked about alignment, your typography, your color, and then the elements you use on this thing. So, okay, for example, making a logo for somebody, I've made a logo for a laundry brand, and then I made this logo. The logo had just two elements, water and a green leaf. So two of them portray different this thing. So and the guy came to me and was like, why is there no washing machine on my logo? Why am I not on the logo? Why is there no bucket on the logo? And I was like, this is a logo, man. It's a representation of your brand. Just for example, the MTN logo. It's just I can do it. It's a logo, a yellow box, and then the MTN is there. But you notice that whenever you see that, you know, if this is MTN, I don't need to like talk more. So I think people should learn the differences between logos, social media flyers, and all that.
Okay, so at what point did you transit from being an enthusiast to a professional?
Okay, we learn every day. I'm still learning. The more you grow, nobody has known it all actually. But after secondary school, I started designing with my mom's phone because I didn't have access to a mobile device as of then. So I started designing with my mom's phone. I continued. I watched YouTube videos. I attended classes, and my knowledge began to grow. I began to connect with people in the field. When I meet a graphic designer, I would love to connect with you, and I've been growing since then.
All right, so graphics design ecosystem is predominantly, dominated by males, guys.
Yes.
Have you ever been, bullied, covertly or overtly? Did someone try to tell you, oh, you're a girl, so we don't expect, high quality designs? Have you ever had that experience? Tell us about it.
Okay, I don't think I've had that experience because most experience I've had are motivational experiences. I remember my friend walking up to me and was like, Anuli, I'm Anulika. So she was like, I love what you do. And most times, anytime I design, I post my work on my status and people see it, I get corrections, people talk about it. So she was like, she's so motivated that I'm doing something that most girls don't do. Do you get? So, and I don't think I've experienced bullying. I've only experienced motivations from different counterparts. So
brilliant. So, can you tell us about your first professional work, how it came, probably how much you made, and probably did you have to do pro bono graphics design for people? How long did you have to do it before the first professional paid work came along?
okay, at first I started from the first flyer I made. I remember was a flyer of my dad's Bible study program. So I remember the first class I took. My dad paid for it. It was a 3K class, 3,000 naira. And I begged my older daddy, if you pay for this class, just all your design problems, just bring it to me. And he was like, wow, okay, with this your smartphone. I said, yes, sir. And then he paid for it. And the first practical we had, because you are going to practicalize it, not just theory. So the first practical we had, it was to design a flyer for a church, and I made use of my dad's photo. Though it was not looking all good then, but it was my best work as of then. So, and though the picture was floating somehow, it was not balanced, but it was my best work then because it was my first work, and I was so happy. And yes, that was it. And then from then, I started volunteering to design for people. I didn't actually ask for pay because I wanted to learn. So I started volunteering to design for people. Oh, you have this flyer is not good. Let me do this for you. So that was how it started. So I remember getting a design job to design for a paint brand. So he met me and he said he needed a label. So it was my first time doing a label, and besides, I designed with my phone, Pixel Lab to be precise. And then I was like, this is my first time doing this, and I don't know how I'm going to like the sizing and everything. So I went to AI and then got everything. First of all, I started procrastinating this design. I started procrastinating because it was a whole lot. Because I've never designed a label before, and this is a paint brand, like a big company that people are going to be buying from, and then they'll be like, "Who designed this?" So, and at the end, I designed the paint label, and it came out so well, and I was paid very well. Yes.
Thank you very much, Angoli, for your time.
Thank you so much.
Midwife that cares so much.
Good morning, ma.
I've known you as a very passionate nurse, midwife, but when I began to interact with your social media, I was like, where did this woman get this, username? So how did midwife that cares, how did it come along?
All right. That name, midwife that cares, was birthed from the birth of care. I realized that in the midst of information, we are in digital age, we call it information age. Despite that, a lot of us are living in ignorance, especially in women. We live in an age where a lot of women prefer to treat than to prevent. What do I mean? A lot of Nigerians, a lot of us prefer to take anti-malaria drugs than to sleep under insecticide-treated net. And that was what birthed the midwife that cares. I have a group of women where we focus on preventive health care. And when we talk about preventive health care, what do I mean? We have primary prevention. At the level of primary prevention, we are focusing on immunization, for example. We are preventing. Then the secondary prevention, we are talking about early detection, like checking of BP, checking of sugar. Then at tertiary prevention, we are focusing on reducing complications. And that is where we educate women on how to prevent living a healthy life and not just waiting to treat, because like we usually say, prevention is cheaper, safer, and better than care. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I picked out one very interesting word, which is prevention. So we're going to talk about some of the common female, related, ailments and how to prevent them, how to diagnose them early, even from the comfort of your home. So let's start with breast cancer. I know I've had a couple of conversations with you and you taught on how to, palpate your breasts just in case of lumps. So explain again how a woman can actually check out for lumps and go for early diagnosis and probably treatment of breast cancer.
Okay. As of today, breast cancer is the highest cancer death in women. And it will shock you to know that breast cancer is not an emergency. Before a woman is diagnosed of breast cancer, it has been in her system for nothing less than 5 years. But why the late diagnosis? Because research has shown that most breast cancers start as lump, what we know as harmless lump, okay, of which we educate women, young girls of reproductive age, as simple as it may seem. Know how to do your breast self-examination by yourself in the comfort of your home. Every month you pick a date, usually after your menses, because during our menses, our breasts are tense, so you may not get accurate results. Lying on a flat surface, you place your hand under your head and you palpate, starting from your armpits. You move round in a circular form. You are looking out for lump. 3 features. Lump is hard, like a nut. It is mobile and it is painless. That is what you are looking out for. And at that level of lump, it is not cancer yet. It can be removed. It's just an abnormal growth. So you do it once every month.
Interested. So, assuming someone tries that and notices this lump that you're talking about, what is the next thing the person is supposed to do?
Your next point of action should be coming to the hospital. At the level of lump, like I said, it is harmless. It can be removed. In fact, it's a day case. Nobody will give you birth because you want to know. 1 to 3 hours, the lump is removed, you are gone. And that is that.
Interesting. Let's talk about dysmenorrhea.
Okay.
Tell us what exactly it is and how young girls can manage it. Is it physiological? Is it something that is, what's the word? Is it something that is congenital? How can a young woman or a woman of reproductive age manage dysmenorrhea?
Okay, when we talk about dysmenorrhea, what do we mean? Dysmenorrhea is simply painful menstruation. A lot of young girls starting early from menarche experience dysmenorrhea, painful menstruation, and it is physiological. And usually research has shown that cold things worsen because it tends to form blood clots. Then we encourage, when you are approaching your menses, you can subsidize that pain by using hot water bottle. We've heard that misconception. They say, oh, it's because you're still a virgin. It's a lie. Virgin, I've had women that have given birth, they have 2 children, they still experience that. Yes, we have other medical conditions that can cause that, but the physiological one, it goes with age. As time goes on, they tend to outgrow it. And you can manage palliatively, symptomatically, by using warm water bottle, stay away from sugary things, which worsens a blood clot, and you'll be fine.
So let's talk about cervical cancer.
Okay.
What are the earliest signs of cervical cancer? How can it be caught early before it degenerates?
Okay, generally, when we talk about cancer, early detection saves a lot of life. And cervical cancer is one type of cancer that no woman should die from. But unfortunately, painfully, it's the second highest cancer death in women. Why? Because the cervix is not in a place that you can see. I just mentioned how we can do self-breast examination, but the cervix is in a place that you can't see. And detecting cervical cancer, there is no blood test that you can use to find out if I have the virus. Like we know, it is caused by human papilloma virus, and this virus is sexually transmitted. Men can contract it, women can contact it. Only that the virus have affinity for the cervix, meaning it can be there for the next 10 years. Without screening, you will not know. That is why we encourage women of reproductive age, if you're sexually active, if you're not a virgin, you have been exposed to the virus. Why? Because you don't know the status of the man. So once every year, go for your cervical cancer screening. And if you don't have, we have vaccines. That's for prevention. Luckily, we have it free of charge for women, for our young girls, 9 to 14 years, in ENUGU State. In every health center, it's very much available. And that's, yes, free of charge. You get yourself vaccinated. So go for your screening. That way you will detect, because stage 1 and stage 2 has no symptoms. It's from stage 3 that you start having, and at that stage is late.
Oh.
It's rather late.
All right. So let's talk within the realm of mental health, postpartum depression. We don't even know that it's a real thing. And I've had women talk to me about how they became depressed after they had probably their first babies, last babies, whatever. So what would be your advice to women, and how would they even know that they are depressed? Most don't even know they are depressed. What are your thoughts on that?
When we talk about postpartum depression, like I tell every woman, if you notice, if you can trace back the time of our parents, we don't have such. It's lack of help, lack of support, family support. We are gradually losing that. Initially, when our mothers come for Mugo, in fact, you can cross your leg and sleep. But now, unfortunately, a lot of our mothers come to dictate. In fact, they will compose for you, the nursing mother, to cook and give them. The postpartum depression is arising from lack of family support. If you have your husband around, childcare is not just for women. Your husband around, your mother around. If your parents-in-law are late, please get a hired help. A rested mind can think properly. A rested woman can lactate. In fact, it goes a long way to even affect your breastfeeding. So postpartum depression is coming from the place of lack of support. So look for help. If you are pregnant, it's part of our birth preparedness. In terms of when I'm educating pregnant women, as you're preparing, you have to show me your support system. Who do you have around to help you? So you need help.
So what would be the one advice you give any young mother? One thing you wish they knew? It could be a lifestyle change or something. What would that be?
As a young mother, don't try to be that superwoman. Nobody will praise you in your grave. Yes, they will never had anyone that won an award for being the strongest mother in the world. Get a help. Get a support system. Pay them if you can. You can't do it all. Thank you.
Midwife that cares. Always a pleasure speaking with you.
It's my pleasure.
Hello, good morning. You're looking very graceful.
Thank you very much.
So, what's the one thing you wish people knew about you, or the pastime that only you know about, that you want, people to know about? For some people, it could be that they don't like using Maggi in their food. So there has to be one thing. I know you're an intern in medical lab science, but there has to be something that you love doing that nobody knows about. Tell us about it.
Okay. First of all, I am an introvert, so a lot of people don't know me that well. I like reading. I love reading. When people see, another thing they don't know about me is that I am very, very open-minded, and I am outspoken also. When people see me, they'll feel that I'm very quiet, she doesn't talk much, I'm slim, like, you get the vibe. But I like reading. I read a lot, very, very much. So people don't know that about me. And they don't also know that I'm very outspoken. I can have good conversations with you very, very well. I think that's peculiar to introverts, Yeah, they don't know we talk, but when we start talking, or more,
There's no stopping.
Yes, there's no stopping that. So that's one thing people don't know.
Interestingly, I love the fact that you love reading books, which is something I really cannot, applaud this generation for because of social media, obviously.
Yes.
So if I was to ask you, what was the last book you read, or the most interesting book you read recently, would you be able to walk us through it?
Okay, the last book I read is called A Fierce Devotion. It's set on the 16th century in the US. Basically, that was when they were still migrating from Europe, you get. So it was about a woman. She lost everything. She was estranged from her family. She had to board a ship from England down to the US, and there was a lot going on in the US. It was still a colony, it wasn't a state then. So she lost everything. So she had to start getting acclimated to, first of all, it was very bushy. Like, it was crazy. There were so many sicknesses that they didn't have down in England that she was contracting. So she had to get through that. Then it was a male-dominated sphere. Like, it was men mostly. I think in that setting, they were trying to bring in women so they could couple up with the men and procreate and expand. That was the idea. So, but she took it one step at a time. The book walked us through a woman's life at that point. You're going through trials, trying to get yourself together in a very, very unknown, totally different sphere and environment. So that's
if we bring it close to home, there are still women who are like that, who probably had a failed marriage and had to move from one town or city to another. Now, from what you read from that book, what were the traits you could bring out that helped that lady, survive?
Okay.
Because, sorry, let me just put context here, because yes, it was male dominated then. It's not as male dominated now, but still we live in a misogynistic, right? In elite society. So point out those traits that could actually help someone listening to you and experiencing almost the same thing that woman experienced.
Okay. So from the book and from my experience, I believe a woman should have her own mind, have her own thoughts. Don't let someone else talk for you. If you have something to say it. Nobody's going to beat you. Even if somebody's going to beat you, you still stand up, and you stand up stronger. And moving on, have your own thing, your own work, your own source of money, your own business. be an entrepreneur. Anything you can get your hands on, get it going. So for that woman in the book, she had to find means of making money. So she could just she didn't have it in her to just sit back and let the guys or the men do the whole work. So she came up with cleaning for the women, for the men, because they're very, very dirty. Very dirty. They're always working, they don't have time. So she washes and then they pay her. So I think in this world that we are in, every woman should have her own money. Honestly, have your own money. Money speaks louder than anything at this point, and especially in our culture, in our setting. That's mostly what I got from the book and from experience. Have your own mind and have your own business, your own money, your own thing going for you.
Economic empowerment is really important.
Very, very important. Yes.
So I read this somewhere on social media. You know, with social media, everything flies, nothing is censored. So the fellow wrote, so women need men to be happy. Men are doing well all by themselves. But for our society, women need men to be happy. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't think so. I think it's the other way around. There's this social media video that was made. So it was centered on if we live in a world where it was just men, you were asking the guys, it's just men. How would you guys feel? Like, for what? Like, the 100%, 100%, nobody was happy with the fact that women were going to leave the planet and it would just be the men. So do you get? They won't be happy. So I think it's the other way around. We women make the men happy. So whoever has that is a misconception, honestly.
Okay.
So it's the women. Because if a woman is not in a sphere, I don't think anything will be going. No matter how capable and strong the men can be, well, I give it to them. They're very capable, they're very innovative and all that. But a woman makes it more amiable, more fun, more conducive, you get. So I think it's the other way around.
Okay, so if I were to ask you, who is your ideal man? An archetype of your ideal man. Okay, I'm placing you on the spot, but you have to answer this question. Who would that be?
My ideal man is a supportive man. I think that's the word, and that's really what matters to me, because I'm very, very passionate about my work. I know I'm going to go way far from where I am right now. I'm going to make it so big. So all I need from a man, honestly, not all though, but mostly, is support. So I just think supportive man, that covers it.
Okay, so when you say support, do you mean like financial support, emotional
Not necessarily.
support?
No.
Okay.
I'm more for mental support, emotional support, because we women, we tend to be emotionally inclined. So some things that are not supposed to get to us. Sometimes we need some logical perspective, because we let emotions get in the way of the way we think. So I would like a man to give me advice where I'm falling short. That's basically it. Well, financial, I'm not going to beg you for money, but if you say I'm broke, help me.
Okay, so finally, what is your love language?
All of them. I beg all of them.
List the one in probably an order of priority.
Oh,
Maybe the first two.
Okay, I would like someone that gifts.
Okay.
Yeah. Of course. And yeah, clocking. Gifts. And then I think gift is it from you, guys. Just give me the love, guys.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
So, if I said that you actually look like a model, would I be wrong?
Not at all.
Okay.
I get that. I get that a lot.
So, what is a lady looking like a model like you doing in a digital world? What's the story?
I mean, even in modeling, I'm not in modeling,
Okay.
But digitization it's cut across every area of life. It has come to stay. It's fast rising, and I wouldn't say because I look like a model, I shouldn't blend in. So no matter what and where you are, you just have to adapt and pick up the skills you need so you can run in the future.
Okay. So what aspect of digitalization interests you?
Digital health specifically. I am an intern, a medical laboratory sciences intern. I'm passionate about global public health and digital health, as well as innovations in STEM, that's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Yes.
So how do you see digital health revolutionizing healthcare as it stands currently in Nigeria?
All right. So in Nigeria, we've made progress in digital health, but there is a long way to go. I mean, other countries, the Western countries, they are more advanced. Digital health is supposed to make it easier to access healthcare or access healthcare information. So it's not supposed to replace actual healthcare. It's just supposed to facilitate the process of receiving or accessing healthcare. So in a place like Nigeria, where digital health can help us, really, but it won't fix the healthcare issues that we have. It can just help to cover them up and help us move forward. For example, a core aspect of digital health is health literacy, or let's say mobile health, where people get health literacy materials on their phones and in their devices. So in situations where instead of assuming, I mean, during COVID, we had instances of misinformation. People were saying things like having your bath in salt or taking cola nuts could help with COVID. Even my mother, that period, actually got salt to put in her bathing water. It was that serious. So in such cases, there should be real-time information spreading to people, apart from social media, but real-time information from verified sources, from medical professionals, from the government, a centralized form of information sharing, going out to people concerning health issues that are prevalent at that time, so that we won't have misinformation widespread. Another area of digital health is electronic health record keeping, which is very, very important. In a situation where you come to hospitals and you still have to carry paper up and down to get that or get this, it should not be the case anymore. Everything centralized, every healthcare professional working around the patient should be able to access their health information in a centralized place. Even their caregivers at home, even their doctors in another hospital should be able to access a health information for a patient in a particular place. So it would help, it will go a long way to make it more efficient and help healthcare be more accessible to the general public.
Okay, so digitization in healthcare makes the work easier. Now, what are the components that should be in place? Let's say in a small community or in a small public health center, and they want to digitalize their processes. What are the components that need to be in place for it to even work in the first place?
Firstly, has to be digital literacy. We cannot talk about digital health without digital literacy. The public, that small community, how many literates are there? How do they know how to use their phones? How do they know how to use, aside their phones, electronic devices, like maybe the smartwatch, or let's start from, do they even have access to it? Do they have access to it? So, one thing we have to do to make it easy for digitization to happen in healthcare is eradicate poverty, okay? Because it's very expensive. It's expensive to manage. It's expensive to manage in general. So poverty needs to be out of the way. Then literacy. Before you bring in something, you need to make sure those you're bringing in for are aware of how to use it. So poverty, literacy, from there we can pick other things up. Yeah.
With the way our internet subscription and providers, with the way their services are epileptic, with the way it is now. We're not talking about the future when it gets better. Currently, the way it is now in Nigeria, how feasible do you think the digitization, is in our hospitals?
Well, we can make do with what we have at the moment. Our internet, unfortunately, like you said, is not very stable, but we can make do with what we have. For example, text messages. I worked in a project. Okay, I volunteer as a communications officer for Digital Health Africa. And there was a project we had to run where pregnant women got real-time antenatal date checkups and reminders as a text message on their phones. So maybe a few days before, you're getting a message. On the day you're getting a message, at least one of those messages should go through, even if all doesn't. So they may not have access to the internet, but they could receive messages, right? So we can, for every level of digitization, there is some progress, or there is a way we can make use of it to digitize healthcare for that level. Yes.
So the digital space is a fairly new space, right? And a lot of advocacy, I envisage, needs to go into it. Are you part of a club or a foundation? You did mention you were part of a project. How broad is the advocacy? Because you really have to go and talk to some hospitals for them to even, accept, switching from their analog and their folders to digital. So how robust do you think advocacy for digitalization is currently?
Okay, for advocacy, in Nigeria, there isn't a lot happening. I mean, in one country, one African country that I'm really impressed with their digital health progress is Rwanda. They have digital health hackathons. They have policy dialogues. From the government level, there is already a budget in place to put these things in order. So it really starts from the government. They don't really understand the need yet. There are conversations happening, but there isn't enough. They've not prioritized that area of healthcare yet. While we advocate for them to do that, there are private individuals, startups, doing their parts from private funding or from seed funding, but everything still boils back down to the government. That will give them the enabling environment and the ground they need to, make it easier and efficient for them to switch to digital health.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, Kenneth.
Hi.
Thank you for being on the show.
Thank you.
So you're also a science intern for medical lab science.
Yes.
So what has been the story behind your journey, towards AI? I do hear you're an AI enthusiast.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. As an intern scientist, I found out that the workload, they are always enormous. And since then, I've been thinking of what are we to integrate to ease off this workload. And the first thing that came to my mind is artificial intelligence in diagnosis. It was then occurred to me that the past decade had witnessed an unprecedented convergence of data science in healthcare. And this is being catalyzed by advances in artificial intelligence and machine learning. And diagnostic medicine have not been spared, with AI transforming these sectors in area of efficiency, accuracy, and speed. Then you now talk about African continent, where the diagnostic capacity is uneven and at the same time strained already. The integration of this artificial intelligence presents us with both transformative advantages and at the same time with complex challenges.
Okay, interesting, but we need you to speak English because currently you're speaking AI needs, but we need you to speak English going forward. All right, because we are not almighty AI, you know. Okay, so now you're a medical lab scientist, and I understand that in diagnostics, there's the pre-analytical, there's the analytical, and then there's the post-analytical stage in the diagnostic process. How do you see AI playing out in the pre-analytical?
Okay. When you talk about AI playing out in the pre-analytical, then you talk about in sample collection, AI being able to capture the client or the patient data completely, which can be missed most often when doing manually. So looking at that, you see AI playing a major role in pre-analytical because that's the first step, the basic step in diagnosis. Anything missing pre-analytical will likely affect most of the diagnostic result and the outcome at the same time.
Okay, so I know that there are some AI apps that are already, in existence, right? ChatGPT is the one that everybody knows. Old people like us, it's ChatGPT that we know, but there are other ones, right? Like DALI, Synthesia, there are a lot of them. Are they AI apps that you know that are health-based? Let's know about them and what they do.
Yes, I know some of the AI app like Apple Wristwatch Series 9. Then you have something like AI algorithm, CAD4TB. Yes, in some of the African countries like South Africa and Zambia, they now use that CAD4TB in diagnosis of TB. Yes, and it helps them at the same time. Then you have AI integrated machine that helps in detecting malaria parasites in countries like Ghana and Kenya at the same time. And all these things aim to improve the efficiency of diagnosis and to reduce inter-observer variabilities.
Okay, some people it's actually a school of thought that feels that AI has come to take away jobs, especially in diagnostics. When AI has the speed and the accuracy, much more than a human being, the human being is like, I'm already out of the job. So do you think we are scared as a people to, imbibe AI in our diagnostics? And what's the way forward?
Okay, thank you so much. I'm someone that like to look at issue at the positive side of it. And I know that's one of the major concerns on people. And I'm saying, but AI have come to stay. The only thing for us to do now is to embrace it and at the same time to be proactive. We need to shift our perspective from being AI aware to AI capable. Yeah, I think it is in work of Albert Knott in his book, Adventures of Idea, dated 1993. He said, and I quote, that ideas need to be refashioned in every intellectual habit of that epoch. So that is to say that knowledge and concepts, they are not fixed. So they should be continually reshaped to fit the intellectual habits, cultural shifts, and scientific progress. So AI have come to state it's now left for us to be proactive, where we get ourselves trained to the uses of AI and how to interpret critically the outcome of the AI for the benefits of healthcare-wise.
So we're speaking empirically now. You've had your experience in, diagnostics as a medical lab scientist, and you must have seen a few gaps, in the processes, maybe with turnaround time or with, the analysis. I want you to mention one gap you have noticed and how you feel AI can close that gap.
Okay, the area of human resources, the AI can fill in the gap and the infrastructural gap at the same time. Yes, I think AI at the same time can help in turnaround time in those gaps, hereby saving the health sectors huge amount of money. Yeah, I think recently it was McKinsey and Harvard University, they reported that due to the efficiency of the AI filling the gap of human resources and the helping in the workflow efficiency, that they were able to save around $360 billion annually. So with that and the number of short staff we have, professionals, the AI can help fill in the gap.
Do you see yourself, well, finally, this is a final question for you. Do you see yourself developing an app, an AI app?
Honestly, I see myself.
Oh, you do? Tell us about it.
Actually, I look forward to following my studies if the opportunity was there. Basically, I want to be an AI clinical scientist, where I will develop an app that will help to detect something like breast cancer. Yes, lately I lost a colleague of mine late December to breast cancer. And when I was going to online, I found out that those in Western region, they have these AI developed tools that were able to detect breast cancer 5 years earlier. So I'm looking forward to align myself to that perspective.
Our condolences on your loss, Kenneth, and thank you so much for your
Thank
time.
you. Thank you.
Hi, Gloria.
Hi, Dr. Chiggy.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
So, let's talk a little bit about social media as it affects education, right?
Okay.
I had this conversation once where I actually had this as a topic. We're speaking to children in secondary schools about the effect of social media. But I'm going to ask you in your own words, what are some of the merits and demerits of social media as regards education itself? What are your thoughts?
Okay. And the aspect of the merits. Let me start from the merits first.
Okay.
From the aspect of the merits, social media have actually helped students to get some learning resources and also to connect with global students. Because with the use of WhatsApp, I personally, as a student, I have participated in online trainings with some people that are residing in London, UK, like it's actually learning process. So you get to connect with people, your professionals that are higher than you through social medias. But there are the aspects of the demerits, like, oh my God. I would say personally from my experience, I would say that there has been a lot of disadvantage, that is demerit. So a lot of distractions. Students nowadays, like with the use of social media, you see a student that is meant to be in class, they're actually on their phone, WhatsApp, posting, replying status, and you'll be like, what is going on? You are a student, you are in the class, you are chatting from WhatsApp to Facebook, from Facebook to Instagram. And if you go back to the hostel, you will not even relax. You will not even like cool your brain. You also continue with the social media at night. Like it's just a whole lot of distraction, and it has led to less focus and degrade in academic levels.
Absolutely. Let's talk about this is AI though, but it still applies. ChatGPT and plagiarism, where students no longer do research work.
Yeah.
How do you think parents and probably lecturers and of course people like you can help students or advise them, against plagiarism? Because it's easy to, type in a prompt into ChatGPT and it brings out, all manner of responses. So what would be your advice, concerning that
Okay,
trend?
like me now, like people that are close to me that are students, I always advise them. You have a smartphone, use your smartphone. Do not allow your smartphone to use you. You can use it as ChatGPT as a guide, but that doesn't dispense the importance of textbook or consulting somebody that is higher than you. Because even the social media, the ChatGPT does make mistakes. That sometimes you like, okay, you actually know this one. Let me just ask this AI. You will see that it is going going another direction. But consulting your textbook, and then you can actually ask somebody that is higher than you. See, I saw this thing somewhere, I saw this thing somewhere, like, what is actually the right thing? So I always advise them, manage how you use ChatGPT, like, all those things. They have errors because it was built in environment.
Sure. So there's addiction attached to using social media.
Yes.
Yeah. So how would you advise someone, maybe a friend or a colleague that says, I think I'm already addicted to this thing. What's the way out? It's affecting me and I know negatively. What would be your advice to this person?
Okay, I think it's simple. It's simple practice. It's all about striking balance and then telling yourself. They say that the best advice is the advice that someone is giving him or herself. This is just like you saying no. And if you just practice it, you see that nothing will happen. You say no. Like me today, I can say, okay, I will not visit my WhatsApp for like a couple of, you can do it. It's something that you can do. And then, as a student, you also need to go online and research. So what I will advise, and this is what I do, is a personal practice. My Facebook notification is off for, I can't remember the last time I on it. It's always off. So when I want to visit the social media, I'll just go there, relax, see information, and I'll come out. So my WhatsApp, my Facebook, all those, like, you off the notification. So anything that is coming in is when you decide that you want to visit the app. You visit the app and see what is going on there, and you come out. But in a situation where you allow the notification from Facebook, from Instagram, from TikTok, from WhatsApp, you just want to say, what is importance of health education? Let me just see you something. You will see Chineye tagged you on Facebook. You say, hey, Chineye tagged me. What is going on? You go and check what Chineye said. But if you off all the notification of your social media, when you decide to go there, you go there. Manage your time. Just simple.
So, in your opinion, what would be the most distracting social media platform?
Okay.
And why? Yeah.
Should I say Facebook? Because it's more of, there are a lot of things that's going on there. WhatsApp is coming up, you understand? With their upgrading, daily upgrading, they are now incorporated. If you want to post in your status, you can now add music and all that. But before, it was Facebook. You have Rail, you can post normal text, you have your stories, like a lot of things that are so sweet, like your body will just be doing you pepper. You want to go and see everything. So I think it's Facebook.
And finally, before we let you go, at what age do you think it's proper for parents to release smartphones to their children?
Okay. Like an adult from 18 is okay. It should be made in such a way that before you register to use a social media, that you use your NIN, your NIN, so that actually, I think from that age, maturity, you can say no. Unlike just allowing every age from 10 to, like, they are using phone and they don't even have the maturity to say actually no. They just want to see, and everything they are seeing, they are copying everything there.
Oh, wow.
So I think from 18 is okay.
It's okay. Thank you so much, my darling. Okay, thank you for joining us. You actually look like you're the one doing the interview. Okay, so we want to get to know you. Tell us a little about yourself.
All right, I'm Ochichon by name and a medical lab science intern. And actually, my interest in medical health practice started while I was still in my secondary school, while growing up, actually. So I just have this passion to help and save life. Actually, I intend studying medicine because that's just where the goal is. If you're not a medical doctor, how will you save life? But in the long run, I discovered that despite the fact that there are other aspects of health sciences you could actually go into and still save life. And so that's where I am currently. And
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So it's safe to say that you don't regret anything. And if that is the case, what was the turning point for you? At what point did you realize, oh, I'm in the right profession, although I didn't go for medicine at the end of the day, but I'm in the right profession. So what was the turning point for you, reading medical lab science?
All right. At a point where I have this curiosity in me to just make findings. And so I just have this burning desire to research and find out where things work and how to actually still make findings on things that are not existing. And so that's why I have this interest in HIV and AIDS, because while growing up, I discovered that I do hear that there have not been any form of permanent cure to HIV and AIDS. So that's where my interest now lies. So I believe that in the long run, something can still be done towards that. So this curiosity in me now deposited in me, I discovered that, oh, I'm in the right line as a medical lab scientist because I actually made inquiry from my counselors while growing up, and they told me to just go into research, with which I discovered that, yes, that's my line of interest. And so I believe that sooner than later, something will be found and something will be done concerning that.
I share your optimism, really, I do.
Thank you
And
very
I'm
much.
excited for you. Regardless, until you step out to do something about a dream, it's just what it is, a dream. Your dream is to one day be able to get a cure for HIV, or at least be in the corridors of activities around a cure for HIV. Now, what's your plan after internship to ensure that this begins to happen? Or you're just thinking, oh, I wish there's going to be a cure. I wish there's going. What's your plan after internship?
Okay, currently, to me, after my internship, I intend going further to go further in my studies, the masters, the PhD, and all that. And alongside with other health practitioners that have been working tirelessly behind the scene concerning this particular endemic issue on AIDS. I believe that the current trend, the drugs, that's the ART, that it has its own limitation for now, which I believe just some further years of research and tireless work, definitely there will be a progress beyond this level. Because 13 years back, because I tried to get the development and the trends, I discovered that before now there was nothing like that, and it's more or less like a death sentence. So currently now it's not like that again, and so looking to the future, definitely there should be something better, which I believe I'm still going to be part of the team that will work together and make something out of it.
Okay, so let's digress a bit. What do you do for fun?
Okay, aside sciences and loving knowledge, I'm into music, love teaching. So I teach sciences, the mathematical aspects, the physics, the chemistry, and also teach music, instruments, some music, musical instruments also. And this is just what I do for fun. And also used to earn, I also earn from it. So I earn from my passion.
No, beautiful. Now, how do you balance science and art? How do you balance science and art? On one hand, you're a medical laboratory scientist. On the other hand, you also teach music. So how do you balance the two?
Well, I will say that
Every second Every minute, every day, news is breaking news in your pocket.
The topic. And I'm going to ask you a direct question, and I need you to answer based off of your experience and expertise. Why do we still have vaccine hesitancy in Nigeria as it stands?
Okay, vaccine hesitancy. Yeah, but what's vaccine, by the way? To the layman, vaccine is any medicine that is used to prevent dangerous illnesses. So, but for some others, they are biological substances that are used to stimulate the immune system so that it can fight a particular pathogen. And then the disease does not come. So hesitancy, why do we still have hesitancy? For some reasons. Number one, from my niche as a pharmacist, what really comes to mind is if you are taking any medication, there are going to be side effects. So number one reason why there's hesitancy is because of fear of side effects. And sincerely speaking, there are side effects, but it's not as exaggerated as it's been published in the social media.
Sure.
All right. So, and then number two, again, the religious system has not helped matters in some places. So up till now, you see some religions still believe that vaccine is devil sent. And some of that, there's this conspiracy theory also that some of the vaccines, the intention is that there are chips introduced and then to reduce population, to reduce fertility. So because of this, people also are hesitant in taking a vaccine. One student still approached me. We look at the research, and up till now, you find out that some mothers don't even take their children for immunization. Thank you.
All right. So okay, first of all, my question is two-pronged.
Yeah.
Are they justified in their, in these doubts? Are they justified in their anxiety first? Then secondly, if we are so afraid of these vaccines, why is Nigeria not producing our own vaccines?
Okay, fine. Are they justified? Yes and no. For those who are ignorant, they're justified. Because what you don't know, you're going to react to it in a different way. But for those who know, they are not justified. Because when you talk about vaccination, let's get it right. You're not just protecting yourself. When you protect yourself, you also protect the community. So that those who cannot take vaccines, and there, of course, I know there are people who cannot take vaccine. If we are vaccinated, you and I are vaccinated, we further reduce the tendency for that illness coming down on more population and then affecting those who cannot be vaccinated. So if you know that vaccine is important, there's a policy in the nation, and then the new child and others have to be vaccinated, and you don't vaccinate, then the people are not justified. But where there is gap in knowledge, where there is gap in advocacy, where there is gap in awareness like you are creating now, and people are ignorant, perhaps they're justified to reject what they don't know. And then the social media might have negatively affected those people. Then secondly, why is Nigeria not producing vaccine? If you go back the memory lane, Nigeria started producing vaccine in 1940. And then around 1991 or so, that lab in Lagos will have to be shut down because it required a facelift. So, but since then, it has not seen the light of the day. So the question is why? A couple of reasons, of course. The willpower in the government. How is it? 2, research. The government very interested in research. Perhaps, yes, but the action to back it up. Do you have researchers being given the enabling environment? Do you have all necessary equipment to be able to establish our own lab? These are questions. Number 3, very important. We don't just go ahead to establish lab in Nigeria. If you establish a lab, what is the economic implication? Are we going to really make any positive gain? Is it cheaper getting in outside outsourcing vaccine or just establishing? These are questions that we have to look at we have to consider and to know why Nigeria is not producing its own vaccine. It was there before, but it stopped. So, but to now elevate it to WHO accepted, we have not been able to do that.
All right, so let's see if there's another perspective to that.
Okay.
Aside the political will
right.
of government, do you think that there could be some influence from big pharma, from, the West? Do you think there's, an intentional, what's the word now? An intentional plan of some sort, a grand plan to stifle vaccine production in West Africa, Nigeria particularly?
Okay, so I don't think so, because we are asking, for instance, why don't Funshaw do this thing? Then I'm blaming it on somebody. If you give me your offer, and I know that I have something better, nothing stops me from going ahead. We can only think about that if we constantly apply for certification. And having met the standard, we often turn down in giving us the certification that says you've met the required minimum standard to produce it. We've not gotten to that level. It's only when we get to that level and we say, okay, we are ready, come and inspect the first time, the second time, the third time, the fourth time. We keep saying, no, we are not qualified. Then we start thinking that there may be a conspiracy against us in establishing our own lab. Yeah.
Interesting. Now, there are a couple of concerns that's been, going around since the COVID, incident with vaccines, COVID vaccines.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on that?
COVID vaccine. Well, thank God we're alive to talk about COVID vaccine. It was not a nice time in this nation. In fact, the bigger nations thought we all have been dead. But somehow, we survived. Now, if you cast your mind back, there are a lot of things. Number one, when that vaccine, COVID vaccine came out, we know that, if you remember, the period was so short. It got accelerated approval. And people were saying, for God's sake, we know how vaccines are produced. It doesn't take just 1 month, 2 months, 3 years. But so people were hesitant. If I take this thing, what will happen to me? Secondly, very close to that, you remember let me not mention a particular, let me not mention. We remember one or two of those vaccines, people were having a cardiac side effects. We all know that. Some were having blood-related side effects. And so when people saw this, they were scared. Furthermore, the process of isolation and quarantine people, the way we started it, it was like police was used almost. So people, the whole thing was so, I don't know what word to use. So people were scared. So even those who had the symptoms have to hide away because of the approach. It was later people now, awareness was now being created on radio. People now know, see, this to make you better, this to even protect your family. Now people now coming now, see, I'm having symptoms and so on. And then they now were able to quarantine them. And then we got to where we are until we were able to overcome the situation. Finally, the vaccine. When the vaccine became available, we knew how it was distributed. we were not the first line. So we're not in the first line. So it came later. So it's like, so why are we second? Or why are we even third? So all these things make people. We had all the episodes we experienced during the COVID-19.
Interesting. So finally, before we let you go, what's the relationship between Gavi and Nigeria in terms of vaccine distribution and immunization?
Gavi is what now?
Sorry, Gavi, Gavi.
Okay.
Gavi. I don't know if you have heard about them. Gavi, they are the distributors when it comes to vaccines but regardless.
Okay.
Regardless.
Okay, coaching.
Tell us about cervical cancer, because I think that's the newest vaccination and immunization rave currently.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on cervical cancer vaccines?
What is good is a very impressive intervention, but awareness is still very poor. And fortunately, I've worked closely with people using HIV for almost 2 decades now. We see women are still ignorant of this and many other places, but I will advocate that people should be educated. And then the church platform, the religious platform are good places to use. For those of us in the Southeast, August meeting are good places to use for advocacy of that. I think with that, the uptake of cervical cancer vaccine, we appreciate.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr.
It's my
Funsho, for
pleasure.
your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you for joining us on the show.
Thank you, ma'am.
You've heard this quote by John C. Maxwell, that everything rises and falls on leadership.
Yes.
Do you agree? And if you do, what are your reasons for agreeing with this quote?
Thank you for that. I quite agree with that quote. Everything rises and falls on leadership, because nothing changes except someone takes a lead. Anything that we've ever seen that has been accomplished. Right. Everything that you see that have been accomplished so far is being done by someone who finds the courage to get it done. So when someone says that everything rise and fall on leadership, it's more like telling you that leadership has a greater role to play in every event in life.
Okay. So who would you say is, for you, was the greatest leader of all times? In social media parlance, the GOAT of all time, greatest of all time in terms of leadership.
I think of Nelson Mandela.
Okay.
I think of Nelson Mandela each time. Someone that has a greater influence in me as it has to do with leadership. Because I think of Nelson Mandela.
So why Nelson Mandela?
I see, even before him becoming the first Black South African president, he found a cause, which means an apartheid the discrimination of the Black people in which he's part of, and he was so passionate at seeing that narrative change to the point that even when he got arrested, he still sticks to his goal of that South Africa belongs to all, not just to the white dominance. And even after his 27 years in imprisonment and finally becoming the first Black African president, he never took it personal as to start advocating for a revenge at the white dominance, but seek for unification of the nation as a whole. So each time I studied Nelson Mandela, I see someone who finds a cause to die for, and then who sold his life to that zeal and accomplished it.
Interesting. So with this in mind, how would you rate currently in Nigeria, how would you rate the leadership style of the political class in Nigeria?
Okay, if I'm allowed to make my own opinion in that area, I would say that first of all, we seems to don't have a model for leadership in Nigeria. We in Nigeria we talk about only um, leadership based on what can I do each time I'm in this office. What is my benefits? People tend to take up leadership not really because they see a change, they want to they want to accomplish a change, but because they want to it's their turn. It's my turn to eat. It's my time to dine and wine with the elites. So that's basically what I think of current trajectory of leadership in Nigeria.
Someone was telling me quite recently that shouldn't it be better to allow women to take up very sensitive, positions in leadership, seeing that it's as though the men are failed. But what's your take? Do you think women will make more, more effective leaders?
Well, I've quite had that a lot where the advocates that women are more they're not prone to corruption because they are mothers, they has the feeling of right and wrong and all of that. I quite agree with that, but I think this is not about this is not gender based. It's about a social problem that we've been into for a very long time, which has conditioned our mind to think in certain ways that once I'm in a leadership position, it is my turn to dine and wine, and it's my turn to eat, my turn and leave. Once I leave, they forget about me. So this is not about gender thing. This is about a social problem that we all face as a people.
Now, if you were governor for a week, what would you do differently?
Okay. If I'm a governor for a week, what will I do differently? Like I said, purpose has to first of all understand the why of leadership before taking up the leadership itself. Being a governor means that you are, of course, you are in charge. You have the authority in your hand to dictate the course of events. Now, the thing is that money that comes for the people must be used for the people. That's one of the things that I think of. Anything that comes for a particular project must be used in that project, no diversion, no embezzling of funds and all of that.
All right. So finally, what would be one leadership trait you wish was taught in school or every young person knew?
Responsibility and accountability. If we were taught that I am in this position, not because I am the best, but because I've been entrusted to bring about a change, then I should be responsible enough to handle that position carefully and also account to whichever body that needs it. Accountability keeps you in check. Keeps you in check so that even if at any point you want to divert, you remember that, see, I am going to account for this particular thing. And at that point, I will be kind of controlled.
Thank you so much. Leadership, qualities, accountability, and responsibility. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jeffrey, so tell us where you are in life currently.
All right. Hello, Dr. Chiggy. So, about my life, where I am currently, in that phase of my life where I'm developing myself, I'm developing my passion because I have passion for business. You understand? Not just business. I love service to humanity. So I like it when I'm in that growing phase. You understand? Understanding that meeting people is part of business development, and that you might not know whom you're going to meet tomorrow. You understand? So connectivity is also one vital point I take personal in this phase of my life. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Very sensitive area, actually, if you ask me. But my question now is, on one hand, you work in a hospital. On the other hand, you're a business developer or development expert.
Yes.
How did that happen? How did your interest get, that wide from science, healthcare to business development?
All right. What actually my intention for actually going into business is that, when you go to school, you just go to school to acquire knowledge. You understand about a particular field, and I'm not the person to go into school and study a particular course that will not be relevant in my life. Now, I want a situation where I can actually go into a medical line of business, a business line of this thing that relates to medical aspect. You understand? So that being said, also I want to also harness other field. You understand? Hence the reason for my actually going into different distant business sectors.
Okay, so how so far how has that panned out for you? What are some of the wins you experienced? Although you said you're still in the learning phase, but you must have tried your hands on one or two things in terms of business development. So how has that been? What's your testimony so far?
Well, it's been going great. Like I've met a lot of people. I've met a couple of should I say, I'll call them friends now and colleagues. You understand? And also I've actually I've been working towards developing some kind of businesses outside my medical profession. You understand? And I am, to God be the glory, I can say that everything has been perfect so far. So that's it.
Okay, so there's this question I was supposed to ask before now, because I'm sure some people are wondering, like I am, what exactly is business development? What does it entail? What's the job?
Yeah, okay. Business development is all about expanding the size of your business, the revenue, and also making your product or service in such a way that it can meet up the competitiveness of the market. Because, for example, let me give you an example. When you have Coca-Cola and you have Pepsi, you understand, there is a household name. The household name there is Coca-Cola. You understand? Pepsi, for example, as a product, cannot sell above Coca-Cola. If I go to market to go and buy Okpa, and there is Pepsi 500, there's Coke 500, I always go for Coke. Because in Africa or in Nigeria, they always feel, yeah, Pepsi is substandard than Coke. You understand? So that competitiveness there is the reason why Coke will always top Pepsi. Also, if I should give you an example again, let's say Indomitable as a product. There are lots of companies producing noodles now, but the household name is actually Indomitable. So in my own actual sense, I feel like I know that now that I'm going into business, maybe a medical business or some other business, I want to be a household name. That name that every other person, like that name that is in every household. You understand? So that is my own, should I say, my own view of business.
Okay, so let's talk hypothetically for a bit. There's this business that's been struggling for, let's say, 3, 4, 5 years, and they come to you to consult as a business development expert, and you say, okay, let me have a look at your books. What are the major indices that you're looking out for in that business to point out where the problem is coming from?
Okay, first of all, in every business, just like in every family, there is always the head of the family. So in every business, there's always a team of managers. You understand? So first of all, you have to scrutinize them to know if they are doing their job well. Their job in the sense that their employees are their expertise in such areas, or you're just employing people because you feel like you need to fill in gaps. Also, you look at your market target, you understand, and your market strategies. What are the things you're not doing right? You get. So when you come to the market, you notice that, yeah, I'm selling oil, but my oil is not being should I say, people are not buying my goods or my oil, but they're buying this. You understand? So what is it I'm doing wrong? I'll go back, draw another timetable and call a seminar meeting. You understand? That's why you see some businesses. For example, let me use Obi Kubana. You see him like engaging his team into some kind of seminars, growing them, grooming them. You get, that is, they actually need to achieve this. They need to remain focused. Also, you have to understand that in the world we are today, social media is a vital, should I say, sector you get in business development. If your business is not growing, if it's not booming, actually it might be because your targeted audience are not seeing them. You get. So I will also use somebody like what's his name again? Cubana Chief Priest, for example. He's an entertainer, you get. And before becoming an entertainer, he was known to be a hype man and all. But at some point in life, that name, Cubana Chief Priest, Obi Cubana, who is the main Cubana, you understand, was not seen. He needed to see himself, you get. But behind the scene, the layers and Cubana Chief Priest started introducing him to social media. You understand? Hence why he's still coming up. And people start seeing him that, yeah, this is the main owner of this Cubana group. You understand? So he now he embodies this Cubana group, and is now a household name in every house. That if you talk about Cubana, you're talking about entertainment, you're talking about hospitality and others. So that is it.
All right, so a final question,
All right.
very quickly.
Go
How do you
ahead.
change the perception of customers? You understand? Because you did mention Coke and Pepsi. How is it that you can change perception so that they will, not really a sheep, they'll start looking towards the other, product that seems to be an underdog in the market?
Well, that's a very important question. Thank you for that. So what I always advise is this. There's this book, this recent book written by Otadola, the popular Femi Otadola. He said that one thing you have to aspire in a business is customer satisfaction. I'm into interior design, you understand? At some point because I was a student then, so I was always eager to make the money, quick money, you understand? But at some point, I noticed that people don't call me back. I went back, you understand? I started studying more about this to know, yeah, how do I need to go from here to here? Do you get? So that was when I realized that, yeah, I'm all about the price. So I started talking about how do I satisfy my clients. Now, if, for example, this product and this product, I'm supposed to use the both of them, and my client says that, okay, should he go to the market and buy it? How much is he going to buy it? I'll tell him, okay, if you go to the market, you can buy it for 1,000 naira, but I can give you for 900 naira. You understand? Because I can give him for 900 naira, I've already satisfied him. You understand? So he will now come to me, and again, giving him quality goods is one vital thing. If your services has quality, and you are able to satisfy your clients, I mean, why wouldn't they come back?
All right.
You understand? So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey, for your time.
You're welcome.
So I'm told that we need to go on a very short break by my producer. So just give us a few minutes and then we'll get back to the interview. Thank you very much.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
faster, and my heart could slow it down. Turn small starts into
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to New Day, your favorite weekend show on Signature TV. And this is a New Day special because we are also breaking a Guinness World Record for the most interviews conducted in 12 hours. I will be your host, Dr. Chiggy Chiagorom. And behind me, I'm going to quickly introduce our witnesses and our timekeepers. By my right, is Barrister Edwin. Barrister, just wave your hand. Beside him is Barrister Ngozi Yosiobi. And then our timekeepers, Coach Pascal and Coach Uche. Put your hands together for them. And without further ado, I'd like to call up my first guest so that we can get into the business of the day. All right. Oh, hi. Hi, Jennifer. Thank you for joining us on the show.
It's a pleasure.
You look quite sporty.
Thank you.
All right. So tell us, what's your perception of social media as a whole? What's your perception? Do you think the pros are much more than the cons, or the cons are much more than the pros? What's your general perception of social media? And please don't be biased because every Gen Z loves social media. So okay, so just tell us from an unbiased point of view.
Okay, as we all know that social media is a digital platform
Okay.
for connection and social networking, where people tend to share their life updates and families tend to engage based on people that don't live together. I can take myself as an example. My husband is not in Nigeria. So with the help of social media like Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, we're able to communicate even with the distance. So in as much as Facebook now, the cons tends to trend more than the pros. But that does not mean that the good aspect of it does not outweigh the negative impact of it. For example, now when it comes to health sector, during COVID, for example, we're able to know what is happening in other parts of the world through social media, and we're able to take preventive measures by. I can remember that there was a 1 year whole lockdown where people stay on their, like, there was no social gathering, no burials, no weddings, because we're able to take preventive measures due to social media. We're able to know how severe the pandemic was. And now what is now reigning now is Lassa fever. In as much as we're hearing the occurrence in Lagos, but we on ourselves have known that Lassa fever is back and everybody's taking preventive measures. So in as much as there is cons and pros, but I believe that the positive aspect outweighs the negative aspect of it.
Okay, so let's talk social media and relationships. How
Okay.
do you think social media has impacted relationships?
Okay, I would say that social media have actually impacted many relations, especially marriage. In as much as many homes were saved because of issue of childbearing. There are some people, there are some women that cannot conceive naturally. That's when people started getting to know about IVF and surrogacy. So now, social media tends to save many homes and give many women privilege to be called a mother and to feel that emotion of being a mother, and not tend to destroy marriages. Instead, it helps to give many homes opportunity to hear a cry of a child in their homes, and even make the couples tend to not fall apart because, like they said, the root of every marriage is childbearing.
Yeah. Okay, so what's your take on cyberbullying? Because it has increased ever since social media became a thing. So what's your thought on that?
Yeah, like for me, I don't like Twitter. I take Twitter as a platform for bullying. Like people tend to talk rousy, like insult people. Yeah, bullying, cyberbullying has become a thing for people. In terms of people tends to talk without even checking the person they are bullying, how the person can handle the emotional trauma that are given the person. For instance, there's this woman on Facebook, her name is Hey Tutorial. I love her because she tends not to take what people say about her to heart, because she had difficulty in conceiving naturally. So she gave birth to her third child now through IVF. Even with the cyberbullying and everything, she tends to handle it maturely and wisely. And with her story, she tends to also encourage others that might feel that society might isolate themselves from them in terms of bullying. So that's it.
All right. So do you think people are giving out too much on social media, which is why they become targets for cyberbullying?
I believe that social media is a kind of a deceiving platform in terms of I give out what I want people to know about. Like if I want to trend, I know what to do. So people tend to give out what they want the people to see or to look at. For instance, I cannot calculate my life with what I see on social media because they tend to put out what they want people to see or what they want people to know about. For instance, Vicky James, people were bashing her. She had been pregnant all this while she had been posting, but nobody knew about it until she is ready to put it out there. So I believe that when people tend to do what they think will help them trend online, because now people follow the trend based on Jay-Z and all this stuff. People tend to follow the trend, know what is happening. So if I want to trend, I know the bad thing I will do that will involve me sharing some things I want people to see, not like what is happening in my life.
Yeah.
But I tend to just put it out there for people to just get to talk about it and think they know me. But it's just what I want to feed them.
All right. Thank you so much for your time and for joining us on the show.
Thank you.
All right. So you look well put together, by the way.
Thank you very much.
So tell us very briefly, you're a sports enthusiast. You love soccer. I know you that much.
Yeah.
Tell us the last incident with you playing soccer.
Okay. the last incident I encountered in football was actually occurred on the 25th of December. I'm very, very enthusiastic when it comes to football, and I support Manchester United.
Mm.
So back there in the village, I used to play for them at every interval, at every village match, at every Christmas occasion. So I happened to play for my village against this tough team, and then I happened to get injured. And then it was actually devastating for me. At some point, I told myself I'm going to quit. But sitting here, I don't think I'm going to quit anytime soon.
That's right. Can you tell us the nature of the injury that you sustained during that match?
Okay, I sustained, a left eye injury. Meeting my doctor, she told me that, it was a trauma, actually, because, we went for the ball. Me and my opponent, we went for the ball. And then he handed me an elbow on my left eye. And then it was that bad. So on visiting my doctor, so she told me that I was very, very lucky that, the inner part of my eye was not injured, but I had a hematoma, which of course, my left eye was closed entirely. But I was lucky I got through it, and then I'm back here.
Interestingly, you continued with that match regardless of the injury.
Yes, I
Would
did.
you say you're a persistent person and a resilient person? And is there any other activity or any other happening that you could use to say, oh, why I think I'm a resilient person? Yeah.
Yeah, I think in general, I'm very, very consistent, not just in football, but in everything I do in life. Take for instance, I'm a medical lab scientist. And then I've partnered, in the past with, companies that, they are premier suppliers of medical equipment. I've also, been trained with Reddit Nigeria when it comes to, disease surveillance of neglected tropical diseases. And then I have taken my duty as a scientist very personal. So when it comes to persistence and consistency, I'm there. I'm very, very hardworking. And then I'm very, very eager to, learn.
So tell us quickly your work as a surveillance officer. What does it entail? You're explaining to a lay person. What does it mean to be a surveillance officer?
Okay. In basic terms, what it means to be a surveillance officer is simply taking notes of how disease spread, of the occurrence, of the modalities and mortality of the disease, how far the disease have eaten up, how far the disease have spread across the society. So, over time, I have discovered that when you talk about epidemiology, we are talking about, taking cognizance of how this disease spread. Take, for instance, when I was trained, with Reddit Nigeria as a surveillance officer, we went to one local government in Delta State, and then we happened to discover that the level of Borrelia ulcer have spread across the society. So we started taking notes. We started, taking records of people who have, encountered this disease, people who have caught and people who have been caught in the past, and people who are also prone to the diseases. So, in other words, surveillance means taking note of how this disease spread, the epidemiological data of this disease, and then how it can be controlled and prevented.
So this skill now, how do you use it in maybe forecasting or predicting reoccurrence or re-emerging infection and diseases? Case in point, Lassa fever. Okay. How does surveillance help us to fight resurgence of diseases like Lassa fever?
Lassa fever. Okay. Take for instance, I think Lassa fever, the first occurrence of Lassa fever, I think that was in Abakaliki. Okay, so the occurrence helps us to know the extent of the disease, because if we understand the extent of the disease, we can be able to retrace and be able to know how we can prevent the disease. So this surveillance gives you data. You can be able to know how many people that we are predisposed. Then from there, we can be able to estimate and then analyze. And with the data, we can be able to know how many people that can be cured in the future.
So finally, before we let you go, how formidable is Nigeria's re-emerging disease database? How formidable is it? Because we're not really known to have very formidable databases, but when it concerns health, we expect more should be done. So how formidable is it?
I think Nigeria is still a low medium and income country. And then a lot of organizations, especially non-governmental organizations, have been putting a lot of work out there. Even governmental policies has actually been out there, to enhance this disease surveillance. And of course, help to manage this disease. But we are not yet formidable enough, to fight these diseases, especially like Lassa fever and other virulent diseases.
But I think so much has been done so far. Just like I said, Radiant Nigeria, they have been doing so well, in countering these neglected tropical diseases. But so far, I think we are not formidable enough. We still need to do more.
Still need to do more. Thank you so much for your time and joining us on the show.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you look really pretty.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so tell us one thing you wished adults, I know we are all adults, but older
Yeah.
adults knew about the younger generation. One major thing you feel they knew about, this younger generation so that we'll relate better.
I think the older generation should know that the younger generation are very disciplined and consistent in anything that they decide that they want to do. They are very, very ambitious. Like the hustle spirit is very burning in we younger generations. And sometimes, most times, they see us on our phones lying in bed and think, oh, you're not doing anything, you're always pressing your phone. But most times, like we are working on our phone. Most times, some of us work remotely and we have like jobs that we do. Some people are like social media managers and then they work on their phone. But your parents see and they think, oh, you're just pressing your phone, you're inside all day, but they don't know we are working. We're very ambitious and we have like hustler spirits in us and we are always working and trying to find ways to grow and be better.
Absolutely. So tell us one project or activity, something that you're currently working on.
I love writing, so I have like a few things that I'm still working on trying to put out. I write on Substack currently, and I release articles every Friday by 6 p.m. and people read and they resonate with the kind of things I say. So I still have like maybe a couple of things to still write and put out. So that's what I'm working on currently. And I'm also trying to work on building a community of young women like myself who are young professionals and are trying to build their career. I know it's not easy and sometimes work can like get hold of us and we don't have time to create that work-life balance. We don't have time for ourselves. You go to work by 8, come back by 4, you're very tired. You don't have the time to take yourself out, take care of yourself as a woman. So I also hope to create a community of women that, we can cheer ourselves up and once in a while come together and just do like girly things and things that we enjoy.
I understand completely. So what do you write about as an upcoming writer? What's your niche?
I would say I write about everything. Sometimes I write about how I'm feeling. When I'm overwhelmed, that's when I write. I love reading too. So my writing came from the job I was doing last year. So it was really depressing for me. And I needed like an outlet to bring out the feelings I was feeling. So that's how I started writing. And one day I wrote something and I put it out and shared it to my friends. Everybody was like, oh my God, it's so good. They shared it to like their own friends. And everybody was like, I did not know you write so well. And that was just how it started. So I just write about the things I'm feeling and the things that I know that younger people like myself can resonate with and can, relate to. So sometimes when I write and people read it, they'll be like, this is exactly how I'm feeling. This is exactly what's going on in my life right now. And yeah, so that's it.
Brilliant.
Thank
so
you.
What's your advice on work-life balance?
My advice on work-life balance would be to protect your peace and have boundaries. You know your work time and you know your personal time. You should be able to protect your personal time. And when you're at work, let your focus be on work and not what's going on outside and what your problems are. Keep your problems outside. Focus on your work. Then when you leave work, focus on yourself. Have hobbies. Have things you do that you enjoy. Stay with your family, your loved ones. If you have a relationship, make time for your partner. Do you understand? Because sometimes women tend to, work. Me, I'm up for career lady ahead, but then you have to like also create a balance between your home, your partner, your kids, for those that have kids, and then your siblings too, and then other things. Just have a balance, have hobbies. Your work should not just be about you. Your work should not define you. You should be someone outside of your job, not just like, oh, I'm a med lab scientist, so that's the only thing that defines me. No. I also have like other things that define me.
It's quite interesting you mentioned relationship because it leads me to my final question to you.
Okay.
Where is that on your scale of preference? Because you did mention earlier your girls, hanging out with your girls, your work, your side hustle. But I was going to ask you, where is relationship and marriage in your scale of preference?
For me, I think I would say career comes first for me. Yes, before any man. So for me, it's like my, my mental health, career, then maybe a man just somewhere under there.
All right.
It's not really a priority right now.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank
I
you so
appreciate the
much.
conversation.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, welcome, and thank you for joining us on
Thank
the
you so
show.
much.
So, beyond looking beautiful, what else do you do?
Okay, my name is Jen Francis, and I am a workflow specialist.
A workflow specialist.
Yeah.
Do you mind walking us through what that means?
Okay. I know a lot of us have heard what virtual assistants are, right?
Yes.
So they manage emails, they schedule meetings, and they do research.
Yes.
So my work is to build systems that make that easier.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, how did that journey start for you?
I started as a technical writer. So I write SOPs, I write onboarding processes, and then from there, a client wanted me to upskill, and he loved my efficiency and my proactiveness. So he referred me, and I was able to upskill using ALX. I upskilled as a virtual assistant, and I started with administrative work, and from there, I transitioned to operations, and from there, I was sponsored to upskill again into AI automation, and that's how I got here.
Okay, so wow, I'm impressed.
Thank you.
So, was it something you had to read in school? Did you get a certificate in school, or is the skill you picked up and then everything just blew up from there?
No, I'm a public health graduate, and I work as a programs coordinator, but I picked it up as a skill. Yeah.
So how do you manage to combine the two very difficult, disciplines? How do you manage your time and, of course, yourself?
It's doable. There's something called work-life balance, right? So most times it just depends on the kind of clients that I take on. So most times I do not take UK clients. So I have just one, but from other time zones, I have a lot of other clients from there. But I try to manage it as well as put in time for myself because I still stay with my family, and I'm a girl child, so I have to do chores and take care of my siblings. So all of that is in my calendar, and I schedule meetings as well as my clients schedule time to meet with me. Yeah.
So someone is intrigued by what you're saying, and she's saying, so how can I become a virtual assistant? Walk us through that.
Okay. Getting into virtual assistants is, first off, when you go on the internet and you go on TikTok, a lot of people say virtual assistants is saturated, right? But the thing is, you have to niche down and check for niches that are less populated and try and take it from there. So you can just go on Google and type virtual assistant. You are going to see a lot of free resources. There are a lot of academies that offer free trainings. There are a lot of coaches that coach one-on-one. So it depends on the pace you want to take and the roadmap that you want to take, and go from there.
Okay, so finally, your job as a healthcare professional is a 9 to 5.
No, remotely. I negotiate
Tell
all
us
my
about
work.
that. Tell us about that too.
Okay, so I work for a next gen. They are an AMR company, antimicrobial resistance. Yeah. So my vision started from school. I school at FOAS, Federal University of Allied Health Sciences, and I joined the antimicrobial resistant club there. And it's such a powerful thing that community does. So it was able to open me up to a lot of opportunities, and I was able to network with a lot of experts, and that was word of mouth. And I was they referred me, and the company loved my pitch, and they loved my portfolio and the work that I've been doing, and that's how we went from there.
Wow. So dynamite still come in small packages. Thank you so much
Thank
for your
you so
time.
much.
Okay, thank you for joining us, Chisum. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Okay, so tell us, what excites you about your job?
Okay. Currently, I love public speaking a whole lot. So I'm working as a PA to an engineering consultancy firm. So what excites me about it is the fact that I get to meet people,
Hmm.
because as someone that speaks in public, I enjoy the fact that I can talk to people and they relate to what I have to say. That's just it.
Hmm. Okay, so in the course of your work, what will be that personality that, or who will be that personality that you met that totally changed your life?
Okay. I won't say totally changed.
Okay, but at least a little tiny bit.
Yeah, my boss, because she kind of have the same attitude as me. Sort of, she loves talking to people and inspiring young girls as well.
Mm.
So on that view, I kind of attached to her, clicked with her easily, because she's this kind of person that, like, okay, if you put a mic to her on her face, she already knows what to say immediately and adapt to it. So it just had that made me.
What would be that one skill that you'd say you have learned, understanding your boss and working for your boss? Just that, it could be a soft skill, actually. That one skill.
The skill I learned actually is videography. I love taking videos of things, mostly maybe because I just love creating memories. So when I'm not speaking or when I'm not talking to somebody, I get to just video, get some things. I just want to see reactions of people. And when I watch it back, I'll be like, whoa, this is really nice. That's just it.
Good. So tell us, you said you do like public speaking and you do it every now and then. How
Not
has
like-
that panned out, for you? Have you gone pro or you're still honing your skills? How is that aspect of your life currently?
Okay, not pro actually. I am a medical lab scientist.
Okay.
So I've loved public speaking right from when I was younger. I actually want to transition into a pro by going for conferences and actually learning some basic skills about it.
Okay.
I've worked with some persons,
Okay.
a couple of companies that love me to like talk
Yeah.
out for them, some TV stations and all, even though that's not my field, but because they kind of enjoy the way that I speak to people. So they just want to work with me. So it's not like I'm a pro yet, but I wish to get there. That's just it.
Oh, great. So where do you see Chisom in the next 10 years?
Okay. I see myself as a renowned public speaker, actually, particularly in the cases of health, basically in the cases of health and in the cases of maybe young girls that need help. Yeah.
Okay, so you're niching it down to young girls, trying to help them with what exactly?
I just don't like the idea of young girls that are being abused.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's just basically, I just want to help speak to young girls and them to know what abuse is all about, because they just feel like abuse is just mostly about the physical thing. They don't know that it affects the mind actually. Mentally, psychologically, they might think that this is the right thing, but they don't know that you are being abused. So I just feel like I want to be educating them about knowing that this is not this, and these are these. It's not only when someone punches you, that's when it's an abuse.
Yeah. Yeah,
What
yeah.
someone says to you, just as a joke or something,
Okay.
might be an abuse to you. So
Sure.
a lot of people do not know that. And from time to time, it affects kids a whole lot. But from time to time, I think girls, because I'm a woman, I'm not a man, so I don't know how they relate. But because I'm a woman, there are just some things you say, it might not get to me immediately, but as I step out, it keeps ringing. So that's an abuse. I just see that that's an emotional damage. So I just want people to know that abuse is not just about the physical thing.
Sure, sure. Thank you so much, Chisom, and we wish you all the best in your quest. God
All right.
bless you.
Thank you. Thank
Welcome back, ma. So, very quickly.
Mrs. Ibe.
Yes.
Cordelia, retired nurse. Yes.
No, we're good.
Yes.
So, very quickly, at what trimester should a pregnant mother go for antenatal checkups or at least visit the clinic for the first time?
In fact, immediately you notice you have missed your period, you should go and start antenatal. Yes, and receive care. And know that antenatal care is that care given to them that will help from the day of conception to day of delivery.
Yeah.
And is to ensure safe delivery and safe delivery of live baby and without any affect the maternal health or life.
All right. So, we do know from experience that there are some drugs that they are given when they come to antenatal, and there are some tests that they go through. Can you walk us through some of the drugs that a pregnant woman is expected to receive from antenatal?
During
visits?
antenatal, that mother, pregnant mother, should receive tetanus toxoid injection twice in that pregnancy to protect her and her baby from tetanus. Then receive routine drugs. Those routine drugs include folic acid, festolate, multivitamin C, then calcium. They are very, very necessary, very important. And not only that, they also take preventive anti-malaria, which we call SP, or intermittent treatment of malaria. SP, sulfadazine, permetamine. They should take it twice, from 16 weeks. Then after 1 month, they take another one, twice in pregnancy. Very, very, very important.
Okay, so for most women, well, I'll not say for most women, but it's usually what we see every now and then, where women who have indication for CS, cesarean section, they will insist, or their family members will insist, saying that "Oga mukawa" in Hebrew.
No.
So what's your advice, when women get to their point where they are advised to go for a cesarean section and they are insisting on vaginal childbirth?
Please, my advice to such person is that person should not insist in what they are saying. He should think of her life and that baby. She should go to the hospital and do that cesarean section to save her life and the baby, because it's in that hospital that they will know. They said they detect that the pelvis is not adequate. And once it's not adequate, there's no harm. There's no way you are going to deliver your baby by vagina except through that cesarean section. So it's very, very important. Let them not say they will deliver like women of Hebrews, something like that.
But in those, in olden days, how do women with narrow pelvis, how do they give birth? Because there are no CS operations then. How do they give birth?
I don't know, but that time, I think that time, some of them, maybe they place them on some drugs, their baby will be very small, something like that. And maybe they will say, so a lot of people died during that time. And some of them, their baby died in their utero. So it's better to go to the hospital than to stay at home.
So, mommy, finally, how can we prevent preeclampsia?
You prevent preeclampsia by going to the hospital and check your blood pressure, check your urine for protein. Then, for that antenatal care, because there you see, they will check you and know whether you also notice here that you are increasing inside your lesser, swollen, something, and even facial expression, you see your whole face is swollen. Then, in the hospital, you see that they will tell you, madam, your blood pressure is high. And not only that, you see how you are big like that. And there is protein in your urine. Therefore, you have to come to the hospital and they will manage you very well before you enter into fit or something like that. And that's in case many of our mothers.
True. All right, thank you so much, ma'am, for your time.
Thank you very much.
So, Barrister Chinyere Federa,
Hello.
you're a barrister,
Yes.
you're a lawyer, trained, certified, you've practiced for some time.
Yes.
But currently, you are known as a children's book author. How did that transition happen for you?
That started while I went on a career break from 2019. I started writing for children, and in 2020, during the pandemic year, I began to publish for children. And so that's since that time till now, that has been the case.
Wow.
While still practicing a scaled back version of law. Yes.
So you're having the best of both worlds.
I would say
Kind
that.
of. Tell us about Mma Maid. So Mma is this character that many children are in love with. How did you come up with the name and with the character, Mma?
I believe the name came because I have a daughter. I do have two daughters now, and there is Imma in their names, and it's likely from that.
So you stuck from there.
It's likely from there. I wasn't consciously thinking about it, but it's likely from there.
Great. So how do you think books can be used to build on the value system, of our children, seeing what social media is doing? How do you think books can help?
Books are the balance that we need currently in this age, and that's why I keep singing the song of get books for your children, read to your children, assist them when they begin to know how to read, because books take you away from the noise. It builds the brain, it repairs the brain. So in this day and age, every household have a time for reading where starts with 10 minutes, go to 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and you would not, in years to come, you will see that you don't even have to tell them. They will pick up the books by themselves and begin to read.
Absolutely. So tell us the reason or the purpose behind the ENUGU Children's Teen Festival.
Wow, I'm so in love with that festival because it's a very big celebration of children's books, children's reading, children's learning. It's like a big party. We want children to see that apart from bouncy castles and screens and sweets, that books are so fun that you can actually have a big party for it. So that's really the reason. We want to spark the joy and nurture the love for reading in children in Enugu. So that's why that festival holds.
So this year or last year was the second or the third installment?
Last year was the second installment.
Second installment, and we're going to see it happen annually. So what would you say? I guess it's too early to talk about impact, but what has been some of the outcomes of the STEAM festival, having run for 2 installments now?
I believe that the feedback from the parents, we got feedback instantly and we are still getting feedback, and we are measuring based on the repeats. We're measuring impact based on the repeat attendance, and because it's not just a one-day festival, it's a 2-day festival. The fact that parents are bringing their kids out for a 2-day event is also something, and the children are telling us instantly that, oh, this is fine, I want this book. They're making their parents buy books for them. So we're beginning, it's still, like you said, too early, but I think that from maybe this year, we'll be able to measure and say, oh, between the times we started holding this festival up to this point, are your kids reading? Tell us what it is like at home.
Important job you're doing, and we wish you all the best. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Julian.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for joining us on the show.
Thank you so much.
So, are you a bodybuilder?
Oh, yeah. I'm a certified fitness coach.
You are?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Okay. It started last 3 years. Okay, with a friend.
Okay.
Okay, I met him. Actually, he sells clothes. So I met him when I wanted to pick up my clothes. So he's very huge. I love his body structure. So I was like, man, I would like to be like you. So he said, okay, that he's a coach and that I can come to his training every Mondays at school camp ENUGU here. So I said, okay, I'm gonna join you, and that was how it started.
Actually, you look actually 2 times bigger than the last time I saw you. So
Absolutely.
what's your limit in bench presses?
Okay, I can go like 50. I can go like 50 depending on what I'm building. Okay, so I can go like 50.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tell us, Julian Technologies,
Julian Technology
Technologies.
Agency.
Tell us about that.
Okay, Julian Technology Agency is actually it's meant to be a freelance company.
Okay.
All right, a global freelance company. But last year I had to change the structure.
Mhm.
After I fully embrace artificial intelligence. So I decided to make it transform it to an agency where we got to meet business and clients' needs. Okay, so that was how the whole thing started.
So your love for artificial intelligence,
Yeah.
how did that start for you? You told us about how bodybuilding started for you. How
Yeah.
did AI start for you?
Okay, AI started back in 2023. Okay, so it was a time when I was trying to see a way to scale up my finances. Okay, so I I got to I was opportune to meet the first wave of AI. Okay, when ChatGPT was the news of the town, so I embraced it. I started trying to test one or two things with ChatGPT, first. But in a long run, I was able to meet Gemini. Okay, so Gemini transformed everything. Okay, because with Gemini alone, I can do unthinkable.
I actually see.
Yes.
I actually see it every now
So,
and then.
so that is how it started. I started using Gemini to create business brand identity. Okay, logos. Okay, I started crafting out what we call avatar. Okay, so a client can come around and say, okay, I need an avatar that would represent my brand, maybe a fashion brand. Okay, so you give me your specification, I build your avatar, and I also transform the avatar look like more like a human. Okay, and then advertise the product.
Okay, so I'm thinking there has to be some drawbacks. Of course, there are laid down, anxiety about AI.
Yeah.
But there's this school of thought that says that using AI videos and pictures does not get you, does not get your ratings and your, analytics up when it comes to
Okay.
social media. How true is this?
I don't think so. Okay, that is not really true. Okay, because the fact is, if you're good at using AI as a tool, all right, you can make AI look not AI. That is it, and that's my goal. That is how I've been doing it. Okay, that's what you know keeps me from the usual. Okay, like I always focus on making AI not look like AI. All right, so I know of someone who has just two AI videos on TikTok, and he has over 100,000 followers. Okay, so if that is possible, trust me, he actually made that AI not look AI. Okay, so that is it.
Wow, I wish I had you here longer to talk about this, but I have to let you go. Thank you so
Thank you
much
so
for your
much,
time.
Ma.
All right. MC Nnemeka Aziude, thank you so much for joining us.
You're
on the
welcome.
show.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so I want us to talk about something that is a little bit controversial. Are you ready?
Okay.
What are some of the issues you have with the Gen Zs? I know you're a millennial, just like me. So, what are some of the issues? They will not come for you. I'll protect you. Don't worry. So, what are some of the,
As though you are reading my mind, but that's a rather controversial discourse.
Yeah.
During the course of this interview, I've seen some of them, and well, I wouldn't say is an issue I have with them. It actually translates to how do I put it now? One of the advantages they have, they are always outspoken. The millennials who were taught to endure through life. Them, they were taught to express. They express themselves. So that outspokenness, that boldness, even though most of the time, sometimes some of them overdo it anyway. But then it's an advantage because when you talk of the high level of depression in the world today, if you check, research has it comes more from the millennials, But these guys, they are nothing bothers them, and they give it to you bumper to bumper. They give it to you bus, that kind of lifestyle, So it's not really an issue with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, if you were asked to pick a wife, I say that because I know you're not married, so I'm safe. So, you were asked to pick a millennial wife or a Gen Z wife, which would it be?
Let me just be realistic here. When it comes to settling with a life partner, it doesn't really have to boil down to generations,
Yes,
Yeah, it has to do with the taste of the spirit, compatibility. So if I see a millennial who my spirit, kind of connects with, likewise, agency who my spirit connects with, yeah. I think so. I shouldn't give an all-out answer to that question,
That's very
Yeah.
smart. So you're also an MC, hype man, stand-up comedian.
Okay.
Tell us how that aspect of you is panning out so far.
I didn't get you. You said tell us what?
Tell us how it's going so far.
Oh,
as
okay.
a stand-up comedian, as an MC.
Well, I'll say it's going on fine. It's going
Right.
on pretty well, being someone who left university so many years ago, he's still unemployed. In fact, I don't see myself as unemployed anyway because of the talent God gave me.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed sometime 2003, I was still in school anyway. I realized it was inbuilt. So I guess it was one or two of my classmates that told me, you've been doing this thing internally. Why not make it a professional, stuff? So, over the years, it has been profitable for me, I'm into so many other things you are aware of. But then, this is something I see where I get free money, yeah. Someone just calls you and, please, I'm having an event, so day. Will you be available to, you beat price and, it's quite invaluable. It's been going on well. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at you, I'm thinking, when will they have MC laugh fest or crack your ribs or when would that happen? Do you see that in the horizon? Tell us about that.
I have to be frank here. The truth is, I've never seen this as my main profession. I'm this guy. I'm into tech. A lot of friends keep telling me, you are very funny. You are so comical. Why not start making contents on comedy? And I keep telling them, even the comic niche isn't that booming anyway. So to say that there are a whole lot of niches one can go into, minus the fact that I'm an MC.
Yes.
So based on that, I've never seen it as as a job. I just see it's something I do for leisure. I'll be frank again here. There are MCs I've anchored and made it almost free. So because I don't really attach that monetary value to it. So, so going forward, to answer your question, I'm not seeing myself doing such anyway because that's not really where my passion lies. Yeah.
Okay, so finally, very quickly, tell us exactly. You said I just caught when you said you're also into tech. What do you mean by that?
Well, I would say I was very impressed by the other interviewees who have really spoken, about tech and Yeah, that's the future. You know, like when you ask me about the Gen Z and the millennials, you know, we grew up and met the tech world. You know, the Gen Zs, they zoomed up with it. You know, they were born into it. So most of the times the millennials, we find it difficult to like cope. Okay, there was one of the questions, interviewees, you asked a question about tech, AI, especially AI taking over. You know, I mean, AI is not going to take over jobs. These AI are being coded by human beings. So why not, like, say you are in the health sector and you think this is going to take your job? Why not go learn that process? Why not learn how to build apps with AI? You know, there are app developers, but now today, AI, with the use of AI, you can develop an app in just 5 minutes. You can build a full website in just minutes, you know. So, I mean, going into tech, I mean, is something that is advisable. Any field you find yourself, even someone that did the history and whatever in the university, you can just go learn 1 or 2 things in tech. Yeah, that's where the money is now.
Abi,
Yeah,
thank you
that's
so
it.
much, MC, for
All
joining.
right.
Obianuju Emechebe. Guys, can you tell that we were, classmates at some point? Can we appreciate this woman again, please? So very quickly, Help Silver Tribe. How did that come about?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chiggy, for having me. Okay, God said in Jeremiah 29 verse 11, I have a plan for you, plans of good and not of evil, to bring you to an expected end. So I already knew that God had a plan for me in life. So I started asking questions. I started praying, God, what's that thing that you've called me to be on earth? Do you understand? There is more. I should be an outlet. Because life is, you get, you give, And from asking questions, that vision dropped in my heart. That was how we started Hexiba Tribe Empowerment Foundation.
I was privileged to be in the last event, and I was amazed. You gave out food, you gave out clothing, you spoke to people's, hearts and to their, the situation that they are currently, passing through. How did you come up with all those activities? I mean, it's not one, it's not two. How were you able to come up with a blend of activities to impact these women?
Okay, like I said, when you listen to people, when you check what is happening around you, you will know how to structure your programs. I keep on saying nobody is a biological accident. There's something God has called you to do on earth. And that's one thing we should know. So we started by saying, okay, number one thing is God. Because he said, before I formed you, I knew you. So we started educating people like in that program, telling them you're unstoppable. That means whatever God has put inside of you, you have everything inside of you to become that. So that was, we started spiritually with prayers and God started opening up things for us. Different people started coming for our programs, maybe the widows, and people that keep on asking questions. So at a point in time, you have the downtrodden, that people are needy, but you have the ones that don't really need those things. So that was how we produced food. So if these women come, these widows come, we encourage you, we teach you things, even no matter your age. You can start. God's time is just the best. I wasn't like that. I'm old. I can't. No, you start whenever you can. Tabubo, like Igbo people will say it, And so after our teachings, we don't just teach. After our teaching, we also do skill acquisitions. You are there now, and we share this food. It's not for everyone. If you know you need it. So let me say it was God. I just gave us the vision. That's the truth.
Absolutely. So what would you say the impact has been? Because last week was the fourth installment, or the third, or the fourth?
Last year was our 3.0.
That was the third installment.
Yes.
What would you say the impact has been so far?
It's been amazing. It's been awesome because I've seen women that when they came to us, they were feeling like nothing, as in like they were feeling that they don't have anything in their life again to give. And by the time we encourage you, by the time we build your confidence, we talk to you to know that you have something to give. there is something inside of you that people are waiting, people are crying, people are praying for you to arise. So after speaking to you, I've seen people that I told, you're doing a 9 to 5 job, when I pay you 40,000, what is that? Stop the job. And they will quit. And today I'm seeing women doing well financially. People that have come as in, you can't differentiate between when they entered our organization and now they are doing well financially and they are doing businesses and all that. It's been amazing. That's the truth. I'm seeing the change.
Yeah. So what would you say is the predominant challenge, challenges that these women who come to you, that those challenges that they face often? Is it only economic? Are there other challenges? Just walk us through it.
Okay, apart from the economy, what's happening in Nigeria? Okay, apart from the economy. But another thing that's past experience, previous experience, like we'll say, your pain is your ministry. Your past is part of your future. That's what we'll tell them. Don't wallow in self-pity. Whatever it is you pass through in life is a ministry. Who can go back and talk to certain people? If not you, if you've been with certain people in the past and you've conquered and you've come out, you're the only one that can go back and tell them, see, I used to be here and today I am no longer here. And they will listen to you. That means you're a voice and you have an audience already. So that's what we'll tell them. And so the challenges has been their past experience. So try to bring people out from their past experience or where they are coming from and tell them you have a future where God is taking you.
Absolutely. I'm so inspired by your story. And I'm wondering, as a pastor's wife, as a mother, as a pastor yourself, catering to all these ladies, when do you have time for yourself? How do you balance all these?
Okay, there's always a balance in life. I do business. I'm an entrepreneur. I have a store. I own a business. I'm a pastor's wife. I work. I'm a civil servant. And I have an NGO. There is time for everything. God helping us, you don't have to balance your life. So one will not interfere with the other. And God has been here for that, that's the truth.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Juju, for sharing your story.
Thanks for having me.
Mr. Dennis, Annie, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you a lot.
Okay, so the first time I saw you, my impression, of course, I'll not say it here, but you remember the first time we met.
Yes.
And then I researched you a little and I noticed you are an intermittent fasting expert.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Intermittent fasting is just a way of controlling how you eat. It has a lot of benefits, physical, health-wise, that you restrict how you eat. One of the problems you have now is that people go a long way to reduce weight and they can't. They think it's training. Training alone can't do it. You need to actually regulate the time when you eat. And intermittent fasting will do it for you.
Okay, so we are talking hypothetically and we are using an archetype of a young man who has a 9-to-5 job and comes to you, I want to regulate my weight. What would you recommend in terms of intermittent fasting? How long is he supposed to stay before he eats? What does he eat? Just walk us through like a plan for this young man.
No, for 9 to 5, it's a steady job, so it's quite easy for him.
Really?
So what I normally recommend for him is that he eats early before going to bed. Take 1 hour, 2 hours before going to bed. Eat. The fasting is not what you do when you're awake. Intermittent fasting, you're actually fasting when you are asleep. So what you normally do, if I'm recommending for that person, is just give yourself some time, an hour before bed, 2 hours before bed. The longer before bed, the better. And if you wake up, let's say you sleep 8 hours, and you ate 2 hours before bed. When you wake up, 30 minutes, 1 hour more, you have actually fasted for 11 hours.
Really?
Yeah,
go ahead.
the research now by many researchers on intermittent fasting is actually proving that you can give two identical twins, the same food, the same quantity, the same caloric content, but one eats within a shortened period of time, and the other one eats what they call ad libitum. Anytime he's hungry, you eat. They discovered that while the other one will get fat, will get sick in what they call metabolic syndrome and so on, the other one who eats in time-restricted time will actually be healthier, stronger.
So it doesn't have anything to do with portion control.
No. But you start looking at the portion control later Assuming you store let's say you are targeting weight loss,
Yes.
or you are targeting health, then you can now start looking at portion control. But in portion control, if you're doing intermittent fasting, it's always advised that you reduce carbohydrates, that you remove snacking. All those, in fact, one Professor Professor Ben Bigman, his advice is prioritize protein. Do not fear fat and reduce carbohydrates. But bottom line of it all is reduce refined carbohydrates.
Interesting. You're also into something else, another field that is not really alien, but we are not used to it
Yeah.
here in Africa, hypnosis.
Yes.
Some people think hypnosis is what we only see on films, like a figment of your imagination. Can someone actually hypnotize another person, and how does it work?
Surprisingly, we all hypnotize ourselves every time. If you let's define hypnosis quickly. Hypnosis is just attention, focused attention,
Okay.
to the detriment of any other thing happening in your environment. So any of our audience now who is focusing on us will not notice that something is happening in the background. That's hypnosis. And to add in a little bit, the fastest thing that hypnotizes everybody is your phone.
Wow.
Once you pick up the phone and look at it, you're under hypnosis. And it does it so quickly that it takes less than 15 seconds. And you are no more aware of anything happening around you. But then there are those that use it for therapy. I use it for therapy. And there are those that use it for stage performance. There are those that use it in the negative way. And what I do is I try to educate people on preventing that negative aspect.
Okay, so what's the indication for applying hypnosis as therapy?
Yeah, mainly phobia, mainly trauma. And then there are some areas where the medical institution cannot actually find out the cause of your problem. In that case, we can use hypnosis to look for it. So trauma is one area that hypnosis is so strong. Phobia is another one. And it's so fast that it works like this, like magic.
I am going to bring you on my show some other time so you can expound on this,
No
because
problem.
it's a whole new dimension that we want to explore. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Mr.
thank you.
Dedrick.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Dr. Oliver Chijeke, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so very quickly, did you see the video that made the rounds of the young girl in ENUGU that lost her life to a snake bite?
Short. The lady in question is being buried today. She's from ENUGU State, unfortunately.
Wow. Wow.
It's from my state here.
You know, from that story, it's obvious that most of our hospitals do not have anti-snake venom.
Yes.
But before we get there, could you walk us through some kind of first aid treatment for someone, who sustains a snake bite?
Okay, for snake bites, on a very quick one, once you just notice that snake has bitten someone, the first thing to do is, first of all, tell the person to be calm, not to be moving the part that received the bite like that, because the more the person moves with it, the more the venom travels to the heart, and that's how it will be distributed very fast, the entire body. So the first thing is to please be calm. If it's possible, try to immobilize the affected part. Then as you do that, there is this misconception about tying something. No, you don't have to do that. You try to immobilize, then wash off the area. Then try to get medical attention as fast as possible, because you don't know the kind of snake. However, if you can see the snake, just take a snapshot of the snake. So that when you take the person to the hospital, they will look at the kind of snake to know whether it is the venomous type or the type that venom can cause serious fatality. So to know the kind of intervention they will give to the person.
It's so sad, Ifeanyi's story, but Why does it seem as though our hospitals are not equipped with anti-snake venom?
One thing with snake venom is that just like anti-rabies,
Mm.
it has to maintain cold chain, cold chain preservation. And what does it entail? There must be steady power supply. And for there to be steady power supply, if the what we call the general electric supply is not there, the person has to use generator, alternate power source to sustain that. And if it's being run by a pharmacy, for instance, the person has to be paying for that. So each time anybody, and remember the demand is not so rampant. So someone has to spend a lot in preserving this thing. So you can see why it is not always readily available.
Mm.
So because it has a societal issue, which is lack of power supply. And for someone to use his money to do that, then another person has to pay for it. And that is a problem already. So that's why you rarely see it available. However, government can make a policy for it to be stored like the way other vaccines are stored. There are other vaccines being used in the country that follow the national programs on immunization to be stored in various areas like that. That can be done so that they can decentralize its availability so that whenever there is anything like that, everybody knows that, yes, when you get to a particular store, you get it from there.
So when it comes to policy, it takes a whole lot of time to effect, any change. But is there anything that can be done, from grassroots, to ensure that this kind of eventuality doesn't happen again?
That is in the area of prevention. In the area of prevention, snake bite, snakes generally, they live in certain environments where there is bushes around, or there are burrows or holes around that they can hide. There are some weeds that, if planted around, there are even anti-snake. There are anti-snake weeds. I have some of them where I live. And when you plant them around, snakes run away from them. They don't even stay around. That one is not something anyone can spend much money to acquire. You can just get a seed of it, plant it. Once you plant it around, snakes will not come around that place at all. That is the one everybody can have access to. Then the other one is to make sure that if you have toilet facilities, that is the water system toilet facility, make sure you cover all the outlets very well so that there will be no room for anything to crawl into the room from the, or because that's what usually happens. Some of the snakes will just find access hole somewhere and they will get into the WC. And when somebody goes to use the toilet, the thing can either buy the person from there or it can from there enter the room, hide somewhere, which was what happened in the case of Ifunanya.
Yes.
Yeah, it was hidden somewhere around the bed. And that was how the thing beat.
We've talked about snakes. What about scorpion bites too?
Yeah, scorpion bite. Okay, that one is similar. Just like every other emergency. Once there is a scorpion bite, what you target mostly is to, first of all, minimize the pain as fast as possible. And how do you do that? Just use cold compress. First of all, clean the area. In short, take the person away from the site of the bite. Because the thing can it can sting the person again and again. So when you take the person away, clean the area, then use cold compress to dampen the pain, the sensitivity of the pain, and also shrink the blood vessel. All this will help to minimize the pain as much as possible. Then other over-the-counter drugs that can kill pain can be given to the person at the same time. But what has to be consistent is cold compress that will always deaden the pain sensation until the effect wears off.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Wodo, for your time.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. So you're welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So very quickly, I'd like to know, with Nigerians paying for healthcare from out of pockets, right? Many people have lost loved ones because they had to pay, exorbitant prices for healthcare. So what do you think commercial banks How can commercial banks come in to help, ameliorate this, challenge of health finance?
Okay, you know the way our system runs. Financing healthcare, it's not like the way it is in the more the Western world, where you have easy access and quick access to financial services and healthcare services, and the government also have a role to play in that part. Um, People most times can't come to the hospital and they say, okay, I need to have a surgery and I need to pay. The hospital will say, you have to pay, you have to do a commitment. And then you come to the bank and you say, I don't have money. I need to pay for my medical bills or surgeries and all that. You go, in fact, most times there is no room or there's no, uh, um, most times there's you don't have access to that kind of financing because our system has not provided for that. Because you have to look at how is the person going to pay back? Do you understand? How is the person going to pay back? And what will the bank fall back on if that person doesn't pay back? So most times people want to come and say, I want to access loan for medical bills. It's usually like, we can't provide that because of our system. Okay, but we know that the banks, they're still working hand in hand with financial sector in terms of they provide investment opportunities, they provide credit opportunities for the organization and not the individual.
Yeah.
The hospitals, the pharmaceutical companies, and all that. But the individual, no.
Okay, but I know that there are HMOs,
Yes.
arrangements between hospitals and banks. How does that actually work out? Yeah.
You know, the HMOs are organizations.
Yes, yes.
So they work with, individuals who, or organizations too, like maybe school, private companies. They go to this company, they say, okay, make this investment with us. Pay so amount of money for a 1 year period for your staff, and we provide healthcare facilities for them. We make payments for them. You know what they do is that it's a pool of fund they gather because it's given that not everyone in that organization falls sick within that 1 year. Not everyone is a female that is going for maternity leave, antenatal care, and all that. So they pull that fund and they cater for maybe the very little or few people in that organization who would have need for that health care. So it's in Nigeria, like 20 years, 15 years ago, HMO was not the order of the day. But now individuals go to HMO to register to say, okay, I want to pay down this for my family, for myself, for 1 year, for a period of time. Peradventure, I fall sick.
Okay.
The HMO takes care of me.
Okay, so are there corporate social responsibilities around healthcare that commercial banks can actually leverage on to just help out with the burden of paying from out of pockets?
Yes, banks in Nigeria have done corporate social responsibilities towards healthcare. During the pandemic, the COVID-19, we see banks bringing funds, donating drugs, materials, face masks, whatever you need for those things. And I know banks even go and do polio eradication program, tuberculosis. They donate to these causes just to add to the needs of the people. Yeah.
So do banks have like healthcare plans for their staff? if not for those outside, for those within? Do they have?
Definitely, all banks in Nigeria have HMOs
Okay.
that serve their staff. Yes,
Okay.
yes. Every staff of the bank have HMO plan for the year. In fact, some banks they give you quarterly flexibility to choose the HMOs that you want to join. Probably you've used this HMO and you are not get their services. You can actually change every quarter to the one you feel that can cater for your needs.
All right. So what about insurance?
Okay.
How does it play out? Okay, so the bank has a health plan for the staff. The staff also has to be on insurance. How does the two actually play out? Or do you go for one and opt out on the other, or you can have both of them working at the same time?
You can have both working at the same time. We have HMO, but not insurance. Insurance is optional. Insurance is the individual saying, I want to insure myself. And remember, you also get a rebate for these things at the end of the annual year. So you get tax refunds on insurance policies taken out by individual staff. And remember, the insurance we're talking about is not on the job, it's on your health, right? So it's not insurance protecting you while you are doing the job.
The job. Thank you so much, Judy, for your insights. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. Thank you so much,
So
ma.
if I'm to ask you what's interesting about you, what would be your response?
My response will be that something interesting about me is the fact that people love listening to me. I don't know why, but on a certain occasion, I've heard stuff like your voice is nice, and then there is this feeling, this comfortable feeling that comes when you speak. So I think that's one of the interesting thing about me. Yes.
So does your current job entail that you use your voice? And if it does, what exactly is it?
While I'm not working, I'm actually a student. So yes, and my course is public health. So that means that I get to speak a lot. Things like class presentations, where I get to present. I think yes, that actually makes it easier for me to speak. Yes.
So if you are asked to pick another profession where you get to use your voice, what profession would that be and why?
I will use writing. While I'm not too good at writing, but I think I can be able to express myself.
Okay.
I love it when I express myself. When the message I'm trying to pass, you get it, you understand it, and then you relate to what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So I think I will go with writing. I'm not too good with it, but that way it's better.
Yeah, but you can always improve on it. Regardless, writing, you don't use your voice in writing, but I'll let that slide.
Yes.
So tell me, what's your favorite course? What's your favorite course as a public health student? And why?
Okay. On the public health, we do a lot of things. And I will actually say that I love it when I go for field work. Yes. Because during the process of field work, I get to sensitize people and I get to create awareness. So that particular part of awareness, I love it so much because I get to tell them things they don't know. And then there is this amazing feeling that comes when you inform someone that, because informing people of things they don't know, you get to save someone.
Sure.
So just that creating of awareness is just enough for me. So that particular aspect, I love it so much.
Okay.
Yes.
So what would be that one thing you wish you knew before you entered into the university?
I wish I knew public speaking the way I knew it now.
Okay.
I've actually loved public speaking Why? Because when I see people stand on the stage and then they talk, there's this feeling I have because I just try to put myself in their shoes. I mean, I could actually sometimes start murmuring to myself when I stand in front of the mirror to know, whether I'm good enough. So if what I know now, I had known it before, I think that the current level I am in now, I wouldn't be here. I think part of what made it was stage fright, and then lack of confidence was I think what made everything. But I think that's it.
Okay, so finally, before we let you go, aside standing in front of the mirror and speaking to yourself, which by the way is brilliant,
yes.
What other things have you been doing to improve on your public speaking skills?
Okay, I've been volunteering, and also aside from volunteering, I signed up for programs like Sustainable Development Goals, which I partaked in it, and they gave me an assignment which I've actually accomplished it. So I think that, yes, that's it.
Well, we wish you all the best in your quest. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Ma.
Lady in white. Incidentally, her name is Princess.
Yes.
Princess, you're in the healthcare sector.
Yes.
Tell us, what is the role of digitalization? Is it digitalization or digitization?
Digitization.
Digitization. What's the role of digitization in healthcare delivery?
All right. Digitization is needed in healthcare delivery. First and foremost, the main goal of digital health or digitization in healthcare is to make the process faster, easier, more efficient, less time and human resource consuming. So one of the main roles is to, of course, make it easier for doctors to assess patients, make it easier for patients to access treatment, make it easier for them to access their records, their electronic records, right? So that's the main role of digitization.
All right. So how well do you think Nigerian, hospitals, to start with, how well do you think they've absorbed the need, to digitalize, their processes?
Well, unfortunately, there are very few hospitals who practice digitization, very, very few. And even those few still don't do it to the way that it should be. It should really be efficient, if you understand me. Nigeria has a lot of deep-rooted issues which digital health cannot fix, but can only help to modify. In fact, sometimes digital health shows us weaknesses in many areas. So I think if Nigerian hospitals will imbibe digital health, especially as it relates to their records, remote patient monitoring, I'll speak about that a little bit. So remote patient monitoring is when the doctor can monitor the patients from the hospital, from their homes, right? And this includes wearable devices, blood pressure checkers, even motion detectors and all that. If they would practice these things, it could help solve the problem of healthcare access. That is, those that cannot access it, maybe they are far from the hospital. It will be easier for them to access it, and also solve the problem of accessing their records. Maybe it's been long the person came to the hospital. It should not be hard to access their records when they visit again.
Absolutely. So you're a lady.
Yeah.
And then you're interested in something that is male dominated, tech, digitization. When did you notice that you had love or passion for digitization?
Okay, from small, I always was fascinated about tech. Let's just say tech. Yeah, I've always been fascinated about how things work and how to, fix things, technology, maybe my mom's phone, I could fix touchlights, I could just fix all those things. So as time goes on, as time went on, I found passion in healthcare. And when I continued studying, I found that there was a middle ground between technology, science, and medicine. And that was digital health. So I was like, no other place for me to settle than here.
So what are the challenges you think Nigeria is facing in adopting, digitization, especially when it comes to patient records? There are some of these components that should be in place. How ready do you think we are for digitization?
Well, we are not very ready, but things can be made ready. For example, for patients' records, they would need cloud storage, and not cloud storage in form of just Google Drive and all that. Cloud storage that would take time, energy, resources to manage, maintain, and maintain and make it easily accessible. Unfortunately, we don't have many hospitals have not considered that area. They are more concerned with stocking up their wards, getting equipment, the basic things, paying their staff. So maybe when they solve those problems, they would now consider cloud storage for their patient data. But for now, there are more deep-rooted issues that hospitals are focused on other than.
So how strongly do you think we need to advocate to get hospitals, hospital management to focus on digitization and improving processes?
We do need advocates a lot, and I think it starts from the government. I was telling a friend that Rwanda has really made me proud when it comes to their digital health policies, because if the government does not understand the need, it's hard to make the hospital management or the people who understand the need. They will create the policy. They will say, oh, this is a better way to handle this. They will make the resources available and train the hospital staff. Everybody will adapt. So it starts with the government. If they don't see the need, then it almost won't happen, because they're the ones that will supply the resources and make the policy for it to happen.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Princess, for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi, gorgeous. So when you're not practicing medical lab science, what are you doing, really?
I'm reading a book or watching a movie.
Okay.
Honestly, I honestly don't do much. If not medical lab science, I'm not that person that has a lot of business. They're doing this, they're doing that. I'm a pin focused person. If I'm doing this, I'm doing this, and I give it my all. So most times when I'm not working, I'm reading a book or I'm relaxing and having fun. Yeah.
Okay, so tell me the most inspiring book you read recently.
It's a fierce devotion.
Okay.
It's about a woman. It's set in the 16th century US. So it's about a lady that has lost literally everything. So she was supposed to she migrated from Europe by a ship. She boarded a ship. Now, it's about how she had to go through so many challenges, get through so many obstacles, and become herself, basically, in a world where it's just men. Because as of that time, it was mainly men that were migrating. They're trying to get acclimated to the country, to the colony. So it was really hard for her, and I actually get strength from that book because it shows how tenacious women can be. She had to try and find something doing, washing, getting money and all that. So that's the last book I read.
Yeah.
It was really nice.
I feel inspired already.
Yeah.
So looking at what most women go through, your book was set in the 16th century, but we still have women going through stuff. What would be the skill or the value system or the mindset or a trait you could pick from this character, this lady in the book that applies to women going through such challenges
So
now?
it's one of the traits is taking responsibility, being tenacious, being business minded, trying to find your own way, speak up, have your own thoughts. Don't depend on the men. Have your own money. I feel like if we ladies try to work hard and have our own thing going for us, there'll be no issues, basically. So that's mostly what we get from there, having your own mind, working hard for your own money, being able to afford anything you need by yourself, not wanting someone else to do it for you. I think that's one of the traits I got from there. And then hard work. Hard work is good. Yeah.
Beautiful. Now, you are an introvert.
Yeah, I am.
And you're also a leader.
Yeah, I am.
So how do you handle being an introvert and leadership? Because leadership entails communication, it entails you have to sell an idea, lead your people, encourage them, motivate them. So how are you able to manage your personality as an introvert and being an effective leader?
Okay, so I'm actually new to this leadership role.
Okay.
Yeah. So I decided that this year on forward, I'm going to be involved in more outgoing activities, more leadership roles, and you know one of them, right?
Yes.
So yeah, but that all this started this year. Well, my classmates here know that I wasn't like this when I was in school. I was more timid, more shy. So I think it's good to step out, like meet new people. It's very, very nice because this is one of the opportunities that this leadership role gave me. So I'm actually happy to be here, and I'm seeing the benefits of stepping out from that introverted space. It's good, it's comfortable actually, but it won't get you to some places. So you actually have to step out. So that's what I'm trying to do, and I'm learning to balance it, right? So far so good though. So far, so good.
I'm inspired really because I'm an introvert myself, so I had to walk that path to understand exactly what the stage that you're currently in. So finally, before we let you go, Joy, what is your love language?
Gifts giving. I love it when someone gives me give me words of affirmation. This too, I guess. Yeah. Encourage me. Talk to me. Tell me things that would uplift my spirit. You get, and that would encourage me to do better, do more. And also, I love gifts. Like, give me money. I love money. Give it to me. Yeah. So
Again.
yeah, clock it, baby. So that's
All right.
that.
Thank you so much for
Thank
your
you very
time,
much,
Joy.
ma'am.
God bless you.
God bless you.
Thank you. You look really beautiful.
Thank you so much.
So, when did your journey with children begin? As a child advocate, was there something that happened? What was it for you?
Well, it's actually a personal story.
Okay.
I grew up in a ghetto and here in Enugu, and I was segregated a lot. I was discriminated a lot because during those times I'm actually there's no money as at that time, so I'm finding it difficult to take care of myself as a girl child growing up, and I was actually living with my elder sister that time. So during those times, I don't have a good voice, or so I thought. My voice is very tiny. So when I want to answer a question or talk to somebody, they'll be like, you have a mosquito voice. So I'm always on my own. And it's really affected my self-esteem as a girl child. And also, when I turned 15, I started having menstrual cramps, very serious ones. And I would just live myself in a way that I shouldn't have done. And people tend to a kind of, before the painful one started, when I started newly, I don't know when the day is here because nobody taught me how to, your menstruation is coming on 25th, so you should take care of yourself on 25th. Nobody taught me anything on menstruation. So I'm just this person that when it comes, my clothes is stained. You understand? So people tend to laugh at me that time when they see the blood stains on my clothes. And it affected my self-esteem a lot while growing up. So now when I entered into the university, I was given admission to study public health. And along the line, I began to tell myself, this thing that happened to me when I was a kid, I think I should stop it from happening to other girl child that are growing up. And that was just how it started. From time to time, I would call on my friends and I would be like, come, let's go to this particular public school and advocate and talk to them about menstrual hygiene, about their menstruation. And that was how we started. And from 100 level to 500 level, we were able to visit more than 100 schools in Enugu State, Anambra, and Delta State. And that's just how it started. Thank you.
So your story is very inspiring. And what are the exact things you did to pull yourself from that low self-esteem to the woman, the very confident woman I'm seeing in front of me?
Okay, there was a movie I was watching in 2018, Akila and the Bee. That movie changed my life. That movie made me to know that, okay, I'm not really dumb. I can do this. In 2018. And it was after that movie, I told myself that I am actually unique. I think my voice is this tiny because God made me to be special. And I gave myself the name Unique Woman. I started calling myself Unique Woman. I started talking to my friends, like I would come to you, I would talk to you, and the funny part is that if I talk to this person will be like, oh, it's like you know what is bothering me. You just spoke to my soul. And that was how it started. That just from there.
Okay, so how were you able to deal with bullying? Because it seems as though you were taunted, you were bullied, and you didn't have so much of adult supervision or something like that. So how were you able to deal with the bullying?
Okay, the aspect of bullying is really affected me much because I don't like keeping friends because I'm just scared. Even till now, I'm still dealing with that aspect of fear. Fear is still one of the things that I'm battling with as an adult. And I started speaking up for myself. I think in 2016, there was a day something happened in class and that person really touched my soul. And I slapped her. When I slapped her, we began to fight, and along the line, I found out that I'm strong. I dealt with her that day, and I'm like, wow, Kalista, you can fight. So from that day, if you want to bully me, I'll be like, if I catch you, I will slap you. From there, I began to boost my courage. I began to speak up for myself. I no longer allow my classmates to laugh at my voice. If you call me mosquito boys, I would be like, duh, those kinds. And that was how I was able to deal with the bullying of 18 from school. Thank you.
All right, so what's the next big thing for you as an advocate, as a child advocate? Are you looking at, scaling of any sort? Are you looking at starting a major national program? What's the next big thing for your advocacy?
Thank you. The thing is that by the special grace of God, I currently have a team that I'm working with, and I have a team of over 30 from different states. We started here in ENUGU in my school, but by the special grace of God, we've been able to enter even the northern part of Nigeria. And since I joined LinkedIn, I started posting about what I'm doing, and people started noticing me. People have been reaching out to me, especially international students, for collaboration and partnerships. And it has actually made me to even love the fact that I choose public health more. And as a public health student, I'm currently focusing mainly on SDG 3, which is good health and well-being, and then gender equality. So now I'm not stopping. This is just the beginning. I recently graduated, and I was telling my team that, it's time for us to register this lane of 18. We have to take it to the next level. We are not stopping. We want to raise generation of women who are not sick. Because if you notice, you would see that our younger children are sick. When I mean sick, they are bleeding internally and nobody notices because all of us are wearing fine clothes and smiling. Now, I want to, I'm giving myself assignment like this year. One of the things that my team and I are going to do is mentorship program for every young student that we come across. We go to schools, and this year we are trying to see if we can reach 1,000 students in Nigeria so that we can be able to mentor them for at least 1 month. In that 1 month, we are going to teach them about menstrual hygiene, how to take proper care of yourself. I've seen many married women that don't even know how to take care of their menstrual hygiene as a woman. So we are taking it upon ourselves to make sure that we spread our work in a diversifying way, that we can be able to teach these girls about menstrual hygiene, about self-esteem and self-awareness. A lot of girls don't know that poverty is nothing to compare to what their future or what the future holds for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we wish you all the best.
Thank
in your
you so
endeavors.
much. Thank you.
So tell us your love for education. You know, you're special because I'm yet to see, young, people like you, yourself, who is interested in education. So for you, how come you're interested in education, and what aspect of education?
Okay, like I love the passion. I have the passion for education. I believe that education is actually power. Forget the trending now that school education is a scam. I'm that type. I don't believe that education is actually a scam. I believe that even if, as a student, even if you did not go to higher institution, you just stopped at primary 6 or at SS3, I believe that there is this stage of life that you are here, you are in SS2 or you are in SS3. That level, there is something that you are meant to acquire in life. Even if you eventually say, oh, I'm not furthering my education, I want to go into business, that knowledge that you have acquired, it will actually help you in whatever you are doing. So I believe so much like education is power.
Now, do you
Knowledge.
think the influence of social media has actually distracted the younger ones from pursuing education the way they should?
Yes.
Okay.
It has. It has actually distracted students a lot because before you will see a student having textbooks and the person is researching. But now there is even a trend. Like, let me just go back to secondary school. You are a secondary school student, you are planning to write WAEC, you write your JAM, and every day you are just dancing on TikTok and doing all those things. And the social media, they use shortcuts a lot to write. Like if they want to write to you, they just write to you. So many of them, especially those of them that are young, they don't actually know the writing, and they are just copying the wrong things from social media. And if you go to exam, you will fail because that is not what you're going to write there.
Now, we're still talking about social media and it being a distraction when it comes to education. You know this, this very popular young TikToker, Pella. You know Pella?
I'm actually not a TikTok fan because I'm not in that.
I even know these people more than you. You know Jarvis.
Yes.
Okay, so the bottom line is that these guys are very young, 20, 21, 18, and they are so rich off
Yeah.
of social media. Now, how can you, and some of them are not even in school.
Yes.
Some of them are they either drop out, and it even shows in the way they speak. So how would you convince someone that education is not scam when someone who didn't even go through, school, the hassles, the money and all that, the person is busy making money on TikTok, on YouTube and Instagram?
Okay, that boils down on knowing your spec. Like, do you have a vision? If you know that you are going into the academic field and you are not going in the line of building TikTok and then seeing that as aspect of you making money, it will distract you if your focus is in education. Like you want to be an academia, you want to go to school and you want to be a medical doctor, and you are not focused in that aspect. You are doing what will not make you who you want to be. So it's actually knowing yourself and knowing what you want to be. If you actually want to be a dancer, even if you have a TikTok or a social media account, your view, like your target should be, okay, who are those people that are in this field that I can follow? You understand? And then if you are a student and you know that your vision is about academics, your vision should be, your target should be like, who are these professors that are here? But I have seen students, they don't know the focus. Like, there is no balance. There is no much, like, they're just distracted by a lot of things that are in social media. So I believe they are distracted because they don't know what they want. If you know they want to be in the educational field, then follow people that are in that line, and then balance your time and limit the use of social media for dancing and all that.
Right. Now, do you think our school's curriculum, and I'm talking across board, primary, secondary, university, do you think it's outdated? Because there's a school of thought that thinks what we studied
Yes.
is still the same. So if you had the opportunity, what would you advocate?
Okay, well, do I advocate for including digital literacy in the curriculum, starting from even primary level. Then teaching the students, okay, see, these are digital tools they have emerged. You teach them how to use it, how to, like, because digital literacy combines two things, the tech and the cognitive abilities. So you have to see something in social media. You have to have that ability, like, evaluate, criticize. Is this something that I need to pick up actually, or I should leave it and then pursue another one? So it should start from the primary school level and include it in the curriculum.
Thank you so much for your input.
Thank you so much for having me.
Jeffrey, you're a science major. You're also a business developer.
Yes, ma.
So explain to us, mortal people, what business development means.
Okay, thank you very much. So business development is should I say a process of expanding the size of your business, the revenue, so that you meet the competitiveness of your product or service in the market.
So a struggling business, someone recommends you to a struggling business and they approach you and say, we have put X, Y, and Z amount and we have not gotten commensurate profit. What will be your first, second, and third, assessment to find out the root cause?
Okay, first of all, I'll look at their services or product if it's something that is actually in demand, because when law of demand and supply states that when there is this thing short of this thing, when there is scarcity of product, you understand there will be higher demand of that product. So most people, for example, in ENUGU, for example, okpa is something almost everybody eats in the morning. You understand, but you get to understand that in certain areas, that particular okpa, you understand, some people don't make it really nice, or maybe let's say that they don't even make it at all, and you know that people really need this okpa. For example, in Okpara Square, if you bring your okpa here, it's scarce there, and if you want to make really huge amount of money there, you bring it, but you sell it out, even sell it more than the price you're supposed to sell it if you were selling it in Gariki. Do you understand?
Yes.
So that is it.
Absolutely. So I must confess, I didn't like economics in school growing up, right?
Yeah.
So, and I know that you're a healthcare person.
Yeah, sure.
So at what points did you begin to understand the rudiments of economics, so much so that you became a business development expert?
Well, this is going to be a free advert, but my secondary school actually, Maris Brothers Junior Rate, Uturabia State, actually is a school that embodies, like, it makes you fit into any field you want, even when you didn't study that in university. For example, economics is just the basic economic discipline that I had in secondary school that got me where I am today. You understand? So I understood the principles of all of those economic factors of the factors that and business growth, you understand? So I understood it while in secondary school. So after my university listing, I had to also venture into business aspect of it. You understand? So that is it.
So as one man wearing two caps, right? How do you manage healthcare and business development? How are you able to balance the two?
Okay, it has not been easy, but I also have a brother, my twin brother. So he's a law graduate also. So whenever I'm choked up, you understand, he acts as a support system. In fact, it's the both of us in the field together. You get, so both of us actually put hands together to make sure that things are working perfectly fine. So that is it. Thank you.
So tell us before we let you go.
All right.
I'm curious. You have a twin brother.
Yes, ma'am.
Is he identical, and what is his personality? Is it different from yours?
Yeah, we have unique personalities. You understand. but we are identical to a reasonable extent. He's also here. He's one of the interviewees. You understand?
I
So,
can't wait to meet him.
all right. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey, for your time. Okay, so Kenneth, thank you for joining us. As a medical laboratory scientist, your primary area is diagnostics.
Yes.
Okay. So there's pre-analytical, analytical, and post-analytical. Okay. Where do you see AI coming in to improve, on lab processes?
All right. Being an intern scientist before now, I've been looking at integration of artificial intelligence in biomedical diagnostic, first to ease off the workload. Then at the same time, just as you asked, in pre-analytical is very, very vital because 70% of accurate result got in the lab is being determined by what happened in pre-analytical part of diagnostic. And AI coming in, we go a long way in transforming it positively, in being able to capture the patient's name accurately, the diagnostic in which the patient is going for, and at the same time, rule out any other possible error in terms of sample container selections, as the case may be.
Now, there's a slight push against AI, whether overtly or covertly, because most people feel that AI has come to take over their jobs. So there's this anxiety, there's this fear. So are you sure you're speaking for your people when you say you're welcoming AI? Because it could entail that they lose their jobs. What's your take on this?
All right, thank you so much. I think artificial intelligence in area of biomedical diagnostic is not going to take anybody's job. The only thing I foresee is that our job is going to change. It's going to change from our usual manual method of analysis to more of a supervisory role, where we now have to analyze the output of the AI and help in troubleshooting. Yes, it might interest you to know that even the AI itself is being developed by humans. So, that will like me to take us back to the definition of AI in diagnostic contents. Yes, somebody there, Hassan Abbas, he defined it as automation of cognition. So that is to say that AI itself is a science that helps machine to find solution over complex issues. Thereby borrowing characteristics of a human intelligence and applying those algorithms in diagnostic.
Okay, can you walk us through the difference between AI and machine learning?
When you talk about AI and machine learning, I believe that AI itself is the model already. Then the machine learning is us now trying to queue up to the AI system.
Interesting. Okay, so let's dive into your imagination. As someone who is enthusiastic about AI and healthcare, delivery, what imaginary app would you think is necessary to bridge a gap that you see either in healthcare delivery generally or in diagnostics?
Okay, coming to that, you talk about AI first, addressing diagnostic in terms of delay and error. One of the persistence barrier to quality health delivery is delay and misdiagnosis. Then you find out that integration of this artificial intelligence will help analyze sample faster, thereby potentially reducing the turnaround time from weeks to minutes. Then at the same time, there are some challenges that might occur when you now talk about data quality and representativeness. Now, it's occurred to me that most of these AI models, they are being trained with data gotten from all those high resource countries, like talk about USA, Canada, all that, thereby missing out on the local populace. So I think there is an urgent need for the local investors to queue up to developing data that could represent the African context.
I love what you're doing with this question. So how can we make AI culturally relevant?
We can make AI culturally relevant first by getting samples that will represent our identity first, and providing a framework, a regulatory framework that will help to monitor the usage of those AI. because once you come to that, you now ask some of the ethical questions when you talk about data privacy. Then you now ask yourself, who is responsible when this artificial intelligence makes wrong diagnosis? What safeguards are in place to make sure there is no bias in decision making? So you find out there should be a regulatory framework that will help to transform this AI.
Wow, this has been a very enriching conversation. Thank you so much, Kenneth, for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Solomon.
Yes, ma'am.
So you are enthusiastic about leadership.
Yes, ma'am.
But there are several types of leadership. There's transformational leadership, there's servant leadership, there's positional leadership. Tell us, which leadership style do you advocate?
I am interested in purpose-driven leadership. Purpose-driven leadership. A leadership that is born out of understanding why you want to lead, not just taking up position.
Okay, so who is your favorite leader of all time?
Nelson Mandela.
You have to tell us why.
Okay. Nelson Mandela is why I think of Nelson Mandela as one of my favorites is that Nelson Mandela inspires me in several ways. First of all, he found a purpose before becoming a leader. I say that because he saw something, a change that he needed to effect. One of those changes is that in his country, there is this discrimination against the black, apartheid, which he deemed wrong, and he threw his energy into it to change the narratives. And he passed through a lot of afflictions and this thing, but at the end of the day, he came out victoriously and become the first black president of his country. And not just and that's not the inspiration about him is that when he became the first black president, he never seeks revenge on those who has hurt him very, very badly. Rather, he seeks for the unification of his nation.
So, as a leader, how would you define purpose, to a child or to someone younger? Just break it down to a layperson's understanding. How would you define purpose?
Okay. This is a mic I'm using to talk. It can equally work as a toy in the hand of a child, right? Yeah. So purpose is taking up what something is meant for and then using it rightly for that which is intent. So purpose is likely the intent in the heart of the manufacturer concerning a product. So if I'm to define the purpose to a child, I will tell that child that purpose simply means the reason for the existence of a thing.
Okay, so there's this school of thought about who makes a better leader, the women or the men, because women are more emotional, men are more logical. So in your work as a leader, who do you think makes, the most, the better leader actually?
I think we should not be talking about who makes the better leader. We should be talking about every one of them has a role to play. The logical type and emotional type. There are situations that require that one become logical in solving that problem. There are also situations that one has to throw an emotion into it in order to solve a problem. So rather than debating on gender-based who is more prone to leadership, good leadership and all of that, we should be talking about collaborations, each coming together to dish out his own quality into seeing that a positive change is accomplished.
Okay, so finally, before we let you go, how would you describe leadership as it stands now in today's Nigeria?
Well, leadership is partisan-based today in Nigeria. People are interested in politics that are, of course, are the ruling class, where the ruling class belong, where they have more opportunity of climbing to whatever position they want. They're not really interested in changing the narratives as it is.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Solomon.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I heard from the grapevine that you are interested in HIV and AIDS in terms of diagnostics and treatment.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
How did that start for you? What was the journey for you?
Okay. Everything all started from my childhood. While I was growing up, I had this passion to be a medical practitioner and save lives. So that's just the bedrock, the foundation, the beginning. And so as I continued my journey in my education, I got to a point where I had to now find myself in the laboratory section. That's what we call the laboratory medicine. And where I'm actually happy to be because of the scope I see in it, being a researcher, trying to find out some missing gaps. And so that's where this purpose come in to still save life. And so in this aspect of the HIV/AIDS, I've seen from the past researches that there is still some limitation which humans and scientists working behind the scene haven't yet gotten up to. So that's where I believe that the future is going to go to.
All right. So can you walk us through some of those gaps and limitations you picked up, along your practice in HIV treatment and management?
Okay. One specifically, it's the aspect that even at this dispensation, dating back from where it all started till now, that it's only to just manage. Because I believe taking care and because healthcare practice in summary is to take care, and to take care means to treat apart from diagnosing and then cure. So more or less like the motto for medicine that we care and God cures. So now I still believe that there is still something that has to be done for the cure to come to limelight. So
All right.
that is just it.
All right. So for you to make an impact in this area of, healthcare, do you see yourself improving or fine-tuning your skill or getting a course or going for a training? What do you see yourself doing to, better position yourself to profile solution in this field?
Thank you very much. Okay, I would say this. The gap specifically, when I looked into it, I discovered that HIV as a virus, it's a rapidly regenerating one, and it mutates, which I just discovered of recent. And so having such kind of a mutating virus that does not have any specific target to be cured with a drug. So definitely we'll have to the healthcare or the scientists or medical practitioners working behind the scene now need to look into the gene aspect. So that's where I thought about this aspect of medicine called the gene therapy and personalized medicine, where the gene of either the virus or the human specifically to be treated needs to be manipulated in such a way that it could be targeted and then something could still come out of it.
All right. So you've been talking management and treatment, but you've not said much about prevention. Is this something that you're looking to also get involved in? You think it's important? What are your thoughts?
Okay, before now, there's this generalized ideology that the steps or probably procedures people use, and such as use of condoms and other some kind of safety devices they use, and it tends to prevent it. I would say something about that because so many persons today looking into that, they see that okay, it's a window for them to still go on in whatsoever means of transmitting this, and since this device is there, they feel to be covered. But the device we're looking at, which is the latex, it is a material that still, when it's been expanded, has what we call micro holes, nano holes, and all that, and which these viruses, they can penetrate because from laboratory experiments, they say that they can pass through filters, despite how tight it may be. So I would say that there's still not 100% safety in the preventive measures. So the very own measure I can administer or counsel everyone is abstinence.
Interesting. So, do you see a future where HIV and AIDS is totally eradicated? Do you see a future? What are your thoughts?
Okay, we can make an informed decision if we don't have a statistical analysis on ground.
Evidence.
And then dating back till date, when I made the research from 2018, before the COVID era, and now the post-COVID era, I discovered that there is still a rise, despite everything that has been put in place, structures, and even the UN said, and the WHO, everyone is troubled and perturbed that despite the target, there's a current target called the 95, 95, 95 target, yet, which was fixed for 2030. And even now we're in 2026, and yet not yet close to that target. So I wouldn't say that that target is realistic.
All right, thank you so much for your time. It's been very insightful. Thank you so much. Hello, Ginika.
Hello.
Evelabo, you look really beautiful.
Thank you.
So
Dr.
very
Chiggy.
quickly, there's this thing with women,
Okay.
which is inevitable, which is menopause.
Okay.
Right? How would you advise? Because young women are not even educated well enough to prepare for menopause.
Exactly.
So, what would be your advice to a woman who is post 40, approaching menopause, early
Okay.
50s, as a nurse? What would be your advice?
Okay. Well, okay, menopause is something that is inevitable. So far as you're a woman, from birth, that as a child, you get to adulthood, and then, yes, definitely you get to menopause. And you just said something like about 40. Many a times, menopause come earlier, like from 30s, mid-30s, yes, it comes with some certain signs and symptoms. And you, as a lady, if you are not aware, you will not even know what is happening to you. So that is where it boils down to talking about health education, starting from secondary school, you can health educate these children. They should be aware about it. It should be even in the curriculum. That's why even in biology, they teach them about human body and all that. So when they are aware that if you get to a certain stage in your life, there will be some certain changes as a result of maybe hormonals and all that. So I think that's awareness starts from as a child.
So, what are some of those signs that a woman should look out for and say, "Oh, I think I've become premenopausal"? I mean,
Yes.
what are those telltale,
Okay,
signs?
there are so many of them, but the most common is like the period changes, your normal cycle. There is a changes in that. You talk about hot flushes. They'll be telling you that it's burning sensation inside their body. Some comes with night sweats. Like they will lie down here, and before they wake up, that place is soaked with enough heat. I'm gonna go sweat and all that. Even when you talk about even weight gain comes there too. And even the bones, you notice that when you're moving, they will start having these aches and all that. So when you see some certain, even lack of sleep, there are so many things that can actually be coming, even vaginal dryness. So all those things can actually tell you that something is changing inside your body.
And a woman notices these symptoms, what is she expected to do? To just sit back and wait for the whole thing to take over her body? What is she expected to do? At least to make the transition easier.
Exactly. That's why it's good to speak out. And it's very nice to, the kind of people you talk to is also the kind of people that will tell you the right source to follow. Because when you tell some certain people, at least they are educated or learned, they will tell you, okay, can you report to a doctor? You can go to the hospital, maybe meet your doctor, and they will now guide you through by their history taking and all that. That can be how they can tell, okay, see what is happening in your body. And these are things you can do to help yourself.
So I'm particularly concerned about, bone mass, osteoporosis, arthritis, and things like that.
Exactly.
What can a woman begin to do early to ensure that, her bones don't give out? Because you see them, they are walking with canes, there's difficulty in walking. I believe something should and could be done to prevent, getting to that stage. So what do you think?
Well, there are so many things that we can do yet, but it's also good for us to know that there are certain things that are not that there are certain things that you cannot prevent from happening. Like osteoporosis, those ones are it's like the bone density definitely will be degenerating, because as you're getting old, some certain things in your body are going down. So you don't have control over those things. But that doesn't mean that you don't have some certain things you can use it to keep it in check. So even if it's going to be 100, you reduce it to a reasonable amount. So you talk about calcium intake, okay, some supplements that are very nice, but it's not something that you just start taking by yourself. It's when you meet a doctor and they'll guide you and they'll prescribe you and you keep following up. Okay, you even talk about cognitive behavioral therapy. Talk to a psychologist. It also helps because you can also give them these drugs to take home. They will not take it. They will believe that a miracle will happen and nothing will happen and they will be fine. So it's always good to try to be open-minded. Try to know that this is for your own good. Take those calcium, take those supplements, the omega-3, the vitamin D. There are so many of them, but it should be under prescription by a doctor.
Okay, so this one is a bit controversial.
Okay.
But I'm dying to know what you have to say. Menopausal women and sex. How does it work out?
Oh,
because the husband is still bubbling.
Definitely.
Good to go.
Of course.
The lady is winding down.
There-
what is she supposed to do?
A lot comes in there, and that is where you have your emotional support, especially from your partner. It's true that you're in that phase of menopause as a woman. When you communicate together with your partner, he already knows that it's not how it's not how it is then, it's how it is now. And that was when I said something about vaginal dryness. So when you tend to discuss with your partner, you people can meet a doctor. There are certain things you can actually use as a woman, and you still feel that wetness in that place. Okay, so it's not just something that you die in silence, or maybe it will not be an issue in a marriage, because definitely it is a menopause. It is bound to happen so far as you're growing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Miriam Akwejuzi, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Tell us your story with postpartum depression. We're going to take it step by step, and then we'll end up on Mary's Save a Soul Foundation.
Yes.
So tell us, after you had that baby, what were the symptoms? How did you know it was postpartum depression?
Actually, from that experience, Mary Save a Soul Foundation was born. It happened 1994, when I had my last baby. I didn't know, I was so naive. Actually, I didn't know what is high blood pressure. And it happened that I went to hospital at 8 months. And I came in. That nurse, I don't know, he was like, after measuring me, he said, Madam, kefi neche. I was like, everything turned upside down in my brain. I said, I'm not thinking about anything. Your blood pressure is very high. In short, all my body was in disarray. I was like, blood pressure. I've never heard of it. I said, I thought blood pressure is for old people. I don't know, in pregnancy you can get blood pressure, because I was so naive. Then I was so afraid. And that thing continued ringing in my brain. So when I went home to sleep, I could not sleep. The voice of that nurse was just ringing inside my brain. And it happened when I wanted to go back for checkup after 8 months. That is, you go weekly. Then I was afraid to go to hospital. And I went in that day, I went to old UNTH. So when I went for a dental checkup, I told myself, I'm not checking anything. I'm not checking anything. But on the second thought, I wanted to just drive away. I had a voice, go back and check your blood pressure. Go and check. I said, I'm not going again. I'm not going again because I don't want to hear any bad news. But that spirit, the Spirit of God, forced me and I went back. Immediately I went back. They checked me. They said I should not move here because if I move here, there's tendency that I will faint. I will have fit. I said, in short, everything started happening to me. And I was admitted in the hospital. I didn't know I would live up to this moment. So when I was admitted, they gave me every drug to sleep. I couldn't sleep. Because of what? Fear and anxiety took over me.
I was so afraid. I was so afraid. And the nurses, when they will come, they will be looking at my folder. Hey, and they will be doing their head like this. I was like, so I'm going to die. In short, I refused to close my eye because I thought I was dying.
So, okay, sorry. So what happened after you gave birth?
So when I gave birth, I see that thing still came back, but I now found out that I was feeling anxiety, fear, depression. I didn't know that it's depression I was passing through, but all I know that joy disappeared from me. And who will help me out? The doctor could not understand me. My husband could not, nobody around me was able to understand me. I now said, I am going to meet a sister. This sister, gave her life to Christ. I said, let me go and meet her. That is the only person is only God that can understand what is happening to me. He now took me to a brother. He used the word of God. He placed the Bible before me and held my hand and was praying. Do you know that God loves you? It was like I've never heard about the word of God. And I was like, And everything, after praying for me, everything in me disappeared. And I got to myself. Then after that, this fear, I suffered it for almost 7 good years, I will remember when I want to stand up, I will hear that voice, they say you have blood pressure. You faint here. Oh. I said, no. And I'll sit down. So
when did you, begin your quest?
So as a matter of
healing, when you now found out that this is postpartum depression, what was that pathway for you towards healing?
I started going to fellowship. I started having a relationship with God. I said, God, and the thing was, that is small, the thing was just filtering away. On 27th, I had it 1994 till 2001, God told me, you are a covenant child. You are bought with a price. God has saved you. So after that ministration, I said that I'm going to give back to the society what God has done for me. Because most people die of sickness, not because of that sickness, but because of fear, anxiety, and the unknown. It's not the sickness they are battling with. They are not battling with fear, anxiety. Then I now formed this foundation to visit those that are in hospital, those that are depressed, the vulnerables. So many people are suffering from emotional trauma. And, when we speak to them, we give them word of encouragement, we use word of God. So we facilitate healing through the word of God and word of encouragement. So we use the scripture to preach to them. Yeah.
Okay, so what would you say the impact has been since you started this work?
And there are so many impacts because we used to go to orthopedic, Parkland, you see them, somebody that is downtrodden, somebody that is sick, and he's feeling, and you start say, hey, thank you for coming. My mind has been wandering from to and fro, I don't know actually, and we found that when we come another time, you see the person being revived. We are more interested in the soul and the mindset of the patient and the person suffering the depression. Most times the doctor take care of the physical, but we are more interested in the soul, the spirit mind. Because the spiritual, takes over the physical. When the spiritual is stable, the physical will be stable.
Right.
So that's the work of Save the Soul Foundation. Yeah.
Okay, so how I'm trying to see how I can rephrase the question. What would be your advice to a young mother who is listening to you and she's like, oh, so this is actually what I'm going through. I think I'm going through depression. What's the first 2 things you would advise her to do?
First of all, discover yourself. Know where it is coming from. Because if you don't discover yourself, you don't know what is actually happening to you. Because I was so naive. It wouldn't have lasted as it lasted if I discovered myself. But because I did not discover myself, I know what caused it. So I advise the young people that is new married, depressed, vulnerable, to first of all discover yourself. Make sure that your emotional stability, you have the emotional stability, and then give your life to Jesus. When you give your life to Jesus, you have a stability in your mindset, because everything starts from the mind.
All right, so do you see Mary's Save Your Soul Foundation scaling to other states, maybe going global? What's your vision for
Of
the
course,
foundation?
yes. There are so many people are interested. You know, when I tell my story, so many people wants to support, and they are supporting because as we encourage them through the word of God and encouragement, we also help them financially. You know, to save those people that cannot pay for the hospital bill,
Yeah.
we help them to offset their bill as much as we can. You know, so it's gaining ground actually.
Oh, thank you so much, ma'am. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, vaccine hesitancy.
Oh, okay.
Why are people hesitant when it comes to taking vaccines? Quite recently, COVID-19 vaccines. Is there any real fear? Is there any real fear there, or is it just conspiracy theory or theories? Why are people not actually taking vaccines?
All right. Okay. Thank you. So, vaccine. Why people don't want to take vaccine? Number one is, what is vaccine? Vaccine. These biological substances that we take so that our body immune system will be sensitized to fight against some pathogens so that we don't come down with such diseases. And stemming from that, you see reasons why people are hesitant. Number one, perhaps they don't understand what vaccine is. That may be a reason. And because if people know what vaccines are, they shouldn't reject vaccine. So, but for my own niche, one thing that comes to mind is medication side effects. Every drug is likely to have a side effect. And indeed, like you rightly pointed, with COVID-19 vaccines, there were side effects. Some had a problem with their hearts, some had blood-related side effects. So there was fear of side effect. Of course, secondly, we can say another reason is when people feel a disease is just not as serious as you take it, especially when we look at the global view when the COVID-19 started, it was as if our health system here is just not what it ought to be, and people are going to die in their numbers. But later we found out that it was not so. So when people play down a particular illness, they may not embrace the intervention that you are trying to offer from the public health approach. They are going to wait for treatment and not prevention. Again, why people are hesitant, the COVID-19 vaccine, the speed at which it was approved. I mean, science, some of us started thinking, why this speed? Why are we really sure? Was it really thorough? So the speed was so short compared to what we've known, the period they take to manufacture and also release vaccines. Of course, another reason that will come to mind is misinformation and conspiracy theory. Yes, there are claims that the vaccines, some have chips introduced, and then some are intended to reduce population. Some were intended to reduce also fertility among women. So if you bring all these things together, we can see reasons why there was hesitancy, especially when you look at the COVID-19 vaccine.
So very directly, I'm going to ask you,
Yep.
why is Nigeria not producing vaccines of her own?
Why Nigeria is not producing vaccine? Well, a couple of reasons. Number one, infrastructural development. If you look at the factory, to produce a vaccine, you need a WHO standard factory. And I must remind us that, however,
between 1940, when we were still under the colonial master, till about 1991, my memory serves me right, we have a vaccine producing lab in Yaba in Lagos, and I'm very proud of that. However, there was a need to upgrade that lab, and that was where we have stopped so far. So the infrastructure is not there. Secondly, we want to look at the financial implication. So if you look at the financial implication of setting up a WHO standard lab for vaccine, then compare it vis-a-vis importing the vaccine. Maybe for now, the government want to look at the side of importation. And then thirdly, we are very dependent on international cold chain, especially when you look at things like Gavi and so on. We are heavily dependent. So if you're going to pull out of that, it's like, where are you going to go? Who's going to fill that gap? The reasons, of course, you can still think about how about the expertise? There's still a gap there because we're talking about, when you talk about vaccine, you're talking about patency also. The owners of those vaccines, we want to trust, we want to make sure that there are no gaps. The scientists are there, the structures are there. And so if you're going to bring what you have over there here, the expertise must be on ground. And so all these gaps have to be filled before we start considering Nigeria to be able to manufacture some vaccine.
All right, so it's possible that there is lack of political will and probably infrastructural and capacity, challenges. But what about public sector? Do you think the public sector can actually dive into vaccine production?
Yeah, why not? It's possible. If we have a refinery in Nigeria owned by a private individual, why not? For those who have a vision, I've been able to do some analysis, the forecasting, and feels that this is going to yield something better and profitable. Because don't just want to throw your money anyhow. If they do that analysis and forecasting, and an individual can decide to launch into it. So why not? It's possible, very possible.
So what would you say to that mother that is listening to you and she probably has 2 or 3 young girls that needs cervical cancer vaccination, and she's torn in between, should I not, because of the conspiracy theories? What would be your advice to her?
All right. The first thing I'm going to do is to try to explain vaccine in the way she will understand. I will ask her, Chiggy, do you understand? Now, somebody is going to come here. It's a very dangerous person. I give you the picture of the person. I will tell you how to attack the person. Then I will also leave with you information how to continuously deal with this person from hand. If I approach the explanation concerning vaccine to that woman, she will listen to me. Oh, dangerous person is coming. How will I attack him? And subsequently, how will I? That's what vaccines just do. They just stimulate the system of the body. You see, anytime you see the disease, attack. Every other time you see it, attack. So, number one, education. Like you are doing now, awareness. I'm going to create awareness and educate the woman, and then tell the woman success stories of those who presented, had vaccine uptake, what happened to them years after, and those who did not. And then the impact, emotional impact, the problem, the financial impact of going down with cervical cancer. If I deal with this woman this way, I believe she'll be well convinced to go for screening, and then continue to go for screening, and then be vaccinated and stay safe from cervical cancer.
Okay, so I believe Nigeria has eradicated polio via vaccination.
Yes.
So how come this is not happening for other, diseases like Lassa fever and stuff? Although Lassa, I'm not sure Lassa has a vaccine, so Lassa might not be the best analogy. So why is it not happening for maybe hepatitis? What did they do differently that we're not doing for these other ones?
All right, so we have a success story, like you said, with polio vaccine. Why are we not also have not recorded the same thing? Well, number one is we should go back and check what have we done rightly with polio vaccine, and we have not done well with other vaccines. If you look at it, talking about mothers being involved in polio vaccine, look at most other ones, not really the mothers are involved, other health professionals are there, people who still take these illnesses, it's not as serious as you take it, and so we have to continue to escalate education, awareness in our populace, and then the health system, the practice, those that go to the field, what do they really do? We have to be honest with ourselves. Are we doing exactly what we did with polio vaccine the same way? And then perhaps the administration of polio vaccine maybe is much simpler. Can we look for alternative ways, maybe how to present the manufacture of this other vaccine, if it's possible, in a way that be so simple to administer, like the polio vaccine has been administered?
Wow, interesting. Thank you so much, Dr.
It's my
Funshaw, for your
pleasure.
time. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Chidera, you are a trained registered nurse. I want you to speak to first aid, right? I know we live in a country where we don't have first responders. So, what are the common first aid tips? You will want everybody to know, everybody in every household.
So, for the first common tips I would give is confidence.
Okay.
So the first thing you should know as a first aider is to have confidence. And when you have that confidence, you can channel that energy to your casualty. Because once someone is in danger and they notice the person handling them knows what they are doing, you understand? So that confidence comes with knowledge. And that's what I'm going to try to do today. I'm going to list out possible first aid scenarios and what you're going to do in them. So under the first one I'll take is road traffic accidents / injuries.
Okay.
So the first thing to do there is look at the need. What's the problem? The first problem to mostly identify during accidents is bleeding. So what do you do for bleeding? You control bleeding. So as a first aider, you try to control bleeding, immobilize the casualty, that's minimize movements as much as you can. That's
Okay.
the most things for injuries.
Okay.
So when you look at other first aid scenarios like needle stick injuries,
yes,
and that's common in mostly the healthcare sectors, not just for the nurses. You also see it's common with people that handle healthcare waste. So when you're handling this waste and you happen to have a needle stick injury, the first thing to do is remain calm, just like we said, and then you let the blood flow freely. Let the blood flow freely under a running water.
Okay.
That's the first aid tip for needle stick injury.
Okay. Okay, so but you've been involved in some outreach, activities where you taught first aid for seizures.
Yes.
Can you run us through like a protocol? So someone sees someone going through a seizure. What should the person do?
Okay, so the thing about seizure is not just the first aid. So when you learn, you want to reduce the stigma that comes with it. So when someone is experiencing a seizure, you notice people don't want to come around them. So what I would advise a first aider, stay calm, and you also abide by this acronym safety. So under the safety acronym, S means stay calm, then A means avoid obstructions, avoid restraints. So we have this habit of holding people that have seizures. During seizures, you're holding them. You want to reduce, there's nothing you're doing there. So you need to let them move with the flow of the seizure. Then the F under the acronym means free them of any tight clothing, free of any tight clothing. You might notice the tie buttons, remove them.
Okay.
Then the T means timing. So there's this thing on seizure that you have to know. There are types of seizures, and seizure is a characteristic of epilepsy. But under seizure, you need to look at the timing, and it should last within 1 to 2 minutes. So any seizure that is above 5 minutes is likely an emergency, and you
Yeah.
need to take them to the hospital.
Okay. So what about burns? Maybe with hot water scalding.
Scalds,
Yeah. So how do you, take care
Okay,
of that?
so the under burns and scalds, we mostly experience scalds. Okay, because burn could be heat, could be flame, but what we mostly experience at home, in the home setting, is burn, hot oil, hot water. So the major thing to do is place that part, the affected parts, under a lukewarm running water. Under a lukewarm running water. So the purpose of that is to cool down. So don't use ice chips, don't use ice bags, cold water to cool down the burn scar or the scalds. So in industries where you mostly experience chemical burns and other type of burns there that are mostly corrosive, you also apply the same method, running the parts under the cool water. And then after running it under the cool water, don't apply anything. It's always better to wrap it on a soft cloth.
Okay. So what about, kids when they are running around or they are playing, they could sustain, sprains, how do you, apply first aid even before you start going to the hospital?
The simplest way to handle sprains is just immobilize the parts. It requires expertise to handle dislocations, sprain. So when you immobilize the parts, keep it calm. We don't want to, cause more harm to that part. You don't know the extent of that. So more things that kids experience is also choking.
Yes, yes.
Choking. And choking comes in 2 types. We have the mild and the severe. So the mild choking, you notice that the person still speaks. Yes, they will have the clutching hands on their neck, but there's still voice. You can still hear them talk, and some of them still cough. But when we need a first aid response is the severe type of choking. And in that severe type, that's when we need the abdominal thrust for adults. Then for children, you perform abdominal thrust for while you're kneeling. But for infants, you give them chest compressions and back blows.
Wow.
So that's how to handle choking.
All right. Thank you so much, Chidera, for your insights. God bless you. Okay. Chinelo.
Yes.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
So you're a bonds and cosmetic surgery nurse. Correct me. You're a bonds and a plastic surgery nurse. Yes. So we don't have many of those. So walk us through what it means. Who is a bonds and a plastic surgery nurse?
Okay, bones and plastic surgery nurse is a nurse that is actually in charge of the skin, anything concerning the skin. The skin is an organ, the largest organ in the body. So bones is one aspect, plastic is another aspect. Bones happens on the skin. So for be a plastic nurse or a plastic doctor, you are the one that is going to work on the skin from when the bones occurred till when it heals. After healing, you still maintain to ensure that there is not much scarring on the skin. And coming to that, in cases of burns, there are degrees in burns. So most people don't know that every burns that happens, because everybody has different skin type. Some have normal skin, oily skin, so it doesn't prevent the burns from occurring. So any skin that the burn happens, that touches, whether it's first degree is just the outer layer, just normally on the skin, the first one you're seeing. Then second degree burns is the one that is going to involve a little under like the muscles and all that. Then the third degree can go as deep as the bone.
Wow.
So those burns, this is a wound. Wound has occurred. Once there's a discontinuity of anything on the skin, wound has occurred. Talk more of burns on any other thing. So now, I, as a burn specialist, burns and plastic, what made me to think about it is I don't like anything fire.
Okay. So the question now will be, do you also handle burns from acid, solutions, or just burns from dry flame? So how do you manage, how do you handle the two? Do you handle it the same?
Actually, no, they're not the same. Burns from acid depend on the chemical. There are some burns that happen from bases. That's acid burns is deeper. Acid burns is deeper, like second, third degree. So, but from the surface, on seeing the patient, you see the mask. Because when the acid occurs, when the acid is poured, whether the face, it depends on the angle, the area that is affected, you see it as a mask. Some people look at it and say, the wound is going. And you that is a specialist knows that what you are going to do is more than what the person is seeing. And first off, when such thing happens, I would like to say something. You pour water. Some people go extra mile. They will even start frying egg on the skin. Like some people say, use egg, use this, use that. So some of these agents that people introduce on the skin can make it deeper. So now, if the person comes to the hospital as acid burns, you start give him IV line, depend on the area, you give water and all that. But what we are waiting for is I use Igbo language. I say, like, if you're an Igbo, you know what it means, that you been elu. Okay, the elu. So what you do as much as possible is to make the wound that you saw, the area that is affected, let it get soggy so that you see what is happening underneath. That means you are doing palliative care for the person. You are doing your medication, your encouragement. Sometimes it becomes like a mask if it's on the face. It can be as bad as going deep down into the eyes.
Okay, so how do you handle antimicrobial resistance and infections?
Yes. Some patients come in with, as I said, once that thing happens, whether it's burns, whether by acid, or they come in with different things on the skin. Some, as I said, fried egg. Some will add as far as using urine. Some will tell you engine oil. Everybody come different. So, and some will start looking for different antibiotics. I've used ampiclox in my time. I use you see different doctors on the scene. So now they start having resistance. Sometimes you give them some particular drugs, and you know from when the person entered, whether you're off your ward or unit, you expect some things as they are looking at the wound. Whether the wound is weeping, whether the wound is smiling, that's another angle I can't. Is big. So, and some drugs that you know that you're supposed to, but you call the med lab science. Me, I go for I don't do blind this thing. I call my med lab scientists. They come and take some blood. Yeah. They will now know what the patient has been taking before. Some patients has been self-medicating. So there are some drugs that their body cannot accept. So now, when you check the lab tests and you see the results, it will now give you an idea what to place the patient on. Aside whatever you're going to apply on the skin, it's going to go a long way to help.
Right. So very quickly, what would be the first aid treatment for someone who just experienced, burning, either with acid or with, dry heat?
First aid. First aid is, is initial treatment. It's not actually the permanent stuff. Yes. So if I happen to see, like I normally tell people, first thing you do is water. Water doesn't have an enemy. Water is just water. For water to dilute, if it's acid, dilute. Even if it's fire, dilute, because all the pain thresholds are open. All the pain connections are open. So water will dilute first. Then, if you are not sure, some people go to electrical. Electrical burns also happen. I've lost a patient that he was trying to attend to electrical NEPA something, and they brought lights, and he was electrocuted. So, but people that are around him knew what to do. They had to off the light. And now, if you look at him, Then he didn't have any problem. So you had to now put water, not giving him water. If you can't do anything, just ensure that you yourself that is trying to do the first aid for the person, that you are safe from the scene. Then pour water, then consult. You can take the patient to the hospital. From there, I believe, not actually only me, I believe that from there, care will be given to the person. But if it's me, there's so many things I can do aside water. But talking about it now, I don't know how long it's going to be because it's fast.
Right. So finally, what are 2 words you use to describe Nelo products? Because I know you're also an entrepreneur. So 2 words very quickly to describe Nelo products.
Okay, Nelo product was birthed just call it last year. Something happened, but I had a passion. I don't like seeing scar. I don't like seeing like when I was growing up, I was called pimple paradise because I had pimple on my face. You can hardly see an area that doesn't have pimple. So incidentally, I now became a bones and plastic surgery nurse. I had the passion to produce home care items, but what I want to talk about is my skin care.
Yeah.
Some patients have come after this, when you discharge them, as I said, from admission to discharge, that's what you plan. So the patients you see, some of them have scar. So how do you reduce the scar? So Nelo products helps people to reinvent themselves. That's how the scar is minimized. Some clear. Even people that really have burns and maybe pimples and other ailments, whatever wound care, the Nelo product helps them to maintain their skin, their tugo, and be okay with themselves. That's they reinvent themselves. Sometimes some people don't even know that there's some beauty in them. So using that product actually has helped a lot of people. There's so many reviews about it, and I'm so happy. We are still coming up.
Definitely.
We'll still go on.
Well, congratulations
Thank
so
you
far.
very much.
Thank you. Wish you all the best. God bless you.
Thank you. You too.
Chiggy.
Please do. So tell us,
Yep.
aside looking dashing, who are you?
My name is Fintan, Dr. Ekochin Fintan.
Okay.
Yes, I work as a specialist consultant for neurology. So I'm so interested in the brain and what affects the brain.
Absolutely. But before we get to that, I've had a couple of conversations with you where you shocked me beyond words, especially what you did with trans fats and cholesterol. Even till tomorrow, many people still don't understand, what plays out, So tell us, what is trans fat? What is cholesterol?
There is a deep biochemistry which you don't try to challenge the public to understand at the outset. So that aside, trans fats are fats which the body does not know what to do with. They are like foreign bodies, and we have them in our foods, especially modern processed foods. So WHO in 2018 identified so much research pointing to the health hazards of trans fats and proposed that every country in the world should eliminate them, and built a guideline called the Replace Project, Replace, to help countries. I think only like 8 countries have fully complied in the whole world. Now, everybody is worried about news of somebody suddenly collapsing and dying. Trans fats is implicated there. We are seeing so much stroke in hospital. Trans fats, heart attacks, trans fats, even metabolic disorders like diabetes, trans fats. And trans fats are like hiding behind the scene while the innocent molecule called cholesterol takes the blame. Everybody can tell you cholesterol is bad. Today, there is so much evidence. Cholesterol is like a band-aid trying to help your body. The repair from the damage done by trans fats. So everything you know that is said to be harmful about cholesterol, wipe it and put trans fats on the chair as the culprit.
Wow.
Trans fats are very toxic.
But why was cholesterol, the scapegoat? Why was that molecule, as you choose to call it, implicated for so long?
The testing parameters available many years ago were able to detect cholesterol better. So when there was a rise, and then people started distinguishing between good cholesterol and bad cholesterol. So the focus went there because we saw people with heart attacks and strokes having higher cholesterol values. So, but the trans fats came up later, and to dissociate them now has been a challenge. So that's how it all came about.
So you do know that they'll tell you, do not, as an adult, do not. In fact, I heard this just as recent as 2 or 3 days ago, where someone was saying, "You're an adult, so don't take eggs. Don't take eggs. They're high in cholesterol. Don't take this. They're high in cholesterol." Knowing all you know now, what would be your advice?
The human being has a brain that makes him or her superior to the next higher mammal, which is a primate ape. The big difference biochemically between the human brain and the chimpanzee's brain is the presence of more variety of fats. One of those fats that makes human brain superior is cholesterol. So if you deny your brain cholesterol, it starts performing lower and lower like a monkey. Because of this, cholesterol is needed in your food, and the liver is an organ that produces cholesterol to make sure you don't run out of cholesterol. Every cell membrane in your body has cholesterol. Cholesterol is a building block of cells, tissues, organs, and the human being. Calling it bad names is like suicide. So there is no space for that. Cholesterol, it constitutes 25% of the brain by percentage volume. 25% of a healthy human brain.
Wow. Okay, so you're saying that the human brain comprises of fats. So what are the dietary requirements to help, brain power, strength, knowing what we know now?
Okay, so the trans fats we should emphasize are those ones that we meet every day. And they get into the brain because the brain is like a fat sponge. By dry weight, the brain is 60% fat. If you remove all the water, it's 60% remaining fat. So when we encounter trans fats in our diet, it's the brain that goes to mop them up. And it's at a loss. It has nothing else to work with than those foreign bodies in quote. So where are the trans fats coming from? They are coming from industrially produced seed oils. Mark that. Industrially produced seed oils. So soybean oil is a very good example, and that's the most popular trans fat containing in Nigeria. If you go to America, Europe, Canada, they have sunflower oil, canola oil, safflower oil, corn oil, cottonseed oil, but we don't have those in Nigeria. We have soya oil. So that's our number one source of trans fats. Palm oil has little or no trans fats. Coconut oil has absolutely no trans fats. But the trans fats in these oils I'm talking about is at a certain level. It's not that much, but people use it so much that it becomes significant. There is nothing you cook today, you don't put it inside.
Sure.
The big blow on the human health from trans fats comes from shortened, partially hydrogenated oils.
English, please.
Margarine. Margarine. Then people go to cook, they use shortening fats. It's like margarine also. They use it to fry. Confectionaries use it a lot to make cake. Margarine is the king of trans fats. If you don't take anything home today, take that home.
Okay, so before we let you go, tell us brain food that is a yes and food that is a no for brain health.
Okay, so talking about fats today, the brain needs cholesterol. So the more eggs you eat, the more cholesterol you get, the better your brain. And remember, cholesterol is not harmful unless you have trans fats added to the mix. Then animal fats are superior to plant fats. Animal fats feed the body with the kind of fats the brain easily incorporates and builds and repairs itself. So animal fats are superior to plant fats. And then eggs are superior to most other. In fact, it's the most available and affordable healthy food you can eat today.
Okay, so one last question. You know, I don't like letting you go each time we're talking because you have a lot to dish out. Aside dietary, requirements, what other lifestyle choices can actually help brain power to improve?
Sleeping 8 hours in a dark room. The brain can only repair itself when you are asleep. All the time you are awake, we now know that the brain circulates a special fluid called the glymphatic, and it does these impulses during certain phases of sleep. So if you sleep 5 hours and you feel you're a high delivery, high performance person, you are buying yourself old age in the brain. So 8 hours of sleep is one. And then you should sleep in a dark room. So having the light on, the TV there, flickering and all that, the eye picks light even when the eye is closed. So that light goes to tell the brain, don't go into sleep mode. So the repair doesn't happen. So you wake up with headache, menstrual irregularities in women, memory issues in the elderly, epilepsy, and much more.
I don't know why we're not clapping. Dr. Fintan Ekochin, you're coming back to my show.
Thank you very much.
Is it controversial to say I can't have enough of you? All right.
You're
Thank you so
welcome.
much for your time. Okay, so I'm looking at you.
Yes.
And you're giving off this celebrity artist vibes. Which one is it? Tell us.
Okay, I'm an influencer and a content creator. Yes.
Okay, so at what point did you decide that influencing is what you want to do?
Okay, I feel like I've been doing this professionally for like 4 years now. This year will make it the 5th year. I always knew I had the passion for content creation right from secondary school. I'm always that person who is so inquisitive, like with the camera. I'm always in front of the camera. I basically love the spotlight, actually. So I feel like during that time, after secondary school, after WAEC, I knew that, okay, this is what I wanted to go into. So like 3 years ago, I now went into it professionally, started making videos, started putting it out there. I switched from Instagram to YouTube to other parts of social media as well. Started making my videos and people started loving them actually. So I feel like that's what made me balance in it. Exactly.
So what's your niche? Because I know with content creation,
Yeah.
you have to have a part or
Yeah.
a place, a niche where people know you for. So what exactly is your niche and why did you choose that?
Okay, I am a fashion and lifestyle creator. I style outfits and then give out everyday fashion lifestyle. And my lifestyle videos comes from my storytelling videos. I do my storytelling videos with vlogs that are very relatable. I felt that young boys of my age don't definitely know how to dress. Like basically in the Nigerian space, people don't understand what fashion is. I feel like fashion is rooted in culture. It's not just about outfits or styling outfits. It's also about rooted in culture. So I looked into the media space and found out that boys of my age, my teenage age, they don't actually know how to style outfits and dress. They don't understand the perspective of fashion. So I started the fashion influencing just because I could tell the stories of black boys so that they can express their ways through fashion. Then my storytelling is basically all about balancing my content creation with school because I'm a student. I'm a final year student in ENUGU State University of Science and Technology. Yeah, so I feel like some people don't understand the aspects of balancing content creation and school, but I do that because I multitask. I sometimes go to school and at the same time I do my content. So when I'm vlogging my lifestyle, going to school and also doing my content. So it's balanced and it's relatable to the audience watching me.
Absolutely,
So, yeah.
absolutely. Now, you have drawn me into your world, right?
Yeah.
And I have to ask you this.
Okay.
When was the first time your video went viral? And what did
Okay.
you do to get that?
So basically, normal me, I'm not all about the virality. I feel like your constant community cares more than the viral society. The viral society and the viral thing, they come once, they don't come all the time. But your consistent community comes every single time. They comment, they like, they love what you do. They are stuck in your content. But when I went viral last year, October, and it was on TikTok. So I just made a random video. I feel like that video is just a POV content, a point of view content. So I put out this video, and the people who could relate to it are students like me, right? So this video is just talking about, you having class and you still having to do your content, but it's in a very short and funny way. So people understood that vibe, and that's when my video went viral. So I continued doing that kind of videos, and it kept on getting viral, and it built my community. I call my community people my Gen Zs, because I feel like I'm a Gen Z person. So I feel like, so that's the age bracket from 18 to 22, 23. So I feel like when I started this community thing, people started following me from those videos. And I was so happy actually, because a lot of celebrities reached out to me. I got invited for the AMVCA's African Magic Viewers Award in Lagos. I also went for Lagos Fashion Week. So I feel like one thing about content is the more you push yourself out there, you don't need the virality, because people are also watching you. It comes in the part that when you start your content, you see those celebrities reaching out and you be like, me, when did I start? I started from ENUGU here. And it's very, very crazy.
ENUGU to the world.
Because when that thing happened, I saw my video was going from 200K, because my normal views is like 1,000, and it stopped in 1,000. And normally I don't even care. I just see the 1,000, I continue pushing. I am always consistent with my content. So when the video started going to 200K, I told my friend, my video is going viral. I'm like, oh, and I was so, that was very, very crazy. That was very, very crazy.
Okay, so at what point did it become monetized? Was it before it went viral, or there was something you had to do? Just walk us through it.
Okay, I feel like I started earning from content creation a year after I started, because brands started reaching out to me. I feel like when I started with Instagram, obviously, when Instagram was still with pictures, before it's continued with IGTV and Reels. Now people post Instagram Reels. So brands started reaching out to me to advertise for them. That's when I started earning. But then I was charging smaller, because I was still starting. I was looking at my followers like, oh, this is when I started. But I had a group of friends who were also influencers, and were higher than me in what they do. So they told me that, oh, if you want to charge a brand, you have to have a rate card. A rate card is what every influencer has. Is like where your charges are, how much you charge for a video, how much you charge for 2 videos. So I started charging these brands. And so, okay, from last year, my TikTok went viral. I started going live, getting money from TikTok, actually. So I feel like my big break moment was when I worked with Guinness. That was like last year, December. So I feel like that was like, when I knew, okay, this is it, actually. So yeah, and they could actually relate to my storytelling, because that's what I made for them, actually.
All right, so what would be the one advice? Because you already have like followers here.
Yeah,
Right here.
yeah.
So what would you tell someone who is looking to be like you, in the nearest future? What would be your one advice?
The thing is, don't be like me,
Okay.
be you. I feel like it's something knowing who you
Be
are.
authentic.
Yes, being personal. Because when I started doing content, I wanted to just copy those UK creators, but I was like, what do I know how to do best? I know how to dress, and I know how to tell stories. So I copied these 2 things, and then I started flowing with it. If you're a young adult growing up, I feel like you should just find what you are comfortable in, so that when you're doing it, you don't burn out. You just keep doing it every time, and it's not something you just say, "Oh, this person is doing, I'm not doing." So,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much.
Thank you.
So much. So can I say you look like Bright Chimezi, Abi? Is it my eye? Do you even know Bright Chimezi?
Yeah, I know you.
Okay. So software engineer.
Civil engineer.
Sorry?
Civil engineer.
Civil engineer.
Yeah.
You are a civil engineer.
Yeah.
So what does a civil engineer do? What's the difference between a civil engineer and probably a mechanical engineer or an architect? So what's the differentiating factor between a civil engineer and other engineering?
Okay, civil engineering basically is all about design and maintenance of infrastructures like the road, buildings, water resources, and the rest of them. Then while architectural work is based majorly on designs, those aesthetic things you will see. Then mechanical has to do with that is engines and the rest of them.
Okay. So in your work, are you predominantly in the public sector, in the private sector, and how is that working out for you?
Currently, I have a registered construction and water resources company based here in ENUGU. It's called Educing Constructions and Water Resources Limited. And by God's grace, we've been in service for over 5 years now. We've been rendering services in buildings, roads, and the rest of them. Like currently, we have a project with the 2 divisions where we are conducting a geotechnical soil investigation for a 3-story building. And then after that work, we were contracted again for another project at 103 Battalion, where we also conducted another geotechnical soil investigation. And by His grace, we've been doing borehole projects for industrial, residential, road constructions, and the rest of them.
So if I get you correctly, you run a company, you own that company.
Yes, duly registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission.
Duly registered.
Yeah.
Now, how did you get funding? I'm looking at you and I don't think you're past 30, 35. Don't mind me, but I'm thinking you're quite young.
Well,
How did you access funding to start a company of that, stature?
Well, I'm below that age,
Ah, you see?
but then I'm this kind of person that doesn't believe that age should be a limitation. Whenever you put your heart to do something, then put your mind to, then God will make the resources available.
Absolutely.
And currently, I'm actually going to that point where we are calling on partnership from well-meaning Nigerians and foreigners to help grow the company to get global visibility and all that.
So the question again is, how did you get funding to start this business?
Like I said, it's based on friends, family, and my own personal savings. For example, if I do a job, I make gains, and then I keep some for my own personal growth, for the company, and then if someone can actually give me some money, like I said earlier, I'm looking for partnership now. If I get the partnership that I'm actually looking out for, then that's the way the company has been going from one level to another.
Okay, so let's talk about borehole construction.
Okay.
So, what if someone wants to get a borehole? Because we live in a country where you have to look for alternative utility, supply of utility. When you talk about power, you talk about solar. When you talk about water, you talk about wells and boreholes and things like that. So, what does it cost to get a borehole?
Well, the cost of getting a borehole in your compound is not determined. It depends on a lot of factors, which mainly depends on the geology of that area. For example, within Enugu metropolis, the cost of drilling here in Enugu is completely different from the cost of drilling a borehole, maybe within Nsoka, Udi, and the rest of them. And the reason is that the geology of Enugu is completely different from the geology of those areas. For example, here in Enugu, you can use what we call a hammer drilling machine, but there you use a rotary, which is more of you using fluids, chemicals, and the rest of them to get your job done. But here, it's more of you using a compressor machine called a hammer drill, like I talked about. So the cost of drilling a borehole cannot be determined. It depends solely on the geology of that area.
So, assuming you get the partnership you so desire,
Yes.
how do you see yourself scaling your company? What's the plan? Because every investor will want to understand, return on investment. So, what's the plan?
So currently, I'm in need of a drilling machine. And that drilling machine is worth over 360 million, which I don't have the capital at the moment. But then I intend to maybe reach out to people that I can actually take the stock of my company. Then I can sell a certain percentage of my worth to them. Then if they're willing, maybe from there we can grow partner, and then that's it.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for your time and sharing your story with us. So, thank you for coming on the show. Growing up as a twin, identical twin, how was it, growing up in the same household with your twin brother?
Okay, I think it was quite fun, and people actually admire us. Yeah, The only problem was that while in primary school, my sister or my elder sister would want us to actually be in different classes. Yeah, because of lack of concentration and co. So in secondary school, the same thing was applicable. That our teachers would want to separate us. Maybe my brother will be in A class, I will be in D class. But one thing for sure is that they will never separate us in dormitory, in dining hall, and even in games. So that's it.
All right, so they couldn't separate you guys, but your brother went for health and you went for the arts. How did that pan out for both of you?
Okay, well, there's this adage they say that a mother gives birth to two, but from different God. So we grew up realizing that we have our different hobbies. And I grew up realizing that I like listening to people's problem, solving their problem. And I also like listening to music. And as a matter of fact, I'm actually a musical artist and a lawyer. So that's what makes it different. So basically, anything I'm doing, we are doing it together. So he's a med lab scientist, I'm a lawyer. The only thing there is that both of us are music artists.
Okay, so tell us about this music, aspect. I'm quite curious. What genre of music do you do?
Okay, growing up, we were mimicking the likes of Danfo Driver, P Square. And from my own side, I like the aspect of high life and Afro high life. So because after my secondary school, okay, while in secondary school, I was the choir prefect because I went to Marist Brothers Juniorate. So it's a Catholic school where you are being given this particular Catholic post like choir prefect. So it helped me to actually develop my talent and discover the fact that I have the hobby of singing and listening to music. So it now pushed me into joining that aspect of high life or Afro high life. So that's it.
Okay, so do you see yourself going pro with music?
Sure.
Tell us what's the plan?
Okay, while in the university, most people or the people we study music with will be like, why are you doing music and doing law? I'll tell them, I've always intend to listen to people's problem and solve it. And I cannot do that without being popular. So I need to join the aspect of my practicing and that of my hobby. That is my talent and my lawyering. So joining the both of them together, I can actually achieve one thing, being listening to people. And again, in the aspect of my music, I discovered that I started being like going far in music from the time Cubana Prime Minister invited us in Lagos. So it made us to actually gain this fame in ENUGU, thereby performing with the likes of Davido at ENUGU Carnival, the likes of Flavor, Fino, Oga Landlord, and so many of them. And we performed with Ira Star and Crayon at Cubana ENUGU 2020. So that was it.
Interesting. How would you describe your brother's personality and how is it different from yours?
Okay, my brother is more like an introvert, or I'll call it an ambivert, but I'm an extrovert. So people will always want to say, you look different from your brother. Your brother is cool, and I'm so playful and cool. So that's the only thing I can say. But when it comes to business, we're actually serious.
Yeah.
The only difference I can say is that he's an ambivert, and I'm an extrovert. So that's it.
All right. So you both are pursuing a business in business development, right?
Yeah.
So how is it working out for both of you?
Okay, it's actually going on where the fact that I know a bit of business and he knows a lot of it. But when it comes to music, I know more of it. Why he knows less of it. So we actually collaborate. You understand? We come in addendum to actually work things out. And once we see the market strategy and what the market needs, that's what we are going for. So I'm not arguing about it with him. So once he says, let's do this, we do it. But whenever it comes to music, I say, let's do this. he joins immediately. So that's it.
In perfect synergy and harmony.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Hello.
Hello, Chiggy.
Welcome, and you look really dashing, beautiful.
Oh, thank you
Good
so
to
much.
see
And
you.
you too.
Thank you. So, tell me, as a nurse and someone who has practiced, for decades, I want us to talk about gunshot victims and first aid. Assuming there's a situation and someone sustains a gunshot, maybe from an accidental discharge, what would be, the first aid strategy to, at least keep the person stable before the person gets to the hospital?
Okay. Let me first say that management of gunshots in this part of the country is very delicate issue because to us here we feel that anybody that has a gunshot is a criminal, and that has put the person on the limelight. And then some people are afraid to come close to the person, even as from first aid level and at the hospital. But then as a nurse, if you happen to have a gunshot patient outside the hospital, your priority is to look around and make sure that you are safe and the patient is safe. Then you now go into action to make sure that the person's ABC, that's the breathing and other things that are intact. If not, you have to, try to make sure that the breathing is normal, do your cardiac massage, and then the rest. Then on the injury sites, you have to, wrap it with a clean cloth or handkerchief. Make sure that if the bullet is still there, don't remove it. Because if you do, the person can bleed to death. So you now have to stabilize the patient, then, make a call for aid. Then you transfer the person to the hospital.
Okay, so for someone who is a non-medical person and probably sees another person, excuse me, who sustained a gunshot wound, what should the person do?
Okay,
Should
if
you
you're-
try to clean the wound or stabilize? What do you do to stabilize the patient, depending when help comes or when you're able to get to the hospital?
Okay, if you are a non-medical person, the aim of first aid in every situation is to make sure that you do the primary things to make sure that life doesn't go out of the person. So what you have to do is to, one, in fact, it's good that everybody know the primary principle of resuscitation. Okay,
Yeah.
so you can remove the tight clothing so that the patient will start breathing well. If there are onlookers, make sure that they are not very close so that the person can breathe well. Then
Okay.
you can do your cardiac massage and then send for help as soon as possible.
Okay, so but this controversy with rejecting, gunshot, victims, right? I'm not talking the legal aspect now. I'm talking the human, humanity aspect. Is it still in practice where a victim is brought with gunshot wounds and they say go and get police a certain document? Is it still in practice?
Though since 2017, there has been a law promulgated on this issue that nobody should reject a gunshot patient, whether in the public area or private area. But then, unfortunately, you still see some people that do it now. I don't know if they do it out of ignorance or what. And they don't even know that if they are being if they are being caught up with that thing, they will go for reason. They will go to 6 months jail or pay fine of 100,000 naira or more. But people still do it. It's unfortunate. I think it's a stigma because of gunshots. People think you are a criminal.
Okay, so for someone or maybe a group of people who rushed a gunshot victim to the hospital and is rejected, what should they do? what should they do? I know that they could report, but what is the next thing they should do just to make sure that the life is saved?
Well, if you go
Should
to any
they-
hospital,
sorry to cut you short. Let me just give you a little context. So, what should they do? Should their patient be rejected? Should they threaten, the staff, with police, whatever, because there's a policy saying you should treat, or they should just look for an alternative? What would you suggest they do to save the life of this person?
well, I think that's what the person should do is to be able to tell the healthcare providers at that moment the implication of what they are doing. Okay? It's not just about rest. Remember that life is involved. So you should be able to tell them that there is a law that says that you should be able to treat my patient. So, but if they refuse, well, you may not be there struggling with them. You can just pull the person and go to the next available center. But then it's very good that everybody should know that gunshot victims, they have life to be alive because all of them are not guilty.
They're actually guilty. They're actually innocent until proven guilty.
Until proven otherwise.
Okay. So now, how do you, advise, assuming you're written as a consultant, how do you advise that advocacy, towards this, area? How do you advise that it goes out? What advocacy frameworks would you suggest to the government and to individuals?
Yes, I think that the government has done their part by giving us this law. Then the remaining is now for us, the healthcare providers, to always make sure that in our workshops and seminars, we tell our people the basic thing, that we should not reject them. And if we understand it and we start doing it, there wouldn't be any problem.
Absolutely. All right. So, before we let you go, what's the role of non-governmental organizations in this whole, discussion?
The non-governmental organization that is interested in what we are saying can usually partner. They can partner with the governmental organization and be able to provide these services. And if they do so, it will be very beneficial to everybody.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Ada, for your time. Hi, Dr. Chukwuemeke. Thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you so much.
So I had this conversation earlier where we talked about how polio has been effectively eradicated, right, via vaccination. I don't know, were there other interventions or just strictly through vaccination?
Yes, primarily through vaccination, but vaccine alone would not be allowed. We need to also guard against possible importation. Countries can be declared polio-free, like Nigeria was declared polio-free in August 2020. Yeah, we are declared polio-free, but at the same time, we did not step down. Yeah, we have people at the borders watching for possible import of cases, so that if you see such thing, there will be triaged and samples taken and tested. So when we vaccinate, sure, we also need to increase our guides to ensure that we don't have imported cases.
Okay, so since 2020, that is 5-6 years since, has there been reported sporadic cases of polio anywhere, or it has been cold and silent ever since?
Now, to answer the question straight, before that 2020, in the international community, we have what we call the pain. We have Pakistan, we have Afghanistan, we have Nigeria, India, and Nigeria, PAIN. These 4 countries constitute the burden of the highest burden of polio, white polio viruses all over the world, with all the interventions being put into it. But gradually, countries began to do the needful. India left, and Nigeria followed. Since 2020, we've not had wide polio virus dictated anywhere in Nigeria. And Nigeria happens to be the last country in the continent of Africa to be declared polio-free. So as at today, every country in African region is declared polio-free. However, we have what we call the circulating vaccine-derived polio virus This is a mutant of vaccine candidate. When we vaccinate children that are malnourished, that are immunocompromised, and when vaccine coverage is not high, the problem we have is that the vaccine strain seems to mutate and give rise to what we call the vaccine derived poliovirus. It's not the white poliovirus. Thank you.
Okay. So, in your opinion and given your expertise, how can we replicate what happened with polio with other, communicable, diseases like hepatitis, yellow fever? Yellow fever has a vaccine.
Sure.
How do we replicate this? How do we take the framework and replicate it and see that we eradicate these other ones?
All right. One of the good things that happened to countries in Sub-Saharan Africa was the initial partnership we had with the West. They developed capacity. When I talk about capacity, human capacity, infrastructural capacity that we were able to use to contain polio. A lot of people were trained as vaccinators. A lot of people are trained on field epidemiologists. A lot of people are trained for identification of cases using case definition protocols. A lot of people are trained in sample management. Coolies are trained also in testing. So what has happened over time is that with polio being eradicated, we knew that we were not yet done with potential infectious materials, more so vaccine preventable diseases. So there was a transition. The same structure we use in polio in Nigeria was used in COVID. The same structure we use was used in our own environment, Lassa. Currently, we have massive epidemic of Lassa in the country.
Yes.
So the infrastructure we use in polio containment is exactly what we are using now to do the surveillance, dictate cases, identify cases, and also for treatment protocol. However, some of them, we don't have vaccine already, like for instance, Lassa, we don't have vaccine, but there is an ongoing phase 3 vaccine trial happening in Ghana, which is just a neighboring country there. So we believe that when that is done and vaccine is accepted, that we'll have vaccine for such things.
Okay, we're very hopeful. But let me ask this hypothetical question. Should COVID reemerge, how ready are we as a nation?
I'm not trying to run my country down, but the truth is that the whole lesson, many countries continued building on experiences we had in COVID. COVID opened up so many things, how good, how bad our systems were. Currently, if we have a pandemic of that nature, I doubt whether this country is ready. One, not because of infrastructure is there, but we've lost the best hands. We've lost the best brains. We've lost almost all the people. If you send out your CV out of this country, and there is an evidence that you are among those frontline health workers that combated COVID in Nigeria, so many countries will give you employment. So we've lost so many people due to the Jabba syndrome that we have in the country. So if we happen to have such now, I doubt. But however, we still maintain the succession plan. We are still training younger colleagues, people. But the truth is that you graduate them in schools. The next moment, you are getting an application. Chief, please sign this. I want to travel out of the country. So we are losing our best hands, our best brains, and best everything to other countries of the world.
Yeah, that's so true. But aside training of younger ones, are there other contingency, plans? Should, for example, Lassa is here with us. What is the plan? I mean, in terms of contact tracing, quarantine, just walk us through it.
Now, let's use what we have at hand now. Lassa is ravaging. Now, in ENUGU here, we have the international airport.
Yeah.
The unit where I work, we are always placed on alert. Yesterday, I left the hospital almost past 7 p.m. There was an alert. Stand by, we might have a suspected case of one of these viral hemorrhagic, we don't know. So we have to stay back. So when we have such thing, number one is that there is a case definition. People are trained to identify who is possibly, did this person meet the case definition? If the person made the case definition, you triage. You put the person out of the public, and you now collect sample, send the sample, triple packaging. Colleagues are trained how to sample this and to transport these samples in a way that it will not lose its potency. So we convert them on cold chain, and colleagues in the laboratory will, and the person is already in isolation, the patient, the suspected patient. So now when the test is done using PCR, and the result is positive or negative, it is also communicated back. If it happens to be positive, there is an active case search. You now do line listing, you do contact tracing. Where have you been in the last 2 hours? Where have you been in the last 3 hours, last 24 hours? Who and who did you meet there? The line lists are made. People are told to isolate because somebody that you had contact with was confirmed positive for this virus or this bacteria, in this case, Lassa, and that person is kept monitored temperature for possible sign. If there happens to be any, the index of suspicion is high enough, the person is sampled and sample tested.
Yeah.
If the person is positive, the person will also go in isolation. And we have good hands in the clinic that we handle and treat those conditions.
All right, thank you so much. That's so reassuring. And thank you so much for the important work you are doing, Dr. Chinedu Chimike. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming on the show. So tell us, you're a deputy director currently, and you're
Assistant director.
assistant director currently, and you're in charge of blood banking with the federal federal hospital, National Orthopedic Hospital. Beautiful. Tell us, in your expertise and your experience, what is the state of blood banking? Let's start with ENUGU first.
Well, the state of blood banking in
Mhm.
Enugu state is still, we've not gotten there. We're still trying to catch up. When you compare to Lagos State, I think if you check how everything is being done in Lagos, if you compare it to Enugu, we are still very, very far behind. In Lagos, they are now, you can trace any blood. Blood can be traced. Any blood registered in Lagos State Blood Transfusion Service can be traced and is centrally screened. But here, people are still, I think it's a lack of effort from government to put in policies that will strengthen the policy. It's one thing to make policy, another is to follow it up. And people are taking advantage of demand in blood to, practice quackery, And since the regulators are not doing what they're supposed to do, we are still lagging behind.
All right, so I want you to walk us through what you mean by blood is screened, centrally, yeah? Blood is, you said something about central
like in Lagos State,
screening.
Every blood is screened by the government. They have centers where you take your blood to. Whether let's say, for instance, now, we have a center for screening in, let's say, orthopedic hospital, and you bled somebody in Nsukka. If there are no center in Nsukka, you send it to ENUGU. But in Lagos, they have so many centers. So you take it to that center where it is screened, and it's screened with the latest equipment. And then they put the logo, the state logo, on that blood.
So if I understand you correctly, blood banking is strictly a public service affair. There's no private, arrangement.
No, there is private and there is public.
Okay.
But government controls the whole thing. Yes. They make sure that every blood is safe for the patient to take. If any blood that doesn't have logo of the Lagos state government, you don't transfuse. It's an offense to transfuse.
Okay, so if you were commissioner for health for a week, or you were brought in as a healthcare consultant, what would you do differently to improve, blood banking in Enugu?
What I will do is to formulate policy and ensure that those policies are followed. Take a cue from Lagos State. Make sure that people that are supposed to be in blood banking are there. Because you have a lot of quacks in Enugu, and a lot of things are being done. So formulate policies, follow it up, then create the awareness, and then train people on proper and best practices in blood banking.
Okay, so someone is in need of blood type O versus D negative. It's very rare, right? The negative rhesus, you're the hematologist, so you understand what I mean.
Yes.
So how does one procure it? Because they are not readily available, just the way like rhesus D positive is. So what would be your advice to this person? Yeah.
Well, we have so many blood bankers in Enugu. So you make contacts. Let's say you're in UNTH and it's not available. Contacts could be made. Like we have an association of blood bankers in Enugu, and we are trying to come together to,
sanitize.
Get some policies which will submit to relevant authorities to strengthen the blood banking in Enugu. So we also have a WhatsApp group. So if there is need for maybe negative, as you said, and it's not available in UNTH, you can contact other blood bankers. If they have, they will now supply.
Okay, so what do you have to say about commercial donors? People who donate blood for a fee. Are they really necessary, for lack of a better word, necessary evil? What are your thoughts?
For now, we are dependent on them. They are our lifesavers. Because much of the blood we get is from commercial donors. Our people are too maybe superstitious. People do not want to donate blood. You see people, there's somebody, the father needed blood, and he was asked to come and donate. Or can came short, what? So our people are not ready for now. So we need awareness, create more awareness, tell people about the importance of donation so that gradually commercial donation will be reduced. But for now, without commercial donation, we are not going anywhere. We can't meet up with demands.
You know that women bleed every month, right? So every month, a part of their blood goes out, physiologically. But men, it's not the same thing with men. But there's this school of thought that thinks, or that says, that men ought to donate blood to keep healthy. Is this a conspiracy theory, or is there any truth to it?
Well, in donation, we have criteria, which if you meet up with the criteria, you donate. There's nothing like, unless like a woman that's menstruating, during your period of menstruation, you don't donate.
Okay.
But any other thing apart from that, once you meet up with the criteria, you can donate.
Male or female, you go ahead and donate.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fine, for your time. Okay, so tell us, what makes you tick as a human being? What makes you excited? What makes you go?
Okay, what makes me so excited as a human being is I have the ability to reach out to many persons in the world, most especially in my profession as a dental therapist.
Wow, you're a dental therapist. So what was the passion? What was the nudging that made you feel, you know what? I'm going for dental therapy.
Wow. Okay, the nudging is first that thing I look into someone if I'm talking to you is your teeth. So I hate seeing calculuses in the mouth of people. That is the milky part. It irritates. So I was like, there's a way out. So we are into preventive dentistry. So we are the one that prevents you from going for restorative. That is going, if you don't take care of your teeth, see the mouth is the gateway to the body. So you have to take care of your body. A healthy mouth is a healthy being. So all we do is to go to oral health instruction to different communities, give a oral health instruction, how to take care of your oral health. So that was what inspired me most.
Oh, brilliant. So, how would you advise someone who is experiencing, mouth odor? How would you advise the person to, manage the mouth odor, actually treat that mouth odor?
All right. Talking about mouth odor, we're going to say that is halitosis. Mouth odor can be caused by some cancer, that's oral cancer, or maybe from the lungs, or it can be something that someone does not take care of his or herself by brushing teeth. Most times, people go to bed late at night, eating and sleeping, instead of brushing late at night before sleeping. Instruction is brush your teeth before you go to bed. That is the last thing you have to do. So when you follow the procedure, you find out that you will lack mouth odor. And another thing is, do your toothpaste, that is your dental fluid, does it have a fluoride? We can see what has killed dental practices, that is Agnes Wama. It's so cheap. People go into it, but the thing there is it has a high abrasive agent. It doesn't kill odor. It causes a lot of harm. So we advise people, when you go to pick up a toothbrush, first of all, get a toothbrush as an adult, the medium toothbrush, and then use a dental fuse, that is a toothpaste that has fluoride. So before you pick a toothpaste, look at it. It's written fluoride. So it's very important. You have to do that first. Then you brush morning and night after eating.
So we are made to understand that there's a right way to brush.
Yes.
Can you walk us through that,
Okay.
protocol?
All right. Actually, I'm not with my model, but I can just demonstrate. First of all, when you're brushing, we have something called sweeping method. You don't do like this. You brush upwards.
As if you're scooping.
Yes, as if you're sweeping. When you want to brush inside, you bring it out, brush the same way. But the challenge there is that when people are brushing, when you brush like this, the particles in between, that is the hole, interproximal spaces, particle will remain inside. All you do, you are just massaging, just playing with. But once you scoop up, the particles goes up. And then when you are now brushing, you brush inside the tongue, or tongue and the hard palate. Some don't brush up, they only brush the tongue, forgetting that the hard palate, some particles can be there. And when you speak, it causes mouth odor. And then, how do you brush? You take a little dentifrice, that is a toothpaste, little, tip into your brush. Some will line it up. Have you ever imagined using too much of Omo detergents to wash clothes? It doesn't wash off dirt, rather, it makes a lot of soap. That is how it is. So when you take a little, when you brush, after brushing, you find out that you don't rinse. The only thing, you don't rinse your mouth yet. You spit as much as possible. Spit out till you're comfortable, and then go sleep with the toothpaste in your mouth. So when you wake up in the morning, you now rinse and eat, and then brush again without rinsing.
Interesting. So, there's this question I wanted to ask you before we let you go. What is the indication for braces? You normally see people on braces. So, what maybe dental deformity will be an indication for someone to go and say, okay, you know what, I need to get some braces.
Okay. Braces, we have different braces. Some people go for fashion braces, just for fashion. Then we have the one for dental, which the braces, that is to correction of teeth. When there is misalignment, when the upper edge is not occluding with the lower one. So it causes the person, when you're talking, there's a misalignment. So it helps in correction. Most times it can be 2 years.
It can be 1 year. It depends on the person's
Wow.
signals or corresponding areas of the teeth.
All right. Thank you so much, my darling, for enlightening us and teaching us how to brush correctly. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, you're my friend, and I know a little bit about you, right?
Okay.
Can you take us through what you went through, yourself and your lovely wife, what you went through with your first child? I know it's something that is very close to your heart, but maybe someone will hear your story and learn from it. So, what went down, after the child was born?
Okay. After the child was gone.
Yes.
It was really a very bad experience. One of the most tragic experience I've ever experienced in my life.
Okay.
Yeah, because what happened is that imagine expecting a baby, and after 9 months, what you have was a dead child in your hand. And they have to put it in a carton and go and bury it after 9 months journey of expectation. So it was a stillbirth, and the experience you have to have a dead child in your hand and then I can't bury it.
Wow. So, what was
The first experience.
Mm. So, how were you able to deal with the emotional roller coaster, especially with your wife?
Okay. First is God. I would say it's God because I believe in God and I trust Him. So what happened is this. I have to take consolation in God's word because I know the only source of hope, one of the greatest and the only source of hope in the world is God's word.
Yes.
So by meditation, prayer, God have to help me to be able to understand that this thing has just happened, but but it's not the end of the world.
Sure.
So I meet my wife, I told her that this thing can happen is not the end. That God permitting this to happen, there's something that is behind that. After all, everybody knows throughout that season, even in the church, we are very busy praying and all of that. And it just happened. And people were telling you are a pastor, you can. But I have to call my wife and say, this is not the end of the road. And if God permits this, it's for a reason. Let's just trust Him and believe Him on what happened. And I know He has the best for us. And most of the time, something in life happens to you if you're a person of faith, is to make you get offended with God. If we can be able to deal with that at that time, the breakthrough is the next line. And what happened? It happened in August. By December, January, she was pregnant again.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Beautiful.
And we have the baby now.
Congratulations. So tell us about Kind Hearts.
Kind World.
Kind World.
Okay.
Kind World Foundation.
Kind World Transformation Initiative.
Yes.
Okay.
Tell us
Kind
about
World Transformation Initiative is a service organization that takes the responsibility of human development, beginning from character development, leadership, governance, and how it relates to societal reformation. Basically from faith-based, how our experiences with God, our experiences with the love of God, our experiences with the good things we receive from God, how we can take it to the society. Because the second and the most greatest commandment is to love your neighbor as you love yourself. Everything we are doing with God, if you cannot find a way to take it to the society, to humanity, to benefit from it and to be impacted with it, you failed in between the two gaps.
True. So how have you managed, seeing that it is faith-based, it's non-governmental, how have you managed with funding? Because you need funds to, drive advocacy.
One of the help God have helped us is in the pursuit of any cause in this life. There are people that share the same interest with you. The only thing you keep praying and working for is to find people that share the same interest with you, because it's a 50-50. You are now conducting this interview. You are not here and you are not there, you are not there. There are people who share similar faith, similar belief. In fact, your win is their win. they're doing this, they know this is part of their life. It gives them excitement, it gives them fulfillment. So in the course of our course and the pursuit, we've been praying to God to bring us in line with people who share the same faith with us, who, being part of what we are doing, they are fulfilled. They are not, you are not persuading them, you are not manipulating them. They are doing it willingly and they are doing it out of their heart. They know that what you are doing is the same cause, just that they find, they share the same, it's just like a partnership and collaboration. Thank you.
All right. So where do you see Kind World in the next 10 years in terms of impact?
Okay. By the special grace of God, we are just starting and we are building a system. And by next 10 years, we believe that we will not be at the spot where we started now. We believe at least we are just still in ENUGU. This is ENUGU to the world. That in the next 10 years, at least, we will span across, even at least to the continent of the world. Not just the vision and the idea is not for maybe just a nation. It's kind world, kind world. So we are building a system whereby that is involved in both human development and societal transformation. So in the next 10 years, at least we are believing God that our impact will cross across the continent of the world.
Absolutely, and I share the same sentiments with you. So thank you so much, Master, for your
You're
time.
welcome.
Thank you, my friend. Okay, so your business name is Sophie Bakes, am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
So what inspired your passion towards bakery and confectionery?
I would say my love for cooking actually inspired me to start the business. When I was in school, during that COVID break, I was at home, I was not doing anything. And there's this my auntie, she bakes. So I usually go to her house to help her with her babies. So that's seeing her bake and seeing her do those things, like it inspired me to at least learn, but not for commercial purposes, for just my family and loved ones. But as time went on, being the social butterfly that I am, I posted it on my status that I made this. People started reaching out to me to make those things for them and getting like making like small money from it. It inspired me to make it like something commercial. Yeah.
Okay, so as a healthcare professional, how are you able to balance the two? Because there are two full-time jobs. How do you manage that?
I don't even know how I managed to do it, but will I say I love money? I don't know, I don't like being idle. That's just the thing. And if there's any like avenue to make money, involve me. That is it. So once it's about money, once it brings money to the table, like I'm 100% game, I'll put in my best to do it. So it's actually hard trying to balance these two things, but I told you it's just something that I love doing. So I think that drives me to keep doing it. Yeah.
So how were you able to get seed funding to start, plunge deep into this business?
Okay, baking business is not a business that actually requires a lot to start. Like I said, I started it as a hobby. My mom owns a gas that has an oven. So getting an oven then was not a big deal for me. So whenever I make cakes for people, the small gain I get from it, I invest it into the business immediately to get materials for my business, to get equipment for my business. So as time went on, my family saw that this is really my interest. They pumped money into the business, and yeah, I was able to purchase those big equipment and then start it like as a business and actually gave it a name. So yeah.
So interestingly, there was a time that the cost of flour was over the roof. But after a while, it started coming down. But we have not seen a corresponding reduction in cost of cakes and bread and things like that. Why do you think that is?
The price difference then and now is there is no significant price difference. I would say
the price actually skyrocketed, I think by three times the actual price, and reducing just like 2,000 naira difference or 3,000 naira difference. The decrease in the price was not much. So, and as the price of flour came down, we all know that we use eggs in baking too. So the prices of eggs too are skyrocketing. So that's also we are trying to balance the price of eggs with that of flour. So yeah, that's just it.
So, what would be the biggest gig or biggest job you had to do as a baker?
Okay, that would be having 3 wedding cakes on the same day.
Wow.
I wanted to push myself then. They were big cakes, and then it came with a lot of, like, after calculating the gain, I would realize from that I decided to take the job. And I took the job not knowing that my examination would also be in that same time frame. So on the day I was even supposed to deliver the cakes, I had an exam on that day. I cried. But what will I do? I employed the help of my friends. I went to a baking school actually. So I called on my colleagues to help me. I baked the cakes, but I didn't cover all. So they helped me cover some of the cakes. And then I was able to I actually started delivering. The event planners of the weddings, they helped me out. I Deliveries for wedding cake usually starts around 11, 12. That's if the cakes are not so big. But the cakes they are not so big. So I begged the event planners to help me like decorate the stage so that I can come do my work around 7, 8 because my exam is by 9. So they actually helped me. I actually got to school around some minutes past 9 and they were already entering the exam hall.
Wow.
I just rushed, wore my clothes and entered the exam hall with them.
Wow, wow. Thank you so much, Sophie Bakes, for your insights and your very so you need to know when to when. His Royal Highness Igwe Chidedum Wobodo, thank you for joining us on the show.
Thank you, my sister.
So, you wrote a book. Is in reprint, if I'm not wrong.
That should be the third edition
Third
of the
edition.
same book.
But there's something contained in that book that actually touches my soul, and that's the issue of the caste system. Can you walk us through the caste systems in ENUGU and how it has affected our development?
Yeah, eventually, caste system, by purpose of hindsight, is a social stratification where people are stratified into either Amadi, Ohu, Obie, or outcasts, Osu system in Igbo land. So, and it became worrisome because I retired from a hospital system and it's based on purity and pollution. And when I came into the hospital system, I found out that when people are sick and that person needed a blood transfusion, nobody asks which of the social stratification. It could be the blood of the person you stratified as Osu that is not pure, that is saving that person who assumed wrongly to be the only freeborn.
Yeah.
So I had to do a study about that. And my study was revealing, especially in Nkanu land. In the very first place in Nkanu land, according to Uchendu 1965, on page 59, way back to 1965, Uchendu had found out that Nkanu caste system contradicted the understanding of the most popular scholars all over. For example, in India, where the only nation we know that the caste system runs, we have the Brahmins, we have the Kshatriyas, we have the Vaishyas, we have the Sudras, I'll have the Dalits, the people they call the untouchable. These people they call the untouchable, who should be the Osu in Igbo land. They don't go to the same church. They don't live in the same area. They don't source water from the same source. But in Kano land here, the same people you say are the Osu or the Obias are the chief priests. When ordinarily they should not come into there. It shows me that the Osu caste system in Kano is a fake one.
Okay, so if I'm to ask, you found out a very faulty foundation and the fact that it's unfounded, the caste system in Nkanu is unfounded.
Yeah,
How do we
yes.
begin to undo, I mean, the wrong? You know, because this is a crime against, you know, human beings. How do we begin to undo it?
Yeah, eventually it has been undone. Way back to 1956, the government of Eastern Nigeria had outlawed that. In 2018, the Imo Nation outlawed that in Nri. In 2021, within the Nsukka area, it's already outlawed. But if you have found yourself that you are such a person classified that way, I want to tell you that the onus to begin to fight against it is on you. Like Chinua Achebe will write it. Until the animals, lions in particular, begin to have their own historians, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunter.
Interesting.
So the people who are involved should stand up because it's already outlawed. Challenge those things. Stand up for it. I see it as a psychodemography where people use it to achieve some political gains.
Yes.
Then again, Kenneth Kaunda, because the person who is affected has to stand up. Kenneth Kaunda, in his book, he called Zambia Shall Be Free. He told any political prisoner, any people who are discriminated against, either because of their skin or because of accident of birth, that they should see themselves as a people. And the man says, when an oppressed people understand their cause, become prepared to suffer for that cause, see honor and glory in such suffering, it becomes indeed impossible to suppress them or the cause they stand for. People should be seen prosecuted for this social injustice. People should be seen prosecuted for this abuse of human rights. As somebody who worked in a hospital, I sat back, and of course I was in charge of production of UNTH News. I covered the entire aspect of the hospital system. When somebody has an accident, the person has lost blood. What we are looking for is the person that will donate blood. And that person could be seen, could be saved by somebody you had unjustly classified as impure. The same blood system runs in you. Once it is O positive, you take it. Once it is A, or that you are A, you can take O. Nobody asks which social stratification is this person donating this blood.
Right.
So what kind of foolish people are we painting ourselves to be?
So if somebody is looking at you and the person is saying you have this stand and you're speaking with so much authority, given your pedigree, your experience.
Yes.
But there's this couple, this young, couple about to get married, and this is an issue. How would you advise them?
My advice to them is ability to stand up against injustice. Once two of them agree, if your parents say otherwise, go and get married in court. Drop the bride price there. When they like, they'll go and pick it.
Interesting. So tell us, how did your service as a unionist, how did it shape your worldview? Because you were a unionist, you were a journalist, then you became a unionist, then you're now a traditional ruler. So how did your service as a unionist, how did it shape your worldview? Because I'm looking at it and I'm seeing aluta, aluta, aluta. So tell us.
Well, eventually, my nature is that from, I can remember I had fought for about 3 times. That is physical fight.
Physically.
Yes. All my life, I remember I had fought for 3 times. And in those 3 occasions, I was standing up for somebody being oppressed. So it's a kind of nature running in me. When I got into the hospital, I used to be on the quiet side, but I found out that greater percentage of the people working there, including the professors in that hospital, including medical doctors, there some of them may be here, they may not have time to speak for themselves. And somebody has to stand up to say that what is wrong is wrong. What is right is right. I suffered some injuries for standing up like that, but I am happy. Instead of doing justice, I suffered injustice for people to be free. And that is what I am still standing up for. Discussing this, you wanted us to discuss. Anybody who is being stratified wrongly, I want to tell the people that some blood that may have considered impure have saved those or some of the bloods that were considered to be pure. Those things were fallacy, baseless. Thank you.
Okay, so before we let you go, there's this leader. His name seems to escape my memory right now, but you always refer to him, you always take reference from him. He's the leader of not Malaysia, the other one that starts with an S.
Okay, my friend Lee
Yes,
my friend Lee
yes, yes.
The Prime Minister of Singapore.
Singapore, thank you very
Yes.
much. Tell us what leadership skills or traits, do you hold there that you say that you actually learned reading or researching this one?
Yeah, being a leader, you have to be dispassionate. How I wish we have all the time to tell you a story of how he solved the menace of the headers. And we have been playing hide and seek game about.
Mm-hmm.
In India, for example, there was this headers menace. Sorry, in Malaysia, there was this headers menace by the Indians. Lee Kuan Yew solved the problem on a day. He was sitting in his office, looking out through his window. He saw a lawyer, himself a lawyer, racing to court, ran into cattle on the road and died. He called all his men. What do we do? One single action. Any cattle you see on the road, or any cattle that is not ranched, catch the cattle, leave the owner, kill the cattle, send the meat to the Cheshire home. Nobody told the Indians to ranch their cows. If our government is sincere, cattle does not have freedom of movement. Human beings have freedom of movement. Summon that will, courage, dispassionateness. Catch the cows as government, kill them, take the meat to the motherless babies' home, take the meat to the old people's home, take the meat to the catering department of our hospitals. Nobody will tell them to ranch their cows.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your insights, sir. All right, so we'll go on a short break. We'll go just very short break so our witnesses and our timekeepers can have time to, replace, come on their new shifts, and the old ones will go and rest. So put your hands together for being so patient.
Don't worry, I'll snap it. We'll get close. We'll get close.
This one, come on, me have it. Okay.
So we're trying to figure out if you have to find someone else to it's like you say she cannot leave lady on pay.
What is she talking about? What is she talking? Tell her we'll find for transport. We'll find her transport.
What if she drove her?
Hello, we'll be for a driver to drive her. Keep her here. Hmm? No, 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 no. I don't go. Can I stop? Can I stop? Can I go? Oh, oh. So let me make welcome Mazi Ihai Boko with a standing ovation if we can, or a clap. Thank you. Ihai, you're one guy that always turns up and you impress me with your outfits all the time. You don't disappoint, especially when it comes to traditional, outfits. So let me ask you, what inspired this outfit?
I mean, sense of identity. So there's a certain pride that comes when you know who you are and when you know what you represent. So how I make my appearances is determined by that sense of identity.
Hmm.
And I'm always happy to show my Igbo-ness. And I'm proud to be called an Igbotic person.
Boutique Ifeanyi. All right, so I see you wear a red cap. I don't know if I'm correct, but it's usually traditional chiefs that are allowed to wear red caps. So are you a traditional chief? And if you are, what exactly is the title?
Okay. Certain places, as a result of the work I do, have bestowed on me different titles. So, but the one I prefer is the one they call Deacon Abalis. So that's the one I prefer.
DK and Awalizu. I love that. So you've traveled you've traveled some countries, most countries actually, and it's due to the kind of work you do and how important it is. So tell us, what does it find you do? What's your work?
So I describe myself as a cultural storyteller and a documentarian, right? So our work is predicated on the need to document the story and journey of the Igbo person. Because if you look at a lot of other cultures, you find out that the Igbo person is likely not to know their identity, their history, or where they come from. So it has become very imperative for someone to stand in a gap to do all of that and to find ways to transmit that across cultures, music, fashion, language, and other related disciplines. And that is what we do. That underpins our work at the Center for Memories in Chatandi. Yeah.
We'll get to that, but something you said just brought back, this memory of a saying in Igbo. "Namwe zade funamba."
That's right.
What it literally means is that the child of a king doesn't get lost in a far land. But it seems as though that has become, the opposite has become the case, especially with the Igbo, nation. A lot of families, Igbo families, the kids can't speak Igbo, they don't know where they're coming from, and things like that. How do you think the job, or what are some activities within, your work and in the Center of Memories that are geared towards bringing the Igbo people back to their roots in terms of language, culture, marriage, and what have you?
The average Igbo person is challenged, is in a dilemma, right? The dilemma is simple. Identity, right? So if you have read Things Fall Apart, you understand the clash between tradition and change. So people were born in a certain cultural milieu, and they were used to behaving in a certain kind of way. Their spirituality, their medicine, their architecture, every form of their existence was formed by a certain way of life wrapped in ordinary, right? Which ordinary forms the entire worldview of Ndibo, not just spirituality. When you mention ordinary, people think it's just spirituality. But ordinary is everything that is expected of everybody within that cultural milieu. So, but then the change came, and the change was occasioned by crisis and an introduction of a new way of life. And if you see a lot of people, who are at that intersection, you find out that it's actually very difficult for them to advance, to make move, to progress. And then you remember the events of the 1960s, from say 1965 to 1970. It worsened the situation because a lot of people who would ordinarily identify as Igbo, as a result of that, has chosen to form a new identity for themselves. So going on without, talking about this, without finding a way to dissect all of this, has found the Igbo person to have, formed a new identity for themselves. And that has become a big burden for the Center for Memories. And we have to find ways to unravel all of this. And I guess we are doing right with the little things that we've done since inception. And for us, we know that we still have a lot of work to do, and we are doing it. We're not going to back out.
Absolutely. I see you go strong with Nkatu Mwaka, Nkatu Mwibe, the museum, and I've seen some international Hollywood stars. Even those that are not from Igbo extract, they come and they see, especially knowing that there was a time history was taken out of the school curriculum. So my question now is, I want you to mention a particular product of Center for Memories, and then tell us exactly what they are addressing. It could be Nkatu Mwaka. Just pick one particular product and just break it down for us so that we can understand.
Well, I came with a new product, but I told myself, we have 5 minutes. I can't even have the opportunity to, show you. I have something that we think should be in every home. So when we did a little research, we realized that it was not incompetency. It was not lack of desire, but lack of learning resources that has made a lot of families and schools not to avail the children or their wards the opportunity to learn Igbo language. And then what did we do? We worked with a lot of tutors and developed the Mara cards. So it's actually an advanced card that somebody can use to learn Igbo language. The ABCD, it speaks to you, it's verbal. You can use it to learn the spellings, the pronunciation. I have it here with me, but I couldn't have brought it because it would take a lot of time to engage. But beyond the physical thing, I try to see the work we do as intangible. Because if you look through the 15 exhibitions that we've done from all land Igbo, and the one we intend to open by December, which deals directly with the origin of Igbo, Mbido. We've been working on this because a lot of Igbo persons do not know how. Some will tell you that they are Jews, others will tell you that they came from Nri. But again, in the work we do, we have 5 cultural linguistic divisions of Igbo. So when you begin to look at the northern Igbo, the eastern Igbo, who are referred to as cross-Siberian Igbo. Yeah. The northern Igbo is the Abakaleke area. The western Igbo is the Eka, Ebanke area. The southern Igbo, Owerri, Olo, So you look at their stories are quite different. And then, for instance, the cross-Siberian Igbos, by the 20th century, a lot of them were not even seen as Igbo people. So the Arochukwus, the Onhofias, and a lot of other, places within that area, the Afigbos, So it actually, gives us a form of understanding about who we are. And I think we are ready, to unveil, that work to a lot of people. And it is coupled by a lot of works done by the likes of Adiela Afibo. If you've read the Ropes of Sand, the Igbos and their neighbors, and then the beautiful work of Elizabeth Isichei, the history of Ndibo, the works of Victor Chikwendo, the works of Catherine Acholono, they lived before Adam. So I don't know if you've read that. So we are putting a lot of things together, and we are working with historians of international repute who are going to work together in curating this particular exhibition for a lot of people to help them understand who they are, where they are coming from, and where they are headed. So you look at what we've done with Nkatu Mwibe, for instance. Nkata is a thought leadership program. So Nkata didn't just come out. Now Nkata was born as a result of the gap that has existed in programs of such nature. One is the one that was started by Sam Mbakwe by 1976. The Ayajoko lecture that were done in Imo State. But by 1996, during the government of, I think, Sani Abacha, that program was banned. And so it gave rise to another program called Odenibo Lecture Series by the Archdiocese of Owerri. In fact, it was actually bettered by Archbishop Anthony Obinna. So, and during, I think, somewhere around 2000, that program came to a hiatus. And then in 2018, by May specifically, the Center for Memories decided to plug that gap by establishing Nkata Umuibe to continue that thought leadership that Ndibo we are renowned for. Because, sorry, we make a lot of mistakes. When we think about Igbo people, we only think about them as traders, merchants. No, we were a creative, philosophical people. That was the society that Igbo culture was founded on. And that is why when you look at the Igbo metaphors, Igbo proverbs, you find a lot of deeply philosophical, intellectual words encoded in it that enables everybody to, get the skill of critical thinking. Because an Igbo person could have actually told you to stop stealing, but they will wrap it in such a way that would enable you to think critically. Do you know what it means to wepo aka enwe n'ofe? So it's actually a deeply philosophical society that whenever a word is uttered, one is expected to just take a deep breath and think through those words and find your deeper meanings in them.
All right, so finally, before I let you go, and very quickly, where do you see Center for Memories taking cultural diplomacy, to in terms of Igbo culture and what the Igbo stand for?
So what our experience over the years makes us feel like we're working in the right direction. So last year we worked with over 28 researchers from across different Ivy League in the world, from Harvard to Cambridge. All of them are coming down to the center to research. All of them are coming down to the center to ask about a very important phase for the Igbo people. And again, the number of diplomatic missions we've, engaged within the center, from the US to the UK to the Irish, everybody finding, their connections and similarities with Igbo people, coming down to the center to find out to deepen these connections. So for us, we feel like we need to take the Igbo story to the world, right? We've done that. We've done an exhibition. Even last year, the London Design Biennale, we focused on one site that is here in ENUGU that a lot of people don't even know about, the Ledger iron smelting site, which the last carbon dating has actually shown that is actually the origin of iron age technology in the world, and not in China. It's in ENUGU here in Ledger, right? So the Nigerian pavilion focused on that particular exhibition in London. And again, with the Smithsonian, which has the largest museum in the world, we are planning a couple of exhibitions between this year and next year. And so for us, we want people to understand that the Igbo contributed to the global body of knowledge and continues to contribute. Look at, for instance, what is happening in the UAE, where we have the cloud seeding. It's an arid zone, and today they can make rain fall. But in our place, we condemn and demonize Iyamiri, and we couldn't document it because it could have given us a lot of money. And look at Igbo architecture, for instance, in places like Finland. They give you a lot of allowances, to work with, so what we can call the OLO. I don't know the English variant for it. But the thing is this: our ancestors were wise. Our ancestors are one of the greatest people I know, and to look at the things that they've done and how to interpret it in the now to make sense and relevant to the people of the now is what drives us, and we'll continue to do all of that. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Can we put our hands together for Mazi Hai Boko? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Uche Chukwumerije, thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure.
So very quickly, I want us to talk about supplements. There are a lot of companies that will come up and tell you, oh, it's a supplement that is the best. Oh, take this for this. Oh, this is the way forward. Please tell us what exactly are supplements.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Supplements or dietary supplements are actually products that are meant to introduce nutrition or some beneficial ingredients to our diets. They do not replace diets. They are not drugs, but they are meant to help supplement our diet. Hence the word supplement.
So why do people take it as though it's something that is prescribed? How do I put it now? Does it now mean that dietary supplements should be prescribed by a doctor, or it's something that can be gotten over the counter? You just feel a certain way, and why not? Let's take supplement. They say this one is good in purifying blood. How should someone go about taking supplements?
Okay, supplements really, the best way to take supplements, it's when it's beneficial. Depending on the person's case profile, or maybe due to some life stages, that's when you take supplements. You won't say it is entirely wrong for someone to go over the counter to get some supplements, but it depends on the type of supplements the person is getting. Vitamin C is a supplement. Anybody can get vitamin C. But while getting it, the healthcare provider should tell them how to take it. Our people have this mentality of, the more the better. Sure, they say it's good. So maybe if I take it more, I get more benefit, but it doesn't work that way. Some of our fat soluble vitamins, when they accumulate in the system, they cause a lot of damage. That's why there's a dosage for all those supplements. Now, if someone is also on some other drugs, under medication, it is best to meet your medical practitioner to get some supplements because of drug-drug interactions. Some people that are on blood pressure medications may not take some supplements because it may affect their hearts. Some that are also on blood thinners may not take some supplements. So it actually depends on the person's case and the type of supplements the person wants to
So
take.
it's actually risky to go out and just take supplements without
Exactly.
like a doctor or a pharmacist prescribing it to you.
Yes.
Now, you've mentioned cases of contraindication. What about cases of overdose? Are there cases where people
yes.
overdose on supplements? Tell us about it.
Yes. Like these are very common vitamin C. We know that the chemical name mainly is ascorbic acid, what it contains. Now, when you have a lot of ascorbic acid in your blood system, it also has its own problem. But the good thing is that vitamin C is water soluble. So because it is water soluble, it helps the body to really excrete it out. But we also know that when you start having a lot of ascorbic acid in your urine, it's also a problem because when you go to the lab, it gets tested, it's seen there. So overdose of any medication, no medication is free. Even the very ones, the ones that are drugs that we take, still have side effects. Take our very common paracetamol. Why taking an overdose? It can give you liver damage. You understand? Something as simple and as cheap as paracetamol. So every medication, be it drug, be it supplements, should be taken in the right combination and in the right dosage at the right time.
So what supplements would you recommend for women who are premenopausal?
Magnesium. Yes, during the times of our mothers, they will always say, menopause, menopause, is a sickness on its own. But thank God, with the advent of technology and improvement on our drugs in the society now, there are some drugs that a woman can be placed on. And you even know that you are either in the perimenopause or actually in the menopausal stage. What these drugs do is that they introduce those trace elements or those things that are already lacking in the system of that woman due to age. Because we know that the main problem is estrogen is dropping. And as estrogen is dropping, it's sending signals to the body. Oh, this woman no more needs this, or this woman no more needs that. So what those drugs do is that they now replace those things that are not being produced by the body, either in sufficient amounts, and those symptoms that comes with menopause are actually symptoms because of the reduction in the production or synthesis of some of those elements. So once you take those things in form of pills, tablet, capsule, liquid, powder form, in any form they come, it now helps augment what the body needs, and the symptoms go. So you can actually find a woman that it's either in her perimenopausal stage or in her menopausal stage, and she can actually be symptom-free.
All right. So finally, would you advocate people buy supplements from independent vendors or strictly from a pharmacy store?
Okay. At the risk of being biased, I think I will advise a pharmacy shop. Reason being that they have a regulatory body that regulates them. They have people that come to monitor even their drugs. Are they registered with NAFDAC? Are they expired? Are they what they are supposed to be? The truth is that a lot of people that market supplements promise what it can't do. A lot. And they spend so much on marketing and advertising that even you that know the truth may even be tempted to go and buy those drugs. Some of them don't list all those things contain, and some of the things that they even say it contains, it doesn't contain it. So you find out that people that take such medications are at a risk of organ damage or even affecting or upsetting their normal body working system. So if you go to a pharmacist or you go to a pharmacy shop, you can be advised. And most times people don't even need these supplements. They just heard that Okeke is taking it and Okafor is taking it, and maybe that's why she has that beautiful skin. Yeah. Or maybe that was why her hair is long and everybody wants supplements. So, but when you go, you'll be asked, why do you want to take this? And if you're truthful enough, you will now be advised whether you even need it in the first place, or you can go with food. Our people, we don't know the value of food, and we are so rich over here in the food we have. Supplements cannot emphatically replace a good diet. When you take your whole grains that have fibers, your meals that have fibers, you take your vegetables and fruits that have the phytochemicals, nothing in a capsule can replace that. Where you now add that supplement, it's an adjunct as a helpmate to just help augment if there is need for it.
Well, thank you so much, Uche, for helping us unpack this topic. God bless you.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Amaka, always looking fabulous.
Thank you.
So let's talk breast cancer.
Okay.
What are the earliest signs of breast cancer in women?
Okay, so before I start talking about the earliest signs of breast cancer in women, because I know that this is a diverse crowd, let's first of all understand what we mean by cancer.
Okay.
So cancer in a nutshell, I'd say, is uncontrolled and abnormal growth of cells, which can metastasize, go from one place to the other, and affect the organs and the body at large. So if we come at it from that perspective as an uncontrolled and abnormal growth of cells, you find out that the earliest sign or symptom of breast cancer is a lump in the breast. So many times, which is why we typically advocate for women to be familiar with their breasts, or what we call breast awareness, from as early as in your 20s, really. You become familiar with your breast, you do the self-breast examination, and then you also go on to see the healthcare worker who will do a clinical breast exam, ideally once every 3 years. And then thereafter, you have imaging for those that are old enough, from 40 and above. We recommend mammogram as well as a breast ultrasound. So all of these things are geared towards picking up the breast lump, which is the commonest symptom in the breast. But having said that, I'd also be quick to point out that there are some types of breast cancer that present not with a lump, but with the change in the skin. And which is why for some, they go to the hospital and they ask, what is the texture of the skin? Sometimes it can be like an orange peel, and they may have missed the breast lump, but then they present with that orange scale appearance. And then there's also something we call inflammatory breast cancer, which is just around the nipple area, and it's kind of like reddish. So, but in the basic form, most times they will present with a breast lump, not necessarily a breast discharge, but typically a breast lump would be the earliest signs.
All right. Could you walk us through the different stages? We gather the stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, and stage 4.
Yeah, so when a doctor talks to you about stages of cancer, whether breast, prostate, or anything, what they are trying to do is to give an idea or let you know how extensive the lesion is. So when we say that is stage 1, it's typically really small. Same thing with stage 2. And then when you hear that it's gone on to stage 3, what we call locally advanced, which means it typically may not just be within the breast. For instance, if we're talking about breast cancer, because we use based on size, but then it has gone to other areas like the lymph nodes, like I said, abnormal growth of cells, which can go from leave where it is and go to other places. And then when you hear stage 4, this is what we call distant metastasis, in which case it has now entered the bloodstream and has gone to other places, aside from just the local spread or the regional spread, which is the lymph nodes, but now to other organs in the body.
Interesting. So what exactly causes breast cancer?
That's $1 million question. So it's not like, I usually say that it's not like malaria, where everybody knows that with a mosquito bite, you increase your chances and you have breast malaria. For breast cancer, what we talk about is risk factors. What are the things that predispose a woman to having breast cancer? And so we know that genetics plays a huge role in the development of breast cancer. So when you come to the hospital, we would ask, do you have what we call a first degree relative who has breast cancer, meaning your mom, sister, aunt. So if you have somebody that close with having who has had a diagnosis of breast cancer, that automatically increases your risk of having breast cancer. It doesn't say that you will, but it means that you need to be more regular on your checkups. Same thing also will say that other risk factors that have been ascertained by research will include what we say is having a wide estrogen window. So you have a woman who has a young girl who starts her menstrual cycle early, and then her menopause is late. So we call it a wide estrogen window because the woman has had several months, years of menstruation, the estrogen going up and down and all of that. So we say that, and which is why, again, when we talk about the estrogen window, we talk about age at first birth. If you have had a child later than 30, if your first completed pregnancy is later than 30, it also increases the risk of having breast cancer. And if you have children and you don't breastfeed them for more than a year, that also kind of like increases the risk of breast cancer. I also want to say that for every breast lump is not cancer. It could be benign, but having a benign breast lump also sadly increases your chances or your risk of having breast cancer.
Wow, beautiful. Now, I'm thinking for women who are more predisposed than the others, are there some lifestyle changes or behavioral traits that they need to imbibe so as to prevent, breast cancer?
So other risk factors would include obesity, sedentary lifestyle, of course, eating over processed food. We've had some information about the importance of really eating our own food, not ultra processed. So in terms of preventive measures, obviously, maintaining a good weight for your height, your BMI is important. Also exercising. Research has shown that exercising or keeping active minimum of 30 minutes every 3 days, thereabouts, also reduces the risk, as well as obesity, cutting down your weight. Smoking, obviously, is something that should be avoided. There's a controversy about alcohol, but of course, we know that you have to also reduce that as well.
So finally, before we let you go, there's this information that's been making the rounds So I'm going to just put it out there.
Okay.
Does suckling of the nipple reduce chances of breast cancer? I'm sure you must have heard this. So
Several times. Several times when we go on awareness campaigns to, educate people on the earliest symptoms and signs of breast cancer, we have particularly men who actually phone
very
in
convenient.
and call in to ask, does suckling reduce breast cancer? As of today, there has been no studies that have shown that it reduces the risk of breast cancer. So in a nutshell, it's not something that we would recommend as a preventive measure, and it is not something that we can link to data that shows that when this happens, it reduces the risk of breast cancer.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amaka, for your time.
Thank you.
Pharmacist Mwobodo, thank you so much for making it to the show this evening. So tell us, let's see if you can explain something to a layman. For us healthcare professionals, whenever they mention OTC, we know exactly what it means, right? So explain to us, to some of us who have non-medical backgrounds here, what exactly is OTC?
Okay, OTC, just from the name, over-the-counter medications. OTC, over-the-counter. That means these are medications that you could simply walk into pharmacy shop or any of these drug shops and ask for. They are not prescription-only medications. There are drugs that we call POMs that you don't need to take except they are prescribed by your doctor or the clinicians, like your vitamin C, our anti-malarials, because we are in an endemic region where we have mosquitoes around that bite people. So you wouldn't be waiting for until maybe you get to the hospital for the doctor to see you and prescribe that. So these are medications. Multivitamins are classed as over-the-counter medications.
So does this mean that, or is it possible that over-the-counter drugs or medications can actually be abused, since you can just walk over to a pharmacy store and just procure them? Can they be abused because of that liberty?
Obviously. There's this common saying that says too much of everything is too bad, like vitamin C that somebody had made allusion to. People tend to abuse them. They feel that the more they take it, the better their systems, Unfortunately, our system, where, we have regulatory bodies, but the matter of implementation becomes a major challenge.
All right. So are there some antibiotics that can be, procured over the counter?
Antibiotics should strictly be prescribed by your doctor. Even though the situation we have in our hands is such that Mrs. A went to the hospital and had XYZ symptoms. The doctor prescribed this. And the next day, the neighbor is explaining his or her symptom. It looked like what he or she experienced. Said, well, this is the drug I was given when I went to the hospital. And the neighbor runs off and goes to buy it. So you are not expected to take your antibiotics as an OTC. It should be something that has to be prescribed by your doctor.
Yes, understood in the books, right?
Yeah.
But I'm talking practically. We know that we can walk over to the next pharmacy store and probably buy a cephalosporin or Ciprotab. We know that it happens, right?
Sure, I had made allusion to that.
Now, how has this also impacted on antimicrobial resistance as it stands?
That is a major menace we have in our hands now, antimicrobial resistance. Because clinically, before you take any antibiotics, you are supposed to have, testing to be able to find out the that is the microbes that is sensitive to that antibiotics. And if, assuming someone is subjected to, say, your MCS, urinalysis, and they find out that this microbe is sensitive to XYZ antibiotics, you bring it to your doctor, the doctor prescribes, maybe say your cephalosporin, ceftriaxone, or quinolone, ciprofloxacin, and the patient takes it according to the way it is supposed to be taken, the regimen, and the person is free. If a neighbor who has not been tested goes to get that same drug, antibiotics, maybe because he or she feels that this symptom that my neighbor had is what I am having, it may not necessarily be the same microbe that is responsible for what is happening to him. And what it does is that that microbe that is responsible for his or her illness will get used to that, say, your ciprofloxacin or amoxiclav. You know, microbes has a way of bringing about resistance in the sense that there is what they call efflux mechanism, whereby, yes, these drugs are absorbed in them, but they have a way of pushing it out of their system so that they don't do anything to them. And you're a microbiologist, a lab scientist, there's what we call MIC, minimum inhibitory concentration. A concentration that you must have in your bloodstream to be able to deal decisively with that microbe. So if that concentration is not reached, then obviously the microbe masters the antibiotics. And next time that that patient needs that medication, it may not be responsive.
So
to
there's
that.
Sorry.
You may not be responsive to that antibiotics.
Okay, so there's a dilemma. Most doctors go through that dilemma where a patient will insist they write a particular antibiotic. They feel they need the higher, and they mount a lot of pressure on doctors. Assuming such, patients come to you and then you look at
cephalosporins. Because of our economy also, you also consider the economy of your patients when you are prescribing some of these things. So in the line of our duty, we try to